Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Gojo Naruto stood silently before the 6 fingers of Ryomen Sukuna, eyes sharp with calm intent. He raised his right hand, extended a single finger, and began to hum a quiet incantation. Way of binding number 4, this rope. As the final syllable fell from his lips, spiritual energy surged through his body. It gathered at his fingertip and shot outward, weaving into a glowing rope of golden light. The rope coiled swiftly around the 6 fingers, binding them together with precision and ease. His movements were so relaxed, so unhurried, that those watching could only stare in disbelief. Was that really a technique? Just moments ago, Zen and Fan had publicly questioned whether Gojo Naruto's abilities were merely the result of some one-time use artifacts. But now, he was seeing that exact same technique used again effortlessly. Anyone with knowledge of Jujutsu could recognize it. That was the same binding spell Naruto used when he faced the cursed spirit that had devoured one of Sukuna's fingers. At that time, the cursed spirit had been slain by 2 other strange techniques Naruto had employed. But the finger itself had remained intact. So why this binding? What did he plan to do? Everyone knew Sukuna's fingers didn't need restraint. They weren't going to escape on their own. What mattered now wasn't control, but destruction. What was the point of using cursed energy on a target that needed to be obliterated? Many of the live stream viewers scoffed. Wasteful, ineffective, pointless. That's what they thought. But at the scene, a few sharp-eyed sorcerers began to notice something strange. Despite the technique clearly being activated, there were no fluctuations in cursed energy. Was it too subtle? Or was it something else entirely? Zen and Fan and Gojo Ming exchanged a glance. Both had noticed the same thing. But before they could speak, Naruto raised his hands again and began a new chant. This one even longer, more solemn. Crush thyself, black hound of Rondinini. Burn to ash and sever thy throat. A golden wheel shimmered into existence between his palms. It rotated violently, and beams of golden light shot out, binding the already restrained fingers once more, reinforcing the spiritual seal. This was the 9 collapse wheels of binding, a more advanced method than this rope, earned as a reward after defeating the cursed spirit earlier. Now, the 6 fingers of Sukuna were ensnared under a double seal of spiritual techniques. Only faint traces of cursed energy remained visible beneath the glowing bind, hints of dark crimson skin and blackened nails. Confirmed. It's not cursed energy. Gojo Ming nodded subtly toward Zen and Fan. Fan, who had been monitoring Naruto closely, also gave a small nod. He felt nothing. No cursed energy ripple. No spiritual turbulence. Gojo Naruto had no cursed energy. That was a known fact. Like Zen and Fan, he was born under the heavenly restriction, which made him incapable of wielding it. That couldn't have changed in just 9 years of slumber. Moreover, in the world of Jujutsu, true innate techniques didn't require incantations. The spellcasting Naruto had just performed resembled the arcane chants seen in fantasy fiction, not Jujutsu. This wasn't a ritual, not a Jujutsu ritual, not even close. This was something else, something older, stranger. Everyone in the audience came to the same realization. Gojo Naruto's techniques weren't normal Jujutsu. The binding arts he used, this rope, collapse wheel, weren't recognized forms in the traditional schools. And these weren't the only ones. The public still remembered when he used 2 techniques labeled Heido to obliterate the finger-devouring cursed spirit. So what was he trying to do now? Was this just a show? To prove Zen and Fan wrong? If so, what was the point? But Gojo Naruto wasn't doing this for the audience. He was doing it for one very specific reason. Earlier, when he came into direct contact with Sukuna's fingers, he felt something important. His spiritual energy disrupted cursed energy. Even if only slightly, the interference was real. The structure of Sukuna's cursed power trembled ever so faintly under the presence of spiritual energy. That discovery changed everything. This was no longer about showmanship. It was strategy. By layering the fingers in multiple spiritual bindings, Naruto wasn't trying to hold them in place. He was corroding them. The spiritual energy in the bindings seeped into the cursed power lingering in Sukuna's fingers, subtly destabilizing it. Gojo Naruto wasn't arrogant. He knew exactly who Ryomen Sukuna was, a monster who once reigned supreme, a being of unparalleled curse strength. Just because he had a system didn't mean he could be careless. He planned everything carefully. Step 1. Disrupt and erode the cursed energy using binding methods. Once the bindings caused enough imbalance within the cursed structure of the fingers, it would open the way for the next step. Step 2. Destruction via Heido. The binding arts were just the first course, a slow corrosion to weaken the structure from within. But the main dish was coming next. Sukuna's fingers weren't immortal. They were simply protected by the intricate balance of cursed power woven into them. Break that balance, and even the so-called indestructible could shatter. That was the plan. And if everything went as intended, he wouldn't even need to draw his Zampakudo. Let them think it's useless. Let his enemies underestimate him. If Nozomi dared launch another sneak attack thinking Naruto was unarmed, he'd welcome it. And this time, he'd make sure Nozomi never got the chance to walk away again. Ryomen Sukuna's brow twitched slightly. He could feel it, a subtle disturbance rippling across his 6 severed fingers at once. He scoffed and leaned lazily back on his skeletal throne, right hand propping up his chin. Compared to the interference from Yurishoko's healing spells like Nishizuku and Kaido, this was negligible. With time, the fingers would simply absorb ambient cursed energy and restore themselves. But something else gnawed at him, not pain, not worry, but curiosity. For centuries, his fingers had remained untouched. Not a single fool had dared to attempt their destruction. And now, someone was actually trying? Gojo Naruto. Did this man carry some hidden grudge? But that was impossible. Sukuna had lived through the ages, and Gojo Naruto clearly belonged to this new era. Their timelines should never have intersected. So why the hostility? Sukuna narrowed his many eyes, a grin twitching at his lips. Interesting, let's see what this little anomaly does next. What he didn't know, however, was that the true performance, the moment Gojo Naruto had prepared for, was just beginning. Shikoku, Itadori Clan Garden. Itadori Kaori sat with a gentle expression, rocking her infant son, Yuji, as the cursed world's live broadcast glowed on her tablet screen. She had watched the battle before, Gojo Satoru and Sukuna's brief clash with the finger curse spirit. But now, Gojo Naruto's technique had caught her full attention. Her brows knit. Hands that gently cradled the child paused, trembling slightly. The baby cried, snapping back to the present. She comforted him and refocused her mind. Was it cursed energy? She wondered. The techniques, binding rope, collapse wheel, they didn't resemble anything she knew. But unlike the arrogant Zenin clan or those obsessed with logic, Kaori wasn't naive. She had begun recording every number Naruto mentioned during his chants. Path 4. Path 9. The implication was clear. When Gojo Naruto killed the cursed spirit earlier, he had used Heido number 31, red fire cannon, and Heido number 33, blue fire drop. Those two were close in number, possibly close in strength. But binding rope was only number 4, and collapse wheel was number 9. The difference in number was exponential. This wasn't random. The higher the number, the more devastating the spell. Most sorcerers would think it absurd. No one could possess so many distinct techniques, let alone someone who hadn't even drawn their Zampakudo yet. But one person saw things differently. Deep in the shadows, Orochimaru's domain. Nozomi, the man who once terrorized the world with cursed research, sat watching the broadcast with eerie calm. Others questioned whether Naruto's abilities were props, relics, or oddities. But not him. His conclusion: these weren't separate spells. They were all expressions of a single, innate origin technique, a birth technique unique to Gojo Naruto. What others saw as dozens of independent arts, Nozomi saw as a systematic evolution, refined layers of a deeper, unknown truth. And that insight brought him one step closer to understanding Naruto's terrifying potential. Even without knowing about spiritual energy, or that Naruto was a traveler from another world, Nozomi's intuition danced at the edge of truth. Hongxing Palace, deep chamber of Tenzin. Tenzin, the oldest being in the Jujutsu world, slowly set down his porcelain cup of pomegranate tea. His ageless gaze remained fixed on the projection of a live feed. For the third time, he watched Gojo Naruto wield these otherworldly spells. Once during the battle against the cursed spirit, again during the rescue of Nanami Kento, and now, with the eyes of the world upon him. Any claim that these were one-time use techniques have been disproven. Heido, Bakudo, these are not spells of this world, Tenzin murmured, brushing a finger along the edge of his soft silver hair. Gojo Naruto, what are you trying to become? If Sukuna is this world's embodiment of terror, will you become the next? A quiet, unreadable smile touched his lips. Let's see, shall we, whether your pomegranate rain bears fruit. At that very moment, three of the longest surviving entities in the Jujutsu world, Tenzin, Nozomi, and Sukuna, were all watching one person. Gojo Naruto, Tokyo Jujutsu High, practice site. Back at the testing grounds, Gojo Satoru stood beside Gojo Suguru, his tone hushed yet serious. He used that same rope-binding spell on the cursed spirit before. The next one will be the real attack. Despite speaking to Gojo, Satoru's eyes remained locked on his brother. He was trying to understand. A single cursed spirit enhanced by one of Sukuna's fingers had been a major challenge for even both him and Gojo to handle. But Gojo Naruto had killed it effortlessly, without even drawing his Zampakudo. Everyone believed his blade was dormant or unusable. Satoru knew better. He had crossed swords with his brother at full power, even using his limitless techniques, and Naruto's Zampakudo had still pushed him to the edge. If Naruto had used these strange spells during their duel at Hongxing Palace, Satoru might have lost even faster. He gritted his teeth. I need to see it. I need to understand it. His 6 eyes, honed over 9 long years, narrowed in focus. Most techniques only needed a few seconds of analysis before he could unravel their secrets. And now, with Naruto about to unleash another unknown spell, Satoru's eyes sharpened. He was ready. Next to Gojo Satoru, Gojo Suguru was also holding his breath. Others may not know the strength of the finger curse spirit, but he knows it very well. Without 6 eyes, Gojo Suguru experienced many risks in that battle. If he were to face it alone, he would probably be in an even more embarrassing situation. The sight of Gojo Naru strolling leisurely made him realize that Gojo Naru was still the same Gojo Naru from 9 years ago, still the absolute core of this small group, and also possessed absolutely powerful strength in this small group. It would be ridiculous if other people thought that Gojo Naruto had completely lost his dominance over this era just because he had been asleep for 9 years. Even without his Zampakudo, Gojo Naruto's binding spell called Fudo and attack spell called Heido should be enough to crush more than 99% of sorcerers, right? Behind Gojo Satoru and Gojo Suguru, Yuri Shoko held his breath and watched Gojo Naru's movements. She actually had no idea about the Heido and Kudo used by Gojo Naru. After all, when she was fighting with Sukuna's finger curse spirit, she had lost consciousness and was sealed in another place by Sukuna. She had no chance to watch Gojo Naru's battle. This was also the first time that Yuri Shoko saw Gojo Naru use this binding technique. At the same time, she was also looking forward to what else Gojo Naruto would use after the binding technique. Feeling everyone's gaze, Gojo Ming didn't feel any pressure at all. Next, the feast he prepared for Ryomen Sukuna's finger was about to be served. Among the Kido, Hodo is the most respected. After all, Hodo is the only skill in Kido that has lethal power. Next, he would ask Ryomen Sukuna to have a good taste of the broken way he currently mastered. The fourth way to break the path, White Thunder. Almost at the moment he opened his mouth, before anyone could react, a beam of white lightning shot out from Gojo Ming's fingertips. The faint sound of thunder rang in everyone's ears. The white lightning shot straight at the 6 Romitsura fingers that were bound by the rope and the benglin. The noise was loud, but it didn't seem to have much effect on Sukuna's fingers. It doesn't seem strong or imposing at all. This is what most people think. After all, Bailei's move seems too simple and plain. However, the move used by Gojo Naruto kept appearing in Nanami Kinto's mind. With the appearance of Bailei, Nanami Kinto can now completely confirm that it was Gojo Naru who saved him before. Others may not know, but he knows the power of this white lightning. Before this, Gojo Ming was far away in the sky and directly released this white lightning to kill the first-level cursed spirit that almost killed him. Nanami Kinto will never forget that carefree and relaxed attitude. Bailei, Nanami Kinto muttered, Sukuna is worthy of being Sukuna. The curse that can kill a first-level cursed spirit in seconds has no effect at all in front of Sukuna's fingers. However, Nanami Kinto also has confidence in Gojo Naru. He believes that Gojo Naru must have even more powerful special spells in his hands. The moment this thought came to his mind, Gojo Ming opened his mouth again. Nanami Kinto did not feel disappointed. After the release of the White Thunder, Gojo Naruto immediately released the second Hado, the 11th of the Broken Path, with thunder and lightning. The electric arc was transmitted along Gojo Naruto's Zampakudo to Sukuna's fingers, and Sukuna's fingers were slightly charred. Obviously, even Sukuna's fingers could not completely resist the attack of Hado. Seeing this scene, Zen and Fan wanted to say something, but Gojo Ming didn't give him a chance. He now only knows 4 types of Hado, and has already used the newly mastered White Thunder and Thunderbolt on Sukuna's fingers. Next, it is the 2 Kido that he has used before. To be honest, he felt quite sympathetic towards Sukuna. Since he woke up until now, Sukuna has suffered the most from him, and he has to experience the attacks of the blue fire drop and the red fire cannon repeatedly. Oh Lord, the mask of flesh and blood, the myriad things, the flying wings, the things that bear the name of man, the heat and the strife, the seas rolling back to the south, march forward. The king, the mask of flesh and blood, the myriad things flapping their wings and flying high, the one who bears the name of humanity, truth and moderation, standing only with claws on a wall of dreams without knowing sin. Gojo Ming hummed 2 chants that sounded somewhat similar, and then a ball of fire appeared in the palm of Gojo Ming's hand. Red cannon. Immediately afterwards, groups of explosive flames appeared at the same time. Songhua Falls. The combination of flames made all the onlookers in the entire academy feel extremely hot. The power of such a blazing flame was completely beyond everyone's imagination. Is this the true power of Gojo Naruto? Only after experiencing it for real did they realize that the Sukuna finger cursed spirit that faced Gojo Naruto was not so terrible after all. Under these 2 powerful attacks, it is normal for the finger cursed spirit to be killed instantly, right? The fireball and the explosion hit Sukuna's fingers fiercely. The raging flames burned on the stone platform, as if they wanted to burn all 6 of Sukuna's fingers to ashes. Can Sukuna's fingers resist? All the audience had this thought in their minds. Sukuna's fingers wouldn't be able to withstand such a terrifying fire attack, right? However, Gojo Ming just shook his head calmly. As expected, Ryomen Sukuna's fingers are not so easy to destroy. Perhaps if I currently master a ghost art above level 90, maybe I can really do it. Gojo Ming felt a little regretful. The red fire cannon and the blue fire pendant were indeed powerful, but after all, they were only ghost arts of around level 50 and could not demonstrate the power of ghost arts at all. If he currently has mastered Aizen Sasuke's Hado 1995 Dragon Tensei, or Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni's Hado Hisa 16 One Sword Cremation, if that doesn't work, Then manager Urahara's Hado, 91,000 hands Kakuten Taiken will also work. These 3 Kido above level 90 should be able to easily destroy Sukuna's fingers in seconds. However, I think it would not be so easy for me to master this kind of power. If a ghost technique above level 90 was released here, Gojo Ming was worried that not only the 6 fingers of Sukuna would be affected, but the entire Tokyo Jujutsu High School would be affected. Aizen's 5 Dragons Tensei and Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni's one-sword cremation can definitely destroy the entire Tokyo Jujutsu High School in an instant. These 2 methods should be able to directly turn Tokyo High School into a scorched earth. But, unfortunately, Gojo Naruto has not yet mastered such a high-level breaking technique. Therefore, this time, Gojo Naruto must once again borrow the power of his Zampakudo. As the flames from the red fire cannon and the blue fire pendant slowly disappeared, Sukuna's charred fingers appeared before everyone's eyes. This is the most embarrassing posture of Sukuna's fingers. But even so, there was no other change in the shape of Sukuna's fingers, except that the outer epidermis appeared a little more serious than the previous Yeri Shoko reverse curse technique state. Zen Temple Fan breathed a sigh of relief without making a sound. Fortunately, Sukuna's fingers were strong enough. Otherwise, if they were really destroyed by Gojo Naruto, he would be the one who was embarrassed. Just now, at the moment when the red fire cannon and the blue fire pendant were released, Zen and Fan really thought that Sukuna's fingers would be destroyed by these 2 mysterious and unpredictable methods. Fortunately, Ryomen Sukuna is strong enough and is worthy of being the strongest curse. But at the same time, Zen and Fan was silently asking himself in his heart, if he were facing Gojo Naruto's exaggerated Hado attack, would he be able to resist it? Chan Yuanshan's expression was very conflicted. He didn't want to admit it, but he had no way of deceiving himself. Even if he really didn't have a Zampakudo, Gojo Naruto's Hado attack would be enough to kill him. He really didn't expect that someone like Gojo Naru, who had been sleeping for 9 years, would still have such strength after waking up. It was really terrifying. Fortunately, Gojo Naruto's Zampakudo could no longer be used. Moreover, under the live broadcast in full view of everyone, Gojo Naruto was unable to destroy Ryomen Sukuna's fingers. It's over, it's all over. Gojo Naruto should have failed. When most people thought that this was Gojo Naru's last resort, Gojo Satoru suddenly crossed his arms and said jokingly, "Okay, Ming, it's time for you to be serious. My Senbin Sakura is looking forward to your performance." Gojo Satoru's words stunned the audience at the scene and those watching the live broadcast. What's the meaning? Is this how Gojo Satoru helps his brother save face? What does it mean to be more serious? Could it be that the mysterious spell attack that Gojo Naruto just unleashed with such power was not serious? If this isn't called seriousness, what else can be called seriousness? Did Gojo Satoru forget that he just used the unlimited technique and his Zampakudo Senbin Sakura, but still couldn't gain any advantage in front of Sukuna's fingers? The audience, standing in the opposing camp of the Gojo family, were all mocking Gojo Satoru, and they were disgusted that Gojo Satoru was not afraid of slipping his tongue when talking like this. Inside the Urizuya, Zen and Shinner and Okatsu Yurin each held a child and watched the live broadcast with great interest, with the corners of their mouths slightly raised. The 2 of them had no doubt as to whether Gojo Naru could destroy Ryomen Sukuna's finger. 9 years ago, Gojo Ming had already proved with many deeds that he would never fight a battle without confidence. Since Gojo Naruto has chosen to do this, then there's only one outcome for Ryomen Sukuna with 6 fingers, and that is to be destroyed by Gojo Naruto. Shinner, the boss's broken way and bound way don't seem to use cursed power. He is bound by heaven and curse, and you're also bound by heaven and curse. When Ming returns to the Urizuya next time, you can also learn it. How convenient is that? Okatsu Yurin gently rocked Okatsu Yuta in his arms, his expression full of doting. Zen and Jiner's expression of doting on his son was no less than his. While teasing Fushiguro Megumi, he also retorted, "You yourself want to learn this mysterious spell, right? I don't think I need to. Why should I become so strong?" You're no match for Ming anyway, right? Zen and Shinji saw through Okatsuyudo's thoughts at a glance and ruthlessly exposed him. However, Okatsu visitors are not embarrassed at all. Yes, Gojo Naruto is the boss of Urizuya, and I have been working for him for 9 years for nothing. What's wrong with wanting to learn some new knowledge? Is there anything wrong with me? Okatsu tourists are very confident. However, this sentence instantly annoyed Luhu, who was quietly watching the live broadcast. Okatsu, can you please stop making noise? You're disturbing me while I'm watching the live broadcast. At least the boss made you a Zampakudo, Nasho, before he fell asleep. But what about me? I was the one who really worked for 9 years in Urizuya for nothing, right? And every time you carry out a mission with me, you're always lazy. Do you think you were working like this? I think you were exploiting me, right? The more Luhu spoke, the wider his big eye became. He felt so aggrieved that he didn't know who to talk to. The most fundamental reason why he chose to follow Gojo Naruto was to witness the ultimate power of fire of Zanpakudo Ryujinjaka. However, no one expected that not long after he joined the Urizuya, Gojo Naru actually fell into a deep sleep for 9 years. 9 years, 9 years. Does Gojo Ming know how it has survived these 9 years? If it hadn't known the power of Ryujinjaka, it would have given up and left long ago. Now, I can finally witness the power of Ryujinjaka once again. Now, the two people beside me are arguing about that inexplicable ghost way. This completely affects the viewing experience. Next, Gojo Naruto will definitely use his Zanpakudo. Whether it is Sodi no Shuriyuki or Ryujinjaka, it means that Gojo Naruto's Zanpakudo has not become ineffective. Then, all my years of waiting have not been in vain. Flowing blade like fire. Luhu murmured the name, as if he was murmured the name of his lover, and the scene of the city flames that he had seen in Hongxing Palace reappeared in his eyes. The castle is on fire. Burning hell. Luhu had always been thinking about the fact that he had not been able to witness the scene of the burning hell with his own eyes. Now, he hoped that Gojo Naruto could directly use the blazing hell to destroy Ryuman Sukuna's fingers, so that this so-called Curse King could witness what the ultimate power of fire was in the true sense. Anyone who stands in his way of achieving this goal is his enemy. Even the acting store manager Zen and Shinji and his old partner Okatsuyudo. Hearing Luhu's resentful words, Zen and Shinner and Okatsuyurin looked at each other, smiled, and nodded secretly. Since Luhu had worked in the Urizuya shop for so long, they no longer regarded the cursed spirit in front of them as a monster. In the past 9 years, Zen and Shinner, Luhu, and Okatsuyurin, a group of employees in the Urizuya, have become a family. They naturally knew what Luhu had been pursuing. Just give Luhu some face. The two of them saw what was in each other's mind, silently hugged their sons, sat on both sides of Luhu, and watched the live broadcast quietly. They are actually the same as Luhu. They are also looking forward to seeing what changes will happen to Gojo Naruto's Zampakudo after 9 years of slumber. Inside the Kara, Gojo Naruto held the handles of his 2 Zanpakudo and looked at Gojo Satoru helplessly. He didn't expect that his cheap brother was even more anxious than himself. But come to think of it, Gojo Satoru is currently the only person besides Tenzin who knows that his Zanpakudo can still be used. He naturally foresaw what the real feast he had prepared was. Old buddy, let's see how you perform this time. Gojo Ming muttered to himself in his heart. The previous binding and breaking techniques had already disrupted the structure of the cursed energy in Sukuna's fingers. If Sukuna's finger were to face the attacks of Gojo Satoru, Geto, Suguru, and Yeri Shoko again, the damage it would sustain and the effect it would cause would definitely be doubled compared to before. This means that Sukuna's fingers have been subjected to a large amount of debuff under the attacks of the spirit particles of binding and breaking. Next, it's time for the real main C to attack, right? Satoru, it seems that you still weren't convinced last time. Then, let me show you the true power of a Zanpakudo. Gojo Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and even though he was wearing special sunglasses, the audience around him seemed to be able to feel the sharpness in Gojo Ming's eyes. At this moment, they finally realized why Gojo Satoru said that. At this moment, they realized that Gojo Naruto was really serious now. Gojo Naruto slowly drew out his Zampakudo Sodi Shirayuki. The blade was still as plain and simple as ever, and was no different from the Zanpakudo in the hands of Gojo Satoru, Geto Suguru, Yeri Shoko, and Kuruki Yuki. However, no one dares to underestimate this seemingly ordinary Zanpakudo. Gojo Naruto is the creator of Zanpakudo, and his Zanpakudo is extremely powerful. Especially those old people who knew Gojo Naruto 9 years ago. They knew that Gojo Naruto mastered the ultimate secret of Zanpakudo Bankai. However, they have more complicated emotions in their hearts. Zen and Fan. Impossible. Gojo Naruto can't still use his Zanpakudo. If he could, why didn't Gojo Naruto use his Sodi no Shirayuki in the previous battle? Gojo Ming. Is Gojo Naruto pretending? But what's the point? What can Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto achieve by acting like this? Can they destroy Sukuna's fingers like this? It's ridiculous. Yagyu Seimin. Is Master Gojo Naruto finally going to use his Zanpakudo? Sodi no Shirayuki, I can finally see your Bankai state again. Master Gojo Naruto, I am really sorry to disappoint you. 9 years have passed, and I have not been able to help Nika complete her Bankai. Kujuki Yuki. As expected, Naruto is finally going to use his Zanpakudo. Sodi no Shirayuki and Ryujin Jaka are Naruto's real trump cards. It's a pity that my snake tail pill has not yet completed its Bankai. Otherwise, I would be able to help Naruto better, right? Mei, I wonder what Gojo Naruto's Zanpakudo looks like. If Gojo Naruto could still forge Zanpakudo now, how much would a Zanpakudo sell for? Well, think about it. I'm afraid no special curse tool can compare to Zanpakudo, right? Iori Yudaheim. Perhaps Zanpakudo should be enshrined in shrine? It is not something that ordinary people should master. Sekiguchi Seiji. The scene of Ryujin Jaka killing Rainbow Dragon in 1 second 9 years ago is still vivid in my mind. Now, can I see the might of Gojo Naru's Zanpakudo again? After 9 years, is Gojo Naru's Zanpakudo still as sharp as it was 9 years ago? Yaga Mazamichi. Gojo Naruto's Zanpakudo, which is capable of creating miracles, is synonymous with a miracle 9 years ago. Now, Gojo Naruto has pulled out his Zanpakudo. Perhaps this is another miracle? Ryomen Sukuna's fingers may not be able to withstand the power of his Zanpakudo, right? The audience at the scene had different thoughts in their hearts, but they were generally divided into 2 camps: support and opposition camps. The audience who watched Curse Corpse through the second live stream were more united in their hearts. They hoped that Gojo Naruto can really destroy the finger of the Curse King. They were all relatively ordinary sorcerers who had endured too many attacks from cursed spirits in this world of sorcery, and too many of their fellow sorcerers had died at the hands of the curse. If Gojo Naruto could truly destroy Ryomen Sukuna's fingers, then it would be great for them. This means that the power of the curse is being reduced. Especially Nanami Kento. He actually has no sense of belonging to the profession of sorcerer. He just wants to be an ordinary professional worker who would be willing to linger on the brink of death fighting cursed spirits every day. As for the Yagyu family and the Yeri family, who were originally standing in the Gojo family's camp, the 2 family heads were more hopeful that Gojo Naru would show the power of 9 years ago. Everyone is looking forward to Gojo Naruto being able to unleash his Zanpakudo, completely dispel all the public opinions in the world of curse arts, and once again enhance the power of the Gojo family. In this way, the 2 families that stand firmly on the side of the Gojo family will also be able to gain more benefits. The Gojo family eats meat, and they drink soup. This is the truly correct way. As for the main live stream, many senior executives of the General Directorate, direct associates of the Zen Temple, and Kamo names had complicated expressions. Their thoughts are not too simple. Gojo Naruto has now drawn out his Zanpakudo, which means that Gojo Naruto will definitely use the power of Zanpakudo next. As long as the Zanpakudo is released, The view previously promoted by the general manager's office that Gojo Naru collected Sukuna's fingers in order to repair his Zampakudo will be directly overturned. The Gojo family's reputation, which had been suppressed, will definitely see a rebound. The most important thing is that they are now a little uncertain in their hearts. Can Gojo Naruto's Zanpakudo really destroy Ryomen Sukuna's fingers? If it was at the beginning, they might have thought that even if Gojo Naruto could really use his Zampakudo, he would be helpless against the two-faced Sukuna's hard fingers. However, after experiencing the appetizers prepared by the Gojo Satoru trio and seeing with my own eyes the two feasts prepared by Gojo Naruto, now, looking at Sukuna's charred fingers, all the senior officers in the Directorate General's department were at a loss. In the director's office meeting room, Cadet Suguyagyu's expression was full of amusement. As a representative elected by the Gojo family, Cadet Suguyagyu's position was very clear. Before, because Gojo Naruto had not appeared for a long time, his position in the General Directorate was being marginalized. But things are different now. The others were in a much heavier mood than him. As a first-class sorcerer, Yagyu Hidetsugu's strength is much stronger than other high-level ones. Hidetsugu Yagyu was disdainful of this meaningless general directorate. This kind of corrupt organization will only lead the entire world of spells astray. This time, he could take advantage of the opportunity of Gojo Naru destroying the two-men Sukuna fingers to clean up the entire general directorate again. Whoever organized and spread the information about Gojo Naru and Sukuna's finger before will be held accountable for their previous actions after this incident. In this way, their camp's voice in the Incantation Association's directorate will become even stronger. As for Itadori Kaori, who was far away in Shikoku, her attention was now focused on Gojo Naru. She also wanted to know, in the past 9 years, whether Gojo Naruto could still control his Zampakudo as freely as before. Can Gojo Naruto still use his Bankai that can resist his own domain? Sukuna's finger, I'm sorry, it may only be the victim of this incident. There was a mysterious look in Itadori Kaori's beautiful eyes. She had already started thinking about how to deal with Gojo Naruto next. Now Gojo Naru has mastered that mysterious and strange curse. If, coupled with his intact Zampakudo and his fully repaired body, he can still use it, Itadori Kaori thinks that Gojo Naruto would be a very troublesome existence. If, 9 years ago, Itadori Kaori still had the confidence that she could kill Gojo Naruto in a one-on-one match. Well, now, Itadori Kaori no longer has any confidence. After 9 years, her strength has not actually improved much. She only hopes that Gojo Naru's 9 years of sleep have brought him more negative effects. Otherwise, in her future plans, Gojo Naru might be the most difficult mountain to climb over. In the realm of subduing demons and controlling chefs, Ryomen Sukuna's expression had lost its previous calmness, and his brows were now furrowed. Originally, he thought that Yeri Shoko's attempt was the best. For the first time in history, his fingers had been slightly injured. But now, his finger was injured even more seriously than before. So, is there a method that is more powerful than before? Or is it because of that Gojo Naruto? Are the sorcerers of this era so creative? Ryomen Sukuna supported his chin, thinking about the current situation. His fingers, which had been intact for thousands of years, had been eroded so many times in such a short period of time. Although it was not fatal, it still made him very unhappy. Now, the erosion of the fingers has stopped, but Sukuna's brows still haven't relaxed. For some reason, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. It seems that this is not over yet. Will there be any other means next? Ryomen Sukuna didn't know why such thoughts came into his mind, but whenever he thought of Gojo Naru's name and his previous battle with Gojo Naru, he felt that Gojo Naru was definitely not a simple person. If he had not been fully prepared, would this young man really have tried this? Moreover, the extent of the erosion of his fingers was getting worse and worse. The most crucial thing is that before, they only had one finger, but now 6 fingers simultaneously sent messages of erosion, including the one that was slightly damaged before. What does this mean? Obviously, these 6 fingers are being attacked and eroded by the same force. In this case, it means that these 6 fingers were deliberately collected by someone, and an attack was launched on these fingers. There is no doubt that all this is inseparable from Gojo Naruto. What does Gojo Naruto want to do? Ryomen Sukuna had guessed in his mind before. He thought Gojo Naruto wanted to use the power in his fingers more. He understood this kind of thing. But his previous thought was that Gojo Naruto didn't want to be affected by him, and then he would be able to control the cursed power in his fingers more independently. This is what many talented people think after obtaining their own fingers. After all, no one would be willing to be his own puppet. But now, Ryomen Sukuna's thoughts were suppressed by him. He suddenly realized that what the outside world was doing now might not be to use the power in his fingers. He realized that now that all 6 of his fingers were affected at the same time, it was very likely that the outside world wanted to destroy his dead wax at the same time. The moment this thought appeared in Sukuna's mind, it could not be shaken off. If it was before he met Gojo Naruto, Ryomen Sukuna would have sneered at such a ridiculous view. However, after Gojo Naruto appeared, he realized that this kind of thing might really be what Gojo Naruto, this magical existence, was thinking. Want to destroy my fingers to reduce my strength? Haha, Gojo Naruto, I would like to see the backup plan you have prepared for me. My dead wax is not so easy to destroy. Now 6 fingers are damaged. You have already used a lot of strength, right? Don't waste your energy. A hint of anticipation emerged in Ryomen Sukuna's heart. He was looking forward to seeing Gojo Naruto being defeated in front of his fingers. He wanted to see what Gojo Ming, who was constantly reminded by Nozomi, could do about his dead wax. Ryomen Sukuna has absolute confidence in his own strength and the strength of his dead wax. This is definitely not something that Gojo Naruto can destroy. Unfortunately, Ryomen Sukuna, who was in the realm of consciousness, did not have the opportunity to watch the second live stream and did not know what was happening in the real world. If he could see Gojo Naruto's current state and the attack methods currently used by Gojo Naruto, I wonder if this former Curse King would still be able to remain calm. Perhaps it is because he really does not know what is happening at the moment that Sukuna has this inexplicable sense of anticipation in his heart. After all, the ignorant are the most fearless. Even the former cursed king Ryomen Sukuna, who could only exist in the realm of consciousness at this moment, was just an ignorant person compared to Gojo Naruto. Dance now, Snow White. As Gojo Naruto began to sing and speak, Zenitsu's body trembled, and the memories of 9 years ago began to attack him again. At the same time, Shinsuke Zenin of the Zenin family looked at the images projected by the live broadcast of the cursed skeleton, and his expression became a little ugly. Once upon a time, he lost to Gojo Naruto and was defeated by Sodi Shiryuki twice, and even lost the confidence to become stronger. If it weren't for Gojo Naruto sleeping for 9 years, allowing him to slowly recover from the setback, he might have really been ruined. But even so, he still had a shadow over Sodi, no Shiryuki of Gojo Naruto. After all, anyone who has experienced being attacked by Sodi Shiryuki, Uebai, and Baidao would not be able to ignore the fear that Sodi Shiryuki brings. Shinsuke, calm down. You are now a first-class sorcerer. You will no longer lose to Gojo Naruto like before. You are the future of the Zenin family now. You can't be distracted. The majestic voice of Zenyuan Zibrin sounded, and the panic in Jiang, Zenyuan Shinji's heart was slightly dispelled. However, Zanpakudo was also somewhat helpless in his heart, and what he said to Zen and Shinsuke was actually just words of comfort. In his opinion, Zen and Shinsuke could no longer match the curse called Hado that Gojo Naruto just used. Although Zen and Shinsuke's life technique is a variation of shadow magic, it is really no match for Gojo Naruto's endless mysterious abilities. Zen Temple Zibrin was filled with emotion. At this moment, a thought emerged in his mind. It would be nice if Gojo Naruto could just sleep forever. Naturally, the Zen and Fan at the Jujutsu High School also shared the same idea as Zen and Nabido and Zen and Shinsuke. Because he was at the scene, Zen and Shan could feel the pressure brought by Sodi Shiryuki more clearly. When Gojo Naruto said the first words of Sodi no Shiryuki, the air inside the entire Kuruma suddenly dropped. The audience at the scene, No matter they were as strong as special grade sorcerers like Jujutsu, or special grade sorcerers like Jujutsu or people like Zen and Fan and Gojo Ming who were sent by the general manager's office to make up the numbers, their bodies trembled subconsciously. All eyes were attracted by the pure, white, samurai sword with a thin white ribbon in Gojo Naruto's hand. This is Sodi Shirayuki. This is what Sodi Shirayuki really looks like. Zen and Osamu's face was full of dejection. He didn't expect that after 9 years, Gojo Naru could still complete the shurikai of his Zampakudo so easily. He didn't expect that after 9 years of practice, Shio Shirayuki's chill was still so bone-chilling, even worse than before. How did Gojo Naruto do it? Zen and Fan was unwilling to believe it. Even after seeing Gojo Naruto was still able to use the power of his Zampakudo, he was still hypnotizing himself in his heart. Even if Gojo Naruto can release his Zampakudo, what can it do? Sukuna is the king of curses. How can his fingers be cut off by the Zampakudo forged by Gojo Naruto? Zen and Fan didn't react at all. He had already brainwashed himself with this sentence not long ago when Gojo Naru used the ghost way. Now, he was just in a numb state, just subconsciously opposing Gojo Naru just for the sake of opposing. On the other side of the Zen Temple fan, the eyes of Gojo Satoru's trio, Kujuku Yuki's trio, and the Tokyo Jujutsu High School's teacher and principal were all brightened. Gojo Satoru's trio, plus Kujuku Yuki, had not seen Sodi no Shirayuki's appearance for 9 years. When they saw Sodi no Shirayuki, who possessed the reputation of being the most beautiful Zampakudo, again, the four of them felt extremely happy. After all, beautiful things seem to be hard to resist for both men and women. Women like Mei Mei and Iori Yudaheim, who had never seen Sodi Shirayuki before, were attracted by her beauty and seemed a little dazed. Even Mei didn't have any thoughts about the value of Sodi no Shirayuki at this moment. She was only thinking about whether the sword could belong to her. Iori Yudaheim, on the other hand, thinks that this Zampakudo should really be enshrined in a shrine. Such a beautiful Zampakudo should definitely belong to a woman, rather than being in the hands of Gojo Naruto for use in battle. Although Gojo Naruto is also very handsome, and his temperament matches well with Sodi no Shirayuki and, as for the two men, Sekiguchi Seiji and Yaga Mazamichi, they were more concerned about the impact of Sodi no Shirayuki on the surrounding environment. Now, Sodi no Shirayuki is only in Bankai, but she has already changed the temperature inside the entire Jiku. What if Sodi no Shirayuki activates the technique later? They are unimaginable. Moreover, according to their understanding, Gojo Naru Sodi Shirayuki is able to complete Bankai. Her current shurikai is already so powerful. It is really hard for them to imagine that when she truly completes Bankai, this will be a possibility. Everyone is waiting to see how Gojo Naruto will use Sodi no Shirayuki. Should he use the first dance, Moon White, or the second dance, White Rhyme, or the third dance, White Sword, which is mysterious and only known to the Zen family? Compared with Zen and Shinsuke, who had personally experienced being pierced by a white sword, Zen and Naohito knew that Sodi no Shirayuki in the shurikai state still had several other techniques. Many people have never even heard of these techniques. The only person who had experienced the entire Sodi no Shirayuki technique completely was when he controlled Kaori Itadori's body to snatch the noose of Gojo Naru Ryu Jinjaka. As for the Bankai Hakuka Kazakura that Gojo Naru used, the extremely cold attack was still fresh in Nozomi's memory, even after 9 years. Although he would feel regret from time to time, wondering if he had persisted a little longer, he would have been able to eliminate the threat of Gojo Naruto and snatch the Zampakudo Ryu Jinjaka. However, in the subsequent review process, Shusuo felt that escaping at the time was definitely his wisest choice. Under that kind of Bankai attack, if I were a little slower, I might have been frozen by Baek Saifa's attack. Even if he didn't die under Baisha's punishment, the few people in the Zen temple outside the barrier would be enough to break through the barrier and kill him. Now, Gojo Naruto should also want to use Sodi no Shirayuki's Bankai Hakakaka penalty to target Ryomen Sukuna's fingers, right? A smile appeared on Itadori Kaori's face. The dead wax of Ryomen Sukuna is different from his own body. Such a body cannot be matched by the fragile human body. My current body of Itadori Kaori would be afraid of the extreme cold of Baisha penalty, but the dead wax of Ryomen Sukuna would not. Gojo Naru's plan is doomed to fail. He admitted that the Baisha penalty was very strong, but Gojo Ming's efforts would ultimately be in vain. Holding the pure white Sodi no Shiryuki, Gojo Naruto waved it gently, and the tip of the Zampakudo swept around the stone platform where Sukuna's fingers were placed, drawing a circle. Following Sodi no Shiryuki's move, everyone subconsciously took a step back. No one was standing in the circle of Sodi no Shiryuki, and the power of ice was gathering inside the circle. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that Gojo Naruto had used Sodi no Shiryuki to release the corresponding technique. First dance, Moonlight. A sudden burst of cold air emerged from the circle drawn by Sodi no Shiryuki, forming a cylinder that completely covered Sukuna's 6 fingers. Then, he raised the Soden Shiryuki high and placed it horizontally at eye level and murmured, "The second dance, White Ripples." I saw that the Zampakudo in Gojo Naruto's hand gushed out a huge amount of snow waterfall, which madly washed the fingers of Ryomen Sukuna. The huge amount of frost power continued to emerge in the light circle drawn by Uebai, making everyone around subconsciously shrink their necks. If they had not left the aperture just now, at this moment, under the influence of Ubai and by Lien, they would definitely be frozen into ice sculptures, right? Next, should I use the white sword? Zen and Shinsuke looked at the live broadcast with a sinister look. He had once been defeated by Gojo Naru's unexpected white sword. The extreme coldness and the sudden lengthening of the blade caught people off guard. Zen and Naobi was thinking, what will Gojo Naru do next? From the current point of view, Gojo Naru is not strong enough to destroy Sukuna's finger. He admitted that Sodi no Shiryuki's technique was very powerful, but it was still not good enough in front of the Curse King, right? However, when he saw Zen and Fan trembling beside him, he realized that his eyes seemed to have deceived him. In this short period of time, Gojo Ming did not only release the 2 techniques of Uebai and Balian. If it were just these 2 techniques, they shouldn't be enough to make sorcerers like Zenin, Osamu, and Gojo Satoru shiver with cold. Obviously, between these 2 techniques, Gojo Ming mixed in other techniques that he had once told him about. 18 degrees below zero. 50 degrees below zero. Absolute zero. Zen Temple Zipperin murmured in a low voice. Now, in that moon-white circle of light, Gojo Naruto has probably released absolute zero, right? Absolute zero. Zenin Shinsuke frowned, his expression full of confusion. He had no idea what the 3 words the patriarch had just said meant. What is 18 degrees? What is 50 degrees? What is absolute zero? Facing Zenin Shinsuke's question, Zen and Naobi sighed and said with a serious expression, Shinsuke, according to your understanding, how many techniques does Gojo Naruto's Sodi no Shiryuki possess? How many? Zen and Shinsuke didn't understand what the patriarch meant by the question. Aren't there only 3 types? Oh no, there are 4 types, and there's also that mysterious Bankai. Zen and Shinsuke expressed his own understanding. He believed that regarding the Zampakudo of Sodi no Shiryuki, he, as an opponent who had fought against Gojo Naruto twice, should have the most say. However, he did not expect that his confident answer would be met with a sigh from the Zen Temple's direct visitors. Shinsuke, Zampakudo is not as simple as you think. Sodi no Shiryuki also has more than just the techniques you have seen. Zen and Nabito's answer made Zen and Shinsuke feel uncomfortable, as he was obviously the one with the most say in this matter. But then his whole body froze, and he looked at Zen Temple Zibberin in disbelief. Could it be? Patriarch, you just... Zen and Naobi nodded. The 3 words I just said not only represent temperature, but also represent the other 3 techniques of Sodi no Shiryuki. Now, Gojo Naruto should have released absolute zero. You could take a closer look at Ryomen Sukuna's fingers. Zen and Naohito's words shocked Zen and Shinsuke greatly, But he had no time to think as his attention was already attracted by Sukuna's fingers on the picture. What is going on? In front of everyone, a layer of frost formed on the surface of Sukuna's finger, and the entire finger changed from the previous dark red to a frozen blue-purple color. What is happening? This is the dead wax of Ryuman Sukuna. It was already dead, so why does it appear to be frozen to death, as if it were alive? In addition to Zen and Naobi, other audience members at the scene also noticed the changes in Sukuna's fingers and were shocked. Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes was rapidly analyzing the current situation, and his entire brain was in a state of high load. He is also a person who refuses to admit defeat, and he is unwilling to lose to his younger brother without any clear reason. The structure of the cursed energy in Sukuna's fingers has become disrupted. Gojo Satoru's words were a bit nonsensical, but they were surrounded by the elites of the entire sorcery world. Even Zen and Fan and Gojo Ming were at least first-level sorcerers, so they could naturally understand the meaning of Gojo Satoru's words. The structure of the cursed power is disrupted. How could such a thing happen to Sukuna's dead wax? This kind of thing sounds incredible. The strength of a cursed spirit depends on the amount of its own curse power. This is one factor. Another aspect is the cursed power structure of each cursed spirit. When the cursed power structure of the cursed spirit is stable enough, even if the curse power is not as high as the opponent's, it can still achieve a counterattack. In other words, the stability of the cursed power structure is equal to the purity of the curse power. This is why the death wax of the Curse King Ryuman Sukuna has never been destroyed. The fundamental reason is that Sukuna's cursed power structure is too stable and cannot be shaken by current sorcerers. Now, Gojo Naruto has shaken Sukuna's cursed power structure. What does this mean? No one at the scene thought that Gojo Satoru was lying, because it made no sense, and they also truly felt the change in the state of Sukuna's fingers. Gojo Ming was so terrifying that he could actually do something that no one had ever been able to do. If that's all, it's still not enough to achieve the goal. At this moment, Gojo Satoru has taken off his sunglasses and stared at the 6 fingers of the 2 Sukuna. The movement of the magic power in the sky has been stimulated to the highest level by him. As long as there is any change in the structure of the magic power in Sukuna's fingers, it will not escape his eyes. However, he could clearly sense that Sukuna's structure was still stable, and such a shake was not enough to cause it to collapse. If this continues, Sukuna's fingers will soon adapt to the absolute 0 degree used by Gojo Naruto. Hearing Gojo Satoru's words, Zen and Fan and Gojo Ming's expressions lit up, and their bodies, which had been infected by Sodi Shiryuki's coldness, instantly felt warm. Having just heard that the cursed power structure of Sukuna's finger was shaken, Zen and Osamu still wondered whether Gojo Naruto could really destroy Sukuna's finger. Now that he heard Gojo Satoru say this, he finally felt relieved. Originally, Sukuna is the king of curses. How could Gojo Naru really shake the curse structure of Sukuna's fingers? This state is probably the limit of Gojo Naruto, right? Zen and Fan had completely lost his ability to think at this time. He didn't realize that Gojo Naruto hadn't even released Shiryuki's Bankai at this time. At this moment, Kajuku Yuki, Gojo Satoru, and others were waiting for Gojo Naru's Bankai. In this case, they could also realize that only the Hakuxia penalty after Bankai could cause fatal damage to Ryuman Sukuna's fingers. Don't be too anxious. Gojo Ming smiled calmly. Since the structure of Sukuna's finger curse power had changed, he was no longer unbreakable. However, since Gojo Satoru urged him, Gojo Ming was not going to waste any more time. He had almost achieved his goal, and he was well aware of Sukuna's strength. There was no point in continuing. Bankai, by Xiao punishment. Gojo Ming calmly shouted out the 3 words by Xiao penalty. The moment the voice fell, everyone in the entire Jiku shuddered subconsciously. They only felt the temperature in the air drop instantly. At the same time, in just a blink of an eye, Gojo Ming within the barrier completely changed into another appearance. At this time, Gojo Naru's clothes turned completely white, as if the whole person was covered with a layer of frost. The originally pure, white Sodi Shiryuki also turned transparent, like a transparent ice blade. By Xiao penalty, this is by Xiao penalty. Jujo Yuki stared with her eyes wide open. She was also a witness to Baisha's punishment last time, but because of the barrier of the noose, she didn't see it very clearly that time. So this is what it looks like. This is the white cloud penalty after Bankai. Now my 6 eyes can finally analyze the difference between Bankai and Shurkai. Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes widened, filled with excitement. This was the only Bankai in the world, and he absolutely could not miss it. There are other people who possess Zampakudo who share the same sentiment as Gojo Satoru. Yuki Kujuku, Geto Kagome, Yuri Shoko, and Yagu Seiman at the scene. Currently watching the live broadcast are Zen and Shinji, Okatsu Yudo, and Gojo Shinichi. They didn't dare to blink for fear of missing something. Although, they all knew that even if Gojo Naruto completed Bankai in front of them, it would not change the fact that they were unable to Bankai their Zanpakudo. However, if there is a glimmer of hope, they also hope to fight for it. In particular, the power of the white cloud penalty after Bankai in Gojo Naruto's hands was too astonishing. Throughout the entire Tokyo High School's Forbidden Storehouse, crystals were condensing out of thin air. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Gojo Ming changed his posture and raised the bike Saifa in his hand to the sky. The towering icicles rose up, and the light blue icicles supported a huge disc. Under this disc, the ice and snow in the sky rushed towards Sukuna's fingers. Under the influence of the surging blue crystalline ice and snow, everyone on the scene showed panic on their faces. Under the attack of Bankai's Sodi Shiryuki, they felt that they would be submerged by the crystalline ice and snow in the next second, and they would be frozen into ice sculptures in the next second. Is this the power of Bankai? Is this the kind of chill that cuts off life? It's so scary. Just one glance at it, and it feels like the soul is about to be frozen. Chan Yuan Shan's body was shaking constantly, and he wanted to run away, but the coldness that was infecting his body made it impossible for him to move. Kumo Mingza, who was weaker than him, was even worse off. He had become numb and didn't know how to deal with it. The person who was most shocked by this scene was not the audience, but Itadori Kaori, who was watching the live broadcast through the live broadcast of Juhai and Shikoku. As expected, he used Bankai again. As the only person who has experienced true Bankai, Itadori Kaori knows very well how powerful Sodi Shiryuki becomes after attaining Bankai. And this scene is what she is most looking forward to today. She has been following this live broadcast just to see whether Ryumin Sukuna's fingers can still withstand the Bankai. The dead wax of the two-sided Sukuna is harder, or is it that Gojo Naruto's mysterious Zampakudo is more powerful? Itadori Kaori's face was full of anticipation. The outcome of this incident was related to the implementation of his future plans. At this moment, in the Hongxing Palace, Tian Yuan stared at Gojo Ming's true display of the power of Baishao punishment, his eyes filled with surprise and relief. If Gojo Naruto's Zanpakudo is really that powerful, then the 9 years she spent working with Urizuya Lu were not wasted. If the power after Urizuya Lu Bankai is close to the power of Baixia Fa, then this kind of power can indeed support itself to complete the fusion of other things. Yes, Tian Yuan actually already had an idea in his mind. Water drops can wear away a stone. During these 9 long years, Tian Yuan and Urizuya Lu had actually developed a vague connection, but she was never able to take that final step. However, she did understand the ability of the Urizuya Lu, and Urizuya Lu could indeed help her. The ability of Urizuya Lu is indeed fusion. Gojo Naru, if Urizuya's Bankai still takes a long time, then I may not be able to hold on for that long. Tinyuan's expression returned to calm. She was still staring at the live broadcast. She was expecting Gojo Naru's Bankai to be able to crush Ryumin Sukuna's fingers. The surroundings of Jiku are completely covered by ice crystals. At this moment, the Tokyo Jujutsu High School seemed like a palace of ice and snow, and everyone on the scene was in a daze. This freezing palace of ice and snow was filled with a lifeless silence. Sukuna's fingers were obviously the dead wax, but at this moment, Sukuna's fingers seemed to be truly in a death prison of ice and snow. Sukuna's fingers probably can't hold out any longer, right? This thought came to everyone's mind. Even Zen and Fan was no exception. No one thought that Ryomen Sukuna's fingers could remain intact in this Bankai state. After all, the power of this Bankai is indeed too strong. Perhaps, if Ryomen Sukuna is still alive, he might be able to compete with this Bankai. As the blue crystal snow disappeared, the audience on site and online immediately turned their eyes to where Sukuna's finger had been placed. The two kinds of binding methods that originally bound Sukuna's fingers, the rope and the breaking wheel, have been destroyed under the power of Bankai. However, without the restraint of the bondage, Sukuna's 6 fingers did not separate, but remained tightly together, as if they were glued together. However, the on-site personnel did not pay any attention to the cause of the adhesion. They were now even more surprised in their hearts, because, now, Sukuna's fingers were still the same as before, except that the color became more blue, and the appearance did not change at all. The extremely powerful and terrifying Baisha penalty attack just now was not as damaging as the one caused by Urizuya before. Everyone felt something was wrong, especially the people standing at the scene. They felt the true power of Bankai face to face. Such power should not only lead to such a result. Could it be that Sukuna's fingers have their own resistance to the power of frost? Itadori Kaori frowned slightly. She didn't know what happened. In her opinion, this Bankai should be the strongest attack in Gojo Naruto's hands. If Bankai can't destroy Sukuna's fingers, she really can't figure out what other methods Gojo Naruto can use. Could it be that Gojo Naruto was not sleeping during these 9 years, but was researching some new abilities? However, this shouldn't be the case. Itadori Kaori always feels like something else is going to happen. In the Hongxing Palace, Tianyuan looked at the state of Sukuna's fingers. His expression was still very calm. He didn't say a word, but picked up the Urizuya again. Avoid inside the warehouse. Did Gojo Naru fail? The principal of the technical high school, Sekiguchi Sakiji, looked at Yaga Mazamichi with a depressed expression. In his opinion, this was already Gojo Naru's trump card. If this still doesn't work to destroy Sukuna's finger, then this is really going to be difficult. Yaga Mazamichi narrowed his eyes, frowned slightly, and shook his head. He didn't think Gojo Naru would do anything without confidence. However, the reality is just as Sekiguchi Kiyoshi said, Gojo Naru seems to have failed. Seeing this situation, and seeing that Sekiguchi Sakiji and Yaga Mazamichi both had doubts about this matter, Gojo Ming and Zen and Fan, who were sitting opposite them, breathed a sigh of relief. Although they have been slapped in the face countless times by Gojo Naruto in this matter, they now think that they should not be slapped in the face again, right? After all, the reality is like this. Under this attack, Sukuna's fingers were still not destroyed. However, this time, Zenyuan Shan did not rush to say anything. He cast his gaze on Gojo Satoru. The opinions of everyone present were not as important as Gojo Satoru's. After all, the man in front of him was not only Gojo Naru's twin brother, but also had 6 eyes. This pair of 6 eyes can see much more than them. Every failure makes one wiser. This time, before getting the 5 points of enlightenment, Zenyuan Shan decided to just keep quiet. After all, the attack from Baisha Fa just now really overturned his imagination completely, and made him truly witness the power of Zanpakudo's Bankai. He had to handle this ultimate Zampakudo technique with great care. Otherwise, if he made a casual mockery, he would not only bring shame to the Zen and family, but would also make himself a laughing stock in the entire curse world. Zen and Shan stared at Gojo Satoru secretly. When he saw surprise on Gojo Satoru's face, he felt more confident. The structure of the curse power in Sukuna's fingers has actually started to stabilize, and the previous collapse rhythm has been stopped. What's going on? The pupils of Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes kept shrinking. Why didn't the Bankai after Bankai destroy Ryomen Sukuna's fingers? but also allowed Sukuna's fingers to stabilize his own cursed power structure. What's the reason? Gojo Satoru frowned, his face full of confusion and shock. If Bankai was unable to destroy Sukuna's finger, wouldn't his brother be embarrassed in front of everyone? He looked at Gojo Ming, who was holding the Bankai and whose entire image was beginning to recover, and his heart was filled with worry. However, Urizuya and Yuki were not affected by Gojo Satoru's words. The two women's expressions were full of trust in Gojo Naruto. They believed that Gojo Naruto was definitely capable of destroying Sukuna's fingers. This is not blindness, but what Gojo Ming did 9 years ago proved that he would never give up easily. Inside the House of Everything, Zen, Temple, Shinji, Okatsu visitors, and Luhu were also staring at the projected images intently. "Boss, does it look like you're having some trouble right now?" Okatsu Yurin drooped his eyebrows and expressed his regret, but his tone did not show any concern. Upon hearing this, Chan Yuan Shinner curled his lips and continued, "Trust Ming, he must have his own ideas. We are not at the scene, and we don't know the specific situation. Although that brat Gojo Satoru has 6 eyes, he can't understand everything. If he really gave up so easily, then he wouldn't be Gojo Naruto anymore." Zen and Shinji has the same trust in Gojo Naruto, even more so than Yuki and Urizuya, two women who have some kind of ambiguous relationship with Gojo Naruto. "Oh, I have no doubt about that. The boss is the boss after all. How could he be at his wit's end? But that is the dead wax of the Curse King after all." Okatsu tourist showed off a Huxia idiom he learned during his last mission in Chinatown. He was also very confident in Gojo Naruto, but he still felt that he should give face to the Curse King Ryman Sukuna. After all, this Sukuna dead wax has proven difficult to destroy over thousands of years. If Gojo Naruto's White Cloud punishment was unable to destroy Sukuna's death wax, this is actually understandable, isn't it? After all, Gojo Naruto is only about 16 years old now. Isn't it putting too much pressure on the Jujutsu world to expect a 16-year-old to do everything? So what about the Curse King's death wax? It's just Sodi no Shirayuki's Bankai right now, and Gojo Naruto's Ryujin hasn't been used yet. Luhu's eyes were no longer focused on Sukuna's fingers. His gaze was now fixed on the other Zampakudo on Gojo Naruto's waist. He had a hunch that Ryujin was the biggest trump card to destroy both Sukuna's fingers. Whether it was the binding technique that bound the fingers, or the breaking technique that looked very gorgeous, or even the Baishiao punishment that seemed enough to kill his special grade cursed spirit instantly. These are just appetizers, just the beginning. Everything Gojo Naruto did was to pave the way for the appearance of Ryujin. As Rohu expressed his thoughts, Zen and Shinner and Okatsu Yurin were stunned for a moment. They did not expect that at this moment, Rohu was still so reluctant to let go of Ryujin. Ubao, you think it's too simple. Okatsu explained to Luhu in a see-through tone. You don't have a Zampakudo, so naturally you don't know the difference between Shurikai and Bankai. The difference in power between Shurikai and Bankai is worlds apart. The power after Sodi no Shirayuki's Bankai must be stronger than Ryujin world. According to what Ming said when he came back last time, during these 9 years of sleep, he had no chance to develop his Zampakudo, so Ryujin still remained in the Shurikai state. So, how can Ryujin and Shurikai compare to Hakakagaku and Bankai? Okatsu tourists have already made their final decision and started to refute Luhu's point of view. Under normal circumstances, Luhu would definitely not argue with the chattering Okatsu visitors. However, this time, when it comes to Ryujin, he is absolutely unwilling to back down. Okatsu, don't act like you know everything. The boss's Bankai was the only one who saw her at the scene. You haven't even completed your own Shurikai yet. Do you think your knowledge of Zampakudo is any better than mine? Luhu had a look of disdain on his face and was mocking the Okatsu tourists. Okatsu was immediately hit on the pain point. Indeed, he was the only one among all the Zampakudo borrowers who had not yet completed the Shurikai. Although no Sai is very strong, but if his Zampakudo cannot even perform Shurikai. Is that his own problem? After all, the others have all completed their initial release. Okatsu visitors were speechless. However, if he knew that the master Tenzin, who is revered by the world of sorcery, has not yet completed his Shurikai, would he feel more balanced? My Yesai has special abilities. This is what he looks like after his Shurikai. So, Yesai doesn't have Shurikai, and you don't understand at all. There were some inconsistencies in what Okatsu said, which made Luhu too lazy to find words to refute Okatsu. After all, Okatsu and himself were both half-baked in the field of Zampakudo, so he had no right to discuss the difference between Zanpakudo's Shurikai and Bankai. So Luhu directly turned his attention to Zen and Fan, the person who had spent the longest time with Gojo Naruto and was not a member of the Gojo family. He was the person who possessed the only pair of double swords, Hanaten Kayakatsu. Luhu wanted to know Zen and Fan's answer. Seeing this, Okatsu also shifted his gaze. He felt that there was nothing wrong with his theory. Moreover, this was what Gojo Naruto himself said. Bankai was the true form of Zampakudo. So how could Shurikai be more powerful than Bankai? Shinji, tell me, is it true that Ryujin Jaka's Shurikai is more powerful than Sodi no Shirayuki's Bankai? When Zen and Shinji heard this question, his expression suddenly became serious, and he suddenly recalled what Gojo Ming had said to him. If Ryujin Jaka can use Bankai, then no one in this world should be my opponent. Even if it's you, Shiru. At first, I was very disdainful of it, and thought that Ryujin Jaka was nothing. Later, after truly witnessing the terrifying technique of Ryujin Jaka, he realized that what Gojo Naruto said seemed to be true. Although Sodi no Shirayuki and Ryujin Jaka are both Zanpakudo, in fact, the strength of each Zanpakudo is different. This can be seen from the process of Gojo Naruto forging his Zanpakudo. Senbenzakura and her own Hanaten Kayagaku are obviously stronger than Kaio Museum and Tsuha. And what about Ryujin Jaka? Others may not know, but Zen and Jiner knows how much effort Gojo Naruto put into forging the Zanpakudo. Even the Kumo family's forging master died because of a bet caused by this Ryujin Jaka. Moreover, when Gojo Naruto was forging his Zanpakudo, he spent the most time on Ryujin Jaka. Sure enough, Ryujin Jaka is the most powerful Zanpakudo. What Luhu said is correct. Zanpakudo Ryujin Jaka may be Ming's biggest trump card. Zenyuan Shina looked at Gojo Ming in the picture and nodded to Luhu. It seems that Ming's control over Ryujin Jaka has improved a bit. Although Ryujin Jaka is probably still in its Shurikai state, it is after all the Zanpakudo that Ming himself recognizes as having the most powerful attack power. The Okatsu visitors were stunned by Zen and Shinner's approval of Luhu's opinion, while Luhu raised his chin proudly, feeling proud of his intuition. When was Ryujin Jaka recognized by the old man as the Zanpakudo with the strongest attack power? Okatsu tourists have never heard of this statement. Zen and Shinner raised his eyebrows. Didn't I mention this before? Maybe after Gojo Naruto fell asleep, we had less communication about Zanpakudo. Zenyuan Shinner spread his hands and gave a brief explanation. You have seen it yourself before. Lord Tenzin spent a lot of energy in the Hongxing Palace to help Gojo Naruto master the power of his Zanpakudo. And you two are the most direct participants, aren't you? That's why Luhu has such a deep obsession with Ryujin Jaka. Having said that, Zen and Shinji stood up, drew his Zanpakudo from his waist, and completed the Shurikai in an instant. Huatian Quangu's pair of swords appeared in Chanyuan Shinner's hands. Xiaowan Xiaogu also told me that Ryujin Jaka is different from them. The Okatsu visitors fell silent, while Luhu's eyes were full of anticipation. What will this final trump card that Gojo Naruto has hidden until now look like? Can this Ryujin Jaka, the Zanpakudo that makes its grand finale, destroy Ryomen Sukuna's fingers? Luhu, this special grade cursed spirit, one of the 4 great natural disasters, has completely lost the recognition of Sukuna's strength in the original work. He had already submitted to Ryujin Jaka from the bottom of his heart. and was strongly convinced that Ryujin Jaka would definitely be able to destroy the two-faced Sukuna's fingers. Is it time to end it? That's enough. After Zen and Osamu confirmed that Gojo Satoru already suspected Gojo Naru, he took a step forward. As expected, Ryumen Sukuna did not disappoint them and was not destroyed by Gojo Naru. However, what made Zen and Osamu a little unhappy was that Gojo Naru showed his power to the entire sorcery world through this incident. The power of the Zampakudo actually didn't disappear. In this case, the news from the General Directorate would be self-defeating. The Gojo family secretly collected the two-faced Sukuna fingers, not for Gojo Naruto's Zanpakudo. He was already very upset that he had not been able to lower the prestige of the Gojo family. Fortunately, his failure to destroy Sukuna's finger would not boost the tyranny of the Gojo family. Fortunately, this live broadcast is only for the top leaders in the world of curse arts. Although Gojo Naruto is very powerful, his influence should not expand too much. When the time comes, the General Directorate will suppress this news and not make it too clear, so that Gojo Naruto will not become uncontrollable. At this time, Zen and Shan was already thinking about continuing to suppress Gojo Naru after the matter was over. What he didn't know was that, because of the emergence of the second live stream, many sorcerers in the entire sorcery world had witnessed the power of Baixia Fa with their own eyes and had a new understanding of the Zampakudo that had disappeared for 9 years. It's time to end it. As the representative of the General Administration, Chan Yuan Shan was ready to announce the end of this incident. Gojo Ming breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he could finally leave Jiku. This period of time had completely overturned his cognition. He had realized how insignificant he was in front of Gojo Ming, so he hoped to escape as soon as possible. As one of the 3 members of the General Manager's Department, Yagyu Seimin looked very depressed. He didn't want this matter to end like this. After all, Master Gojo Naruto had not yet completed his mission goal this time. However, the other 2 people in the General Directorate did not agree with him, so his opposition was completely useless. Yagyu Seimin shook his head helplessly and could only choose to accept this fact silently. But when Zen and Shan was about to speak, Gojo Ming turned his head and looked at him silently. At this moment, the icy robe on Gojo Ming's body had not completely faded, and this one glance made Zen Yuan Shan's entire body stiffen. What a cold gaze! It was like the polar ice and snow that had lasted for thousands of years, seeming to freeze my soul. The azure blue 6 eyes in Gojo Naruto's eyes, the white eyelashes that are like mist and frost, and the light mist coming out of the thin lips that are slightly opened. All this made Chan Yuan Shan unable to open his mouth. He was frozen and shocked by Gojo Naruto's gaze, and he could no longer control his body. This scene was seen completely by the audience and all the people watching the live broadcast. That's a member of the General Directorate. He couldn't move under Gojo Naru's gaze. I remember that was the Zen and Fan from the Zen and family. A first-level sorcerer was so embarrassed in front of Gojo Naruto. Gojo Naruto's level seems to have reached at least a special grade sorcerer. Zen and Osamu, a first-grade sorcerer, really has no ability to resist a special grade sorcerer. When Gojo Naruto used Heido before, his strength was probably already at level 1. Now with his Zampakudo, well, I think Kujuku Yuki is probably no match for Gojo Naruto. Kujuku Yuki-sama and Gojo Naruto-sama are not in an antagonistic relationship. There is still an ambiguous relationship between them. Maybe a special couple can appear in the whole world of magic. All over Japan, people were discussing the issue of Gojo Naru's strength, and Zen and Shan's action, just now, directly became the talk of the town among the sorcerers. Zen and Shan was not only unable to suppress the reputation of the Gojo family through this incident. Instead, through his own performance, the reputation of the Zenyuan family has declined a lot. On the contrary, the representative of the Kumo family, who had been standing aside and spoke very little, did not bring bad luck to the Kumo family because of his low presence. Even now, many people have not recognized this person as Gojo Ming from the Kumo family. As the icy and gorgeous clothes on Gojo Naruto's body faded away, Zen and Fan finally broke free from the restraint of Gojo Naruto's eyes. Realizing that his ugly behavior had just been seen by others, Zen and Shan's expression became very ferocious. He felt that Gojo Naruto was targeting him and deliberately made him look bad in front of the live broadcast of Juhai. Gojo Naru, it's over. Everything is over. You failed. Sukuna's fingers are indestructible. Sukuna is invincible. Zenyuan Shan shouted this out of control. Everyone at the scene frowned. Even Gojo Ming, who was standing in the same camp as Zenyuan Shan, subconsciously took a few steps to the side. They never expected that Chanyuan Shan would say such a thing. Although the purpose of the general manager's office is indeed not to want Gojo Naru to destroy Sukuna's finger, but this kind of thing can be tacitly understood by everyone. How can it be said that Sukuna is invincible? The audience watching the live broadcast became even more disgusted with the Zen Temple fan. They don't know what the directorate's arrangements are. Since they are sorcerers, then curses are their enemies. As the king of curses, Ryomen Sukuna is an invincible existence. Isn't this a shame for them, sorcerers? Why would Zenyuan fans say this so proudly? This person's 3 views are problematic. This idea emerged in the minds of many viewers who watched the second live stream. They were originally just laughing at Chanyuan Shan, but now they felt a little disgusted with this middle-aged man. Gojo Naruto is handsome and powerful. Zenyuan Fan has a mean and aggressive face, but his strength is not strong enough. With such a comparison, basically most people will stand on Gojo Naru's side. After all, Gojo Naruto has basically not said any nonsense until now, and everything he has done is to work hard to destroy Sukuna's finger. At this moment, Jujutsu's expression turned cold, and he looked towards Zenyuan Shan. Is Sukuna invincible? That was 1,000 years ago. Are you still using Sukuna's words to talk about it now? Is this still the position of a sorcerer? She has always been in Kyoto and doesn't really care about the conflicts between the big 3 sorcerer families. In her opinion, as long as Gojo Naru successfully wakes up, then everything will not be a big problem. And if Gojo Naruto had never awakened, then even if the Gojo family really fell into decline and really lost to the combination of Kumo and Zenin, then it would be only natural. This means that Gojo Naru, as this generation's 6 eyes godson and this generation's master of unlimited techniques, is unable to support the family strength. However, if the Zenin family were to engage in Sukuna worship so unscrupulously, then this would be something that Kujuki Yuki could never accept. She is a top-grade sorcerer in Neon. She may not care about conflicts between families, but she cannot accept sorcerers having problems with their stance. As the pressure from Jujutsu emerged, Zen and Shan felt a strong pressure. He was very bitter inside. When he shouted that sentence just now, he felt that he was wrong and should never have said that. However, words once spoken are like water spilled. There is no way to take them back. Now, he could only silently endure the pressure from Jujutsu and think about how to save the situation. If my reputation is damaged again because of this incident, then it will be even more impossible for me to compete for the position of the head of the Chanyuan family in the future. However, both Kujuki and Zenin Oji seem to have forgotten that this incident had a protagonist, and the only protagonist. That is Gojo Naru. The core of this incident is also very simple, which is to destroy Ryomen Sukuna's 6 fingers. In Gojo Ming's eyes, what Zen and Shan did was just that of a clown, and his words only made Gojo Ming feel annoying. Clang! The sound of the Zampakudo being sheathed was heard, attracting everyone's attention once again. Gojo Naruto should have given up, right? When Chanyuan Shan saw this action, this thought came to his mind. But the next second, his eyes widened again. After returning his Zampakudo to its sheath, Gojo Naruto's right hand, which was holding the handle of Sodi no Shirayuki, was placed on another Zampakudo. What's the meaning? Gojo Ming is still unwilling to give up? Zen and Shan is a little at a loss. He has always known that Gojo Naruto has 2 Zanpakudo, but he and Okatsuyuto have the same idea. What a Bankai Zanpakudo can't do, can Shirkai's Zampakudo accomplish? Under the gaze of everyone, Gojo Ming slowly pulled out the shallow strike. Old buddy, long time no see. For 9 years, the Zanpakudo Ryujinjaka had been dormant. Even after Gojo Naruto woke up, he never had the chance to use Ryujinjaka. Now, it's time for Ryujinjaka to appear. Ryujinjaka is the last dish that Gojo Naruto prepared for Ryomen Sukuna's 6 fingers. This is also the reason why Gojo Naruto is confident that he can destroy Sukuna's fingers. Everything in the universe is reduced to ashes. Gojo Naruto recited the first words of Ryujinjaka. At this moment, everyone realized that Gojo Naruto had not given up. Luhu, here it comes. Ryujinjaka is finally going to show his flames once again. Gojo Satoru. As expected, Naruto still trusts this Zampakudo the most, right? Even though he doesn't have Bankai, it seems that Naruto still entrusted the most difficult task to Ryujinjaka. Jujutsu. Ryujinjaka's power should be similar to that of Hakakagaku after Bankai, and the power after Shirkai is similar to that of Bankai, which is enough to prove that Ryujinjaka is powerful. But is this really useful for Sukuna's finger? Yaga Mazamichi. Is this the Zanpakudo that killed the special grade cursed spirit rainbow dragon in 1 second 9 years ago? Although that scene was shocking, it doesn't seem to be much different from the white cloud penalty just now. At most, it's just a difference in attributes. Tenzin. Ryujinjaka. Ryujinjaka. Gojo Naruto's Zampakudo decides everything. Come, let me see the real power of Ryujinjaka. Whether it's Rainbow Dragon or Rokuro, they're still too weak for your Ryujinjaka. As expected, your Zanpakudo with the strongest attack power should be verified by the Curse King, Ryomen Sukuna. Geto Suguru. Flame-type Zanpakudo, Gojo Naruto, I believe in you. Although I don't really like getting along with you, I believe you have the ability to destroy Sukuna's finger. I can feel the trembling of Kizunamaru. Itadori Kori, no Suk. Here I am, as expected. Gojo Naruto-kun, you really have your own trump card. As expected, 9 years ago, when you went to Kuribo Hero Shrine, Tenzin helped you do some things, allowing you to master the power of Ryujinjaka, right? Come on, Naruto-kun, let me see the true power of Ryujinjaka. Let me see if my attack 9 years ago was worth it. In the entire world of curse arts, anyone who knows about the existence of Ryujinjaka is paying close attention to Gojo Naruto's Zanpakudo. This Zanpakudo can be considered the first time that it has truly appeared in the eyes of the sorcery world. Everything in the universe is reduced to ashes. The flowing blade is like fire. Gojo Ming held the dark purple hilt of the sword with his hands and his eyes slightly closed. The castle is on fire. The Ryujinjaka instantly spurted out a violent flame, and this scene gave the crowd watching the scene a strong sense of déjà vu. It was very similar to the snow waterfall attack that Baishafa had just released, except that one was ice and snow, while the other turned into fire. Moreover, the fire pressure brought by this flowing blade like fire is very similar to the ice and snow pressure by Saifa. Is this just the power of Shirkai? Everyone at the scene who had not seen Chunwei's face widened their eyes. As for Gojo Satoru and his companions, they had seen this move before in Hongxing Palace, so their expressions were able to remain calm. However, they all felt that the city flames released by Gojo Ming this time were very different from those 9 years ago, and their power was much higher than that 9 years ago. This also means that although Gojo Ming has been asleep for 9 years, his strength has not stagnated as they imagined. Gojo Naruto's Zampakudo has become so powerful, and he also has complicated mysterious spells like Bindo and Heido. Now, even Yuki Kyuju, who is a top-grade sorcerer, acknowledges in his heart that Naruto Gojo's strength is far beyond his own. Even if the General Directorate disagrees, she will use her own way to make Gojo Naruto the second top-grade sorcerer in the sorcery world. As the flames from his city walls burned, they rolled back. The Jiku, which was like a palace of ice a second ago, suddenly turned into a hell of fire. The entire wall, covered with ice, began to be covered with flames. The most crucial thing is that the extremely hard wall of the high-tech library actually began to crack under the burning flames of Luren Ruahua. This is the wall of Jiku. The most solid place in the entire Tokyo Jujutsu High School is probably the Jikoku. Even if the special grade sorcerer Jujuyuki wants to break the Jikoku of the high school, it is impossible. At this moment, the wall that the special grade sorcerer could not break was actually cracked by the burning of Gojo Naruto's blade. When extreme fire meets extreme ice, can this be the result? Gojo Satoru muttered to himself. His 6 eyes widened as he looked around, his heart filled with shock beyond words. As for the others, after experiencing the extremes of ice and fire, their hearts were completely conquered by Gojo Naruto's Zampakudo. Those who had once understood Zanpakudo and knew the difference between Shurikai and Bankai all began to doubt themselves at this moment. Okatsu visitors were silent. The performance of Ryujin Jaka proved that Rokugo and Zen and Shinji were right. Ryujin Jaka is indeed the most special Zanpakudo and deserves to be treated so seriously by Lord Tenzin and Gojo Naruto. It turns out that the strength of Ryujin Jaka in its Shurikai state is not inferior to the Bankai of other Zampakudo. Baisya Fa is very strong, but Ryujin Jaka seems to be even more powerful. At this moment, Okatsu Yudo's heart is filled with anticipation for Ryujin Jaka. Ryujin Jaka's Shurikai is already so shocking. So what about its Bankai? What will the state of Ryujin Wakaka Bankai look like? And what kind of power will it have? This time, can Sukuna's fingers force out Ryujin Jaka's Bankai? Although it is known that Gojo Naruto has not yet mastered Ryujin Jaka's Bankai, Okatsu Yudo still has a hope that he can see this scene. At this time, Luhu's face was full of excitement. The castle is on fire. The castle is on fire. This move was exactly the one that Gojo Ming had used in front of them in Hongxing Palace. It was also because of the extreme fire of this move that Luhu completely surrendered to Ryujin Jaka. Sukuna's fingers can't resist the burning of Ryujin Jaka. Under the flames of Ryujin Jaka, even the Curse King will be burned to ashes. Luhu's expression at this moment can be described as Neon's unique facial expression, and his admiration for Ryujin Jaka can be described as faith. Zenyuan Shunner nodded silently. His best friend successfully survived these 9 years. In the eyes of others, Gojo Naruto may have wasted 9 years, but in his opinion, Gojo Naruto must have gained something in those 9 years. Gojo Naruto was able to destroy Ryomen Sukuna's fingers thanks to this Ryujin Jaka. Zenyuan Shinner's heart became even more determined. Compared to the 3 people in the Urizuya who were full of positive emotions, Noso, who was far away in Shikoku, had a rather ugly expression on his face. He had thought that Ryujin Jaka would be extremely powerful. Otherwise, he would not have suddenly wanted to snatch this Zampakudo. However, he had not imagined that the power of this Zampakudo was so strong that in the state of Shurikai, it was already comparable to the Hakuzuka of Bankai. The Bankai's Baikaifa was the one that made him feel a sense of crisis at the beginning. Now, Ryujin Jaka also has such a level, so doesn't it mean that Ryujin Jaka is even stronger? If Ryujin Jaka is really able to complete Bankai by Gojo Naruto, then doesn't it mean that Ryujin Jaka's Bankai may directly pose a fatal threat to herself? Muso didn't expect that what he had been looking forward to was not only the Ryujin Jaka that could deal a fatal blow to Rhyme and Sukuna, but also the Zampakudo that would make him feel full of crisis. Itadori Kaori's body is no match for Gojo Naruto. I have to think about what to do next. Najuo's expression was slightly wrinkled, and the stitches on his forehead seemed like they would break at any time. There is no doubt that Gojo Naruto is his enemy. Ever since Gojo Naruto appeared, Nozomi felt that his plans were not going smoothly. Of course, this also has a lot to do with the fact that he suddenly showed up to snatch the Zampakudo. However, the arrangements made by Gojo Ming during his sleep made him feel that they were very targeted. Collect Sukuna's fingers and destroy Sukuna's fingers. This kind of thing is too targeted. What did Gojo Naruto foresee that led him to make such a choice? Ryomen Sukuna has existed for such a long time. The dead wax of Ryomen Sukuna has been sealed in this world for so long. Why would Gojo Naruto be interested in it? Moreover, he would rather choose to withstand the pressure from the Director General Department to destroy Sukuna's finger, even though his true strength was exposed during the live broadcast. Suso couldn't figure out this kind of thing, but he could make one thing clear, that Gojo Naruto was hostile to Ryomen Sukuna. In this case, the noose is understood. I must communicate well with Ryomen Sukuna and stand on a united front. Sukuna may still have some pride in his heart. However, now, Sukuna is just a spiritual and conscious existence, and has no ability to act on his own. Once Gojo Naruto truly destroys Ryomen Sukuna's fingers this time, Ryomen Sukuna's mental consciousness will definitely be shaken. In this case, it can actually further promote their cooperative relationship. The noose pulled the corner of his mouth. In today's Neon, there is no other force besides him that can help Ryomen Sukuna collect the remaining fingers. Luasua blinked and looked at the picture projected by the live broadcast of the cursed skeleton again. Everything about that burning ice and snow palace was so weird. However, Ryomen Sukuna's fingers were still being burned at this moment. Even under the influence of Bike Saifa and Ryujin Jaka, Sukuna's fingers still remained firm, as expected of the cursed king from 1,000 years ago. However, no matter whether it was the audience at the scene or watching the live broadcast, they all had this thought in their hearts. It will be destroyed. Sukuna's fingers will be destroyed. Even Nose, who was in the same camp as Sukuna, was no exception. Everyone could sense that Sukuna's fingers were already at the end of their strength. Under this kind of attack, Sukuna's fingers wouldn't last long. Next, all it takes is for Gojo Ming to provide a little power to break the balance, and then everything will be over. With this thought in mind, the audience subconsciously shifted their gaze from Sukuna's fingers to Gojo Naruto. Gojo Naruto, the six-eyed son of God of the Gojo family, the bearer of the sky and curse without any curse power, and the founder of Zampakudo. Looking at this handsome, white-haired young man, everyone realized that Gojo Naruto was the future of the world of sorcery. However, when the flames of the Ryujin Ruka in his hand surged, they seemed to see another side of Gojo Naruto, a god of death illuminated by the flames, like a devil from hell. What will Gojo Naruto do next? Everyone's heart is filled with anticipation. Zen and Fan didn't dare to say the announcement anymore. Sukuna was not invincible. At least his broken fingers were not invincible in front of Gojo Naruto. This Sukuna finger, which has never been destroyed by a sorcerer, may have its record broken today. The 6 fingers of Sukuna, 6 cursed objects that can evolve ordinary cursed spirits into special grade cursed spirits, may be completely destroyed by Gojo Naruto today. As everyone was anxiously waiting, Gojo Naruto, who was like the god of death and hell, made a move that shocked everyone. He actually put the flaming Ryujin Jaka directly into the scabbard. What is happening? Has Gojo Naruto reached his limit? Clearly, there is only one step away from destroying Sukuna's finger. Will Gojo Naruto give up on this last step? While everyone was guessing, Gojo Ming moved again. Returning to the sheath is to leave the body again. Torch! Following Gojo Ming's low shout, the Ryujin Jaka, which had originally extinguished its flame and was sheathed, was pulled out at an extremely fast speed. A graceful and sharp arc was drawn by Ryujin Jaka, and then the finger pointed straight at Ryomen Sukuna. Then, everyone saw flames like shooting stars being thrown out by the flowing blade. Flowing blade? If fire. The moment the meteor-like flame touched Sukuna's fingers, it began to burn fiercely. The fire was not as fierce as the previous fire on the city walls, but its power was even greater. Because, at this moment, Ryomen Sukuna's fingers were like candles, slowly melting under the flame of the pine torch. What does that mean? Sukuna's fingers had completely failed. Under the torches, Sukuna's dead wax will be completely destroyed. At the same time, in the spiritual realm of Fu-Mo Uchuzi, Ryomen Sukuna's face was filled with shock. His 4 eyes instantly widened, and he suddenly stood up from the skeletal throne on top of the pile of bones. Impossible. This is impossible. Sukuna muttered to himself, his eyes subconsciously looking in the direction of Tokyo Jujutsu High School. Although he had no so-called sense of direction in the spiritual world, he could still feel his fingers suffering in that place. Moreover, the most crucial thing is that the power within his fingers is being consumed, and it won't be long before his power will be completely destroyed. Who on earth is that person? Who has such power to destroy my finger? Ryomen Sukuna was extremely shocked. For the first time, he felt that there was actually someone in this world who could pose a threat to him. Originally, he thought that the previous attempts were the limit of human sorcerers. Now, this attack made him realize that the humans in this world actually have other trump cards. At this moment, he had already guessed that it should be the existence of Gojo Ming. And now, he needs to confirm this guess. Ryomen Sukuna raised his right hand slightly, and the lines on his arm slowly lit up. This was an agreement between him and the noose, and he had never thought that one day he would use it on his own initiative. He never thought that one day he would actively pull the noose's consciousness into his own spiritual world. I want to know everything. Ryomen Sukuna's eyes closed slightly, and the entire demon subduing and chef control area fell into silence. At the nose, feeling the call from the two Sukuna, the corners of Nose's mouth slightly raised. Even if you are as proud as you are, under such a deadly threat, you will still choose to cooperate with others, right? The noose allowed Sukuna's power to pull at his soul. He slowly closed his eyes. This was Sukuna calling him actively, and he wanted to slowly experience this feeling. When he finds the trick to this ability, perhaps he will have more opportunities to meet Sukuna in the future. Ryomen Sukuna, this is a very important part of his plan. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the dark area of the demon's subduing and chef controlling area. Hey, Sukuna, it can't be called a long time no see. We just met not long ago. Najuo's expression is full of playfulness. He was now standing on the ground of the demon-subduing chef, looking up at Sukuna, who was sitting on the bone throne, and twisting his neck. The feeling of looking up at people, well, it's really not very comfortable. Nozomi, you have your own source of information in the real world. Tell me, who is destroying my fingers? Sukuna had some guesses in his mind, but he still wanted to get a definite answer from Noso. Who? It's simple. Who are we discussing? Who am I reminding you of? Who is the only one who has frustrated you recently? Noso didn't give a direct answer, but this series of rhetorical questions also gave the answer that Ryomen Sukuna wanted. It's him. Ryomen Sukuna narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the noose. Gojo Naru. Ryomen Sukuna thought of the scene in which he had controlled the cursed spirit to fight against Gojo Naruto, and the scene in which Gojo Naruto, without his Zampakudo, used that mysterious curse to instantly kill the cursed spirit that had the power of one of his fingers. For the first time in my life, I felt a sense of surprise and doubt in my heart. After Gojo Ming appeared, he was full of hostility towards him, as if he were his natural enemy, and had been affecting his heart. Nozomi, how did Gojo Naru destroy my fingers? Although currently inside the Tokyo Jujutsu High School's Forbidden Library, Ryomen Sukuna's fingers have not yet completely melted. However, in Sukuna's eyes, it was a foregone conclusion that his 6 fingers would be completely destroyed. So, he wanted to know more about Gojo Naru. He is in the spiritual world, and his influence on the real world can only be achieved through influencing the cursed spirits that gain power from his fingers. However, this behavior is more of a one-time thing. Just like in the previous battle with Gojo Naruto, he controlled the special grade cursed spirit. However, in fact, even if Gojo Naruto did not use the broken way to kill the cursed spirit instantly, the cursed spirit would still die after the battle, because they're not their own carriers, nor do they have a body to carry their own power. In this case, Sukuna is simply unable to use the bodies of other cursed spirits to do a series of things. But the noose is different. This guy also has his own special powers in the real world, and he will definitely be able to give him a satisfactory answer. However, to Ryomen Sukuna's surprise, Nozomi actually twisted his neck and complained. My neck gets sore if I keep looking up while talking. On the skeletal throne, Sukuna narrowed his 4 eyes and looked down at the news condescendingly, his expression full of amusement. He knew that this was Luo Suo competing with him for the right to speak, and that Luo Suo was also asking for the treatment he deserved. Haha, he didn't expect that it was the sudden appearance of Gojo Naru who gave Nosuke the confidence to negotiate with him. It was an accident. It really was an accident. Did Luo think that he could go against his will just because he had really lost 6 fingers? Sukuna lowered his head and Noso raised his head, and the two of them just stared at each other. After a moment of silence, Suo smiled and said, "My cervical spine is a bit bad. I play with my phone too much. It seems good to raise my head more." The noose gave in at the right time. Now, he and Sukuna should still make a good alliance. They are both cursed spirits and naturally belong to the same camp. Although he also wants to gain more say in front of Sukuna, the pride of the Curse King is still very stubborn. Noso knows what it means to stop. However, what surprised Sakuso was that in the blink of an eye, Sukuna actually jumped down from the skeleton throne in the bone pile and landed directly in front of him. Noso gave in at the right time, and Ryoma and Sukuna also chose to take a step back. The two cursed spirits, who were famous throughout history, chose to give in to each other at this moment. The root of all this, without a doubt, was because of Gojo Naru. Because of this Gojo Naru who suddenly appeared, possessed a Zampakudo, and could even destroy Sukuna's death wax. The two looked at each other, understood each other's positions, and nodded slightly. Nozomi no longer kept the topic in suspense, and began to talk about what Gojo Naru had done in the real world. Is it really Gojo Naruto? So what made my cursed power structure unstable before was the Bindo and Heido used by Gojo Naruto. This power is really special. It is different from the curse power used by other sorcerers. I can sense that it is not curse power, but a brand new power. Otherwise, it would not destroy my curse power so easily, nor would it kill the cursed spirit with the power of one of my fingers so easily. My Bankai Zampakudo by Kagabaku, and my Shurkai Zanpakudo Ryujin Wakabi. So there are differences in strength between Zanpakudo, but that's not a problem. Curses also have differences in strength. If the power of all Zanpakudo is the same, then this cursed tool would be too boring, right? The combination of Bankai's Hakuxia penalty and Shurkai's Zanpakudo Ryujin Jaka can destroy my fingers, causing me to lose the power of 6 fingers at once. Gojo Naruto, I really remember you. Ryoma and Sukuna and Nisoso had an in-depth discussion about the incident of Gojo Naru destroying the live broadcast. At the same time, for the first time, they clearly identified Gojo Naru as their common enemy. Noose, I need you to collect my fingers in the real world to prevent them from being found by Gojo Naruto. Before, Sukuna basically didn't care where his fingers were. Anyway, no matter where they were, his fingers could not be damaged and his strength would not be damaged. But now, after Gojo Naruto opened this gap, Sukuna realized that his existence as a dead wax in the real world was no longer so safe. Especially when Gojo Naruto was targeting his fingers like this, he needed to pay more attention to this and had to protect the safety of his fingers as much as possible. After all, he didn't know why Gojo Naruto was so full of exaggerated malice towards him. It had been sleeping for 9 years, and the cursed spirit that had its own fingers didn't seem to have any special connection with the Gojo family. Therefore, Ryoma and Sukuna could only regard Gojo Naru as his natural enemy, who was naturally hostile to him. He could never have imagined that Gojo Naruto was a time traveler. He did not belong to this world, and the only purpose of targeting him was to prevent this world from getting out of control and to prevent this world from moving towards the world line where Gojo Satoru was cut in half. After listening to Sukuna's words, Kaso nodded. Sukuna, my power in the human world is currently being targeted by the Gojo family. It should also be caused by Gojo Naruto. Although it may be related to my previous attempt to snatch his Ryujin Jaka, I always have a feeling that Gojo Naruto is also targeting me. At first, Muso felt that this premonition was a bit nonsensical and not very reasonable at all. However, until 9 years later, when Gojo Naru woke up and started targeting Ryoma and Sukuna, he felt that his premonition seemed to be correct. Gojo Naruto should know his peculiarity and also know the peculiarity of Ryomen Sukuna. Sukuna paused and took a deep breath. He didn't feel any difficulty in accepting this unexpected disaster that befell him, but he did feel a little irritated. In this kind of matter, if he could come to the world now, then there would be nothing to worry about, and he would just kill everything instantly. However, now, the only one left in the world is Dead Wax. In this situation, Dead Wax can only passively withstand Gojo Naruto's attacks and cannot counterattack Gojo Naruto. As the king of curses, Ryomen Sukuna is confident that he can kill Gojo Naruto. But what about the cursed spirit that has the power of his fingers? Can he guarantee that? After all, the strength of the cursed spirits varies. Facing Gojo Naruto, who possesses 2 Zanpakudo, they are more like noobs. As for whether there are other cursed spirits that can control more of his fingers, Sukuna feels that it is impossible. After all, the power of one of his fingers is enough for a special grade cursed spirit to digest. If it devours more of his fingers, such a cursed spirit will definitely explode and die. Nozomi, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Sukuna understood the meaning of Nozomi's words, frowned, and asked directly. He didn't like calculations and scheming, but that didn't mean he didn't know how to calculate and scheme. If Xiao Suo plays tricks in front of him, he is still very naive. However, from what Nozomi said, it seemed that he had some need for me. What exactly was it? If it was his own finger, in the real world, the power of the noose would be much more useful than his own. He would find his own finger and lend it to the cursed spirit. Naturally, he would be able to mass-produce enough special-grade cursed spirits. Although they are mostly just for show, the strength of the special-grade cursed spirit is extraordinary after all. A cursed spirit that has the power of its own fingers should be enough to surpass the first-grade sorcerer in the world of curses. Apart from this, is there anything else that the lasso needs? What kind of help can I give him in this world? Facing Sukuna's question, Nozomi smiled. I don't need your other help, but I need a very capable subordinate to help me with some things that I can't do in person. Noso's words made Sukuna even more confused. What was the point of telling him such things? He was in the spiritual world now and couldn't find capable subordinates for him. Seeing Sukuna's strange expression, Nozomi didn't keep him in suspense and confessed directly. I have a test subject in my hand. You're familiar with this test subject. He is an old acquaintance of yours. Sukuna narrowed his eyes and stared at Nosuke. Old acquaintance. Yes, Limei. I want Limei to help me. When Nozomi said a name, Ryomen Sukuna in front of him was slightly stunned, and the whole person seemed to be lost in memories. Ram is not dead yet. Ryomen Sukuna looked a little doubtful. Raimai was his most capable subordinate 1,000 years ago. Could he also survive 1,000 years? That shouldn't be the case. According to his memory, Limei shouldn't have this ability. Limei shouldn't be in this era. Nozomi, did you do something to Raimai? Sukuna stared at Noso with a calm expression, but in the field of the demon subduing and cooking master, waves of pressure as sharp as a blade emerged, as if as long as Noso's answer was not to his liking, he would be subject to Sukuna's slashing attack. If Raimai knew that Ryomen Sukuna-sama cared so much about her, maybe she would be so moved that she would cry. Although, she may not be able to cry at all right now. The Nosuke still stood in the same place, without any change due to Sukuna's pressure. Rhyme does still exist in the world, but if you see her again, you may not recognize her. Sukuna, don't worry. I didn't force her, I just gave her a chance to live. However, this process is quite painful. As a result, she seems to be somewhat hostile to me now and is unwilling to believe that I will successfully resurrect you. Although Noso's words were not so straightforward, Sukuna still understood a lot. So, Limei is under your command now? You want Limei to help you? Make her willing to help you. As his most capable secretary and chef, Sukuna highly recognizes his subordinate Raimai. If Raimai were still alive, he would be very happy to meet her. However, is it really just because he is short of manpower that Kojuo wants Limei to help him? I found Limei before and proposed a body transfer technique experiment to her. She chose to cooperate in order to survive and to see you. If you appear in the world again, you will definitely not recognize her. However, because the experiment is too painful, she doesn't trust me very much now. So, I need you to give me a little mark so that I can convince Li Mei. You know Li Mei's strength. So, if Li Mei can cooperate with me, then the process of collecting your fingers will be much easier. The most important thing is that Li Mei now has a human body. It is very convenient for her to move around in the human world. At most, she will be regarded as a cursor. Najuo explained the current situation in Li Mei and spread his hands. So, Master Sukuna, I didn't abuse your good subordinates. Moreover, I also asked for her opinion before the experiment. I didn't expect that this experiment would cause such pain, and even made Li Mei feel afraid of me. Rhyme's fear requires your help, Sukuna-sama. The way Kaso addressed Sukuna sounded a bit weird, but Sukuna didn't bother to dwell on it. As the controller of the experiment, you don't know what kind of pain Li Mei will endure. Li Mei should also realize that cooperating with you is no less than seeking the skin of a tiger. So she is unwilling to cooperate with you, right? Sukuna shook his head, a hint of anticipation appearing on his face. I kind of miss Li Mei's cooking. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and a stream of cursed power shot out towards Anusa's arm. This cursed energy is extremely powerful and bears a distinct mark of Sukuna. If it were an ordinary cursed spirit, it would probably be destroyed directly in the face of this cursed power. However, Nose did not move at all and did not react at all, allowing Ryman Sukuna's cursed power to contaminate his body. This seemingly terrifying cursed power, the moment it touched Nozomi's body, turned into the mark of a four-eyed ghost head, engraved on the back of Nozomi's right hand. This is my proof to you. With this mark, Li Mei will obey you and help you find my finger. However, don't expect this mark to make the insider obey you unconditionally. If she thinks you have done anything bad to me, she will resist you according to her own requirements. This is the authority I grant to Li Mei. Ryomen Sukuna returned to his throne, propped up his chin with one hand, and looked at Nosobo with boredom. Basically, all the affairs of the world that followed would have to be left to Nosobo to arrange. Standing under the bone throne, Nose controlled Itadori Kori's body and swung his right hand, which was engraved with a mark, in frustration. Sukuna, this is too conspicuous. It's hard for me to put on makeup like this. When Sukuna heard this, veins on his forehead throbbed. I didn't see you cover up the stitches on your head. Wouldn't a decent person ask you what's wrong with your head? If you don't care about that, how could you care about an extra mark on your hand? Susuwa curled his lips and said, if it was a more elegant mark, I wouldn't mind it at all. But now you've engraved a mark like this on me. Really, if someone doesn't know me, they would think I'm the big sister of the Japanese underworld. Sukuna really has no energy to complain anymore. Have you become so much of a woman that you've forgotten your original gender? Sukuna wanted to remind Noso, but Noso's answer left him completely speechless. Sukuna, you are obsessed. I'm a woman now, and I'm also a mother. Oh, by the way, Sukuna, my child may have a good relationship with you in the future. The posture of the noose made Ryomen Sukuna feel a chill. I'll leave the affairs of this world to you. You have to find out the real purpose of Gojo Naru as soon as possible. With your current strength, he shouldn't be a threat to you, right? After saying this, Ryomen Sukuna waved his right hand. The whole person's expression suddenly became very complicated. He felt some of his strength disappear. This means that in the present world, Gojo Naruto's Ryujin Jaka and Hakuxiafa have completely destroyed his 6 fingers. It's over, Noose. Afterwards, Loasoa felt an inexplicable attraction, and before he could finish his words, he was driven away from the demon subduing chef's territory. Tokyo Jujutsu High School. The flames brought by the torches burned Sukuna's 6 fingers madly. The 6 fingers were slowly burned and melted, and finally turned into ashes under the burning of the flames. When there is nothing left to burn with the torches, Gojo Ming retracted his Ryujin Jaka and sheathed it once again. All the flames seemed to have life, following the flow of the blade and rushing madly into the scabbard. It's just a blink of an eye. The Ji-Ku, which originally looked like a hell of fire, suddenly returned to its original state. If it weren't for the burn marks left on the walls, everyone at the scene would probably suspect that everything that had just happened inside the Jiku was an illusion. After all, there was nothing left on this stone platform. Did Sukuna's finger get destroyed just like that? Although he had expected this, when he actually saw this scene, Chan Yuan Shan's face was still full of disbelief. This is the recognized king of curses. He was unwilling to believe that Gojo Naruto, at just this age, already possessed the strength to destroy Sukuna's fingers. But facts speak louder than words, don't they? Even though his surname is Zenin and he is on the opposite side of the Gojo family, he cannot change the fact that Gojo Naruto has truly achieved what his predecessors could never do. 5 Ming? Why isn't his last name Zenyuan? Such a rebellious thought actually emerged in Zen and Fan's heart. But Gojo Ming's achievements really made him extremely eager for such a person to be born in the Zen and family, someone who could lead the Zen and family to the top. However, what he could not remember was that a person named Zenyuan Shinner, the carrier of heaven and curse, had left the Zenyuan family. Judging from his current strength, when Zen and Shinji left the Zen and family 9 years ago, he was the strongest person in the world of curse in the true sense. The Zen and family gave birth to a strong man like Zen and Shinner, but he was unable to maintain him well and did not let Zen and Shinner have the slightest sense of belonging. The entire Zen temple was even called a garbage dump by the Zen monks. In this situation, even if Gojo Ming is not named Gojo, but Zen and Ming, what does it matter? He is nothing more than another Zen and Shiru. Jujo Yuki's heart was filled with joy. Didn't other people not believe that Gojo Naru could do it? Sorry, her boyfriend did it, and he accomplished this impossible thing with such a shocking move. Seeing that Kuryuki's eyes were narrowed with laughter, Mei and Iori Yudaheim, on the side, subconsciously nudged Kuryuki with their elbows. Teacher Gyujo, please restrain yourself. Your expression is too unrestrained. Ladies should be restrained. Iori Yudaheim whispered while wearing a Miko costume. Before coming, Jujo Yuki had told them to give her more reminders so that she could maintain the image of a lady in front of Gojo Naru. Therefore, Mei and Iori Yudaheim are not too secretive. Yeah, I know, I will restrain myself. Although Jujo Yuki said this verbally, his behavior did not change at all. He was still smiling, which formed a sharp contrast with Zen and Fan's gloomy and ugly face. After Mei finished giving the tip to Kujuku Yuki, a trace of regret emerged on her face. These were 6 fingers of Sukuna, an extremely rare cursed object in the entire world of sorcery, and yet they were directly destroyed by Gojo Naruto here. What a waste. If she sold these 6 fingers to those curse masters, she wondered how much they could be sold for. If Gojo Ming gave these 6 fingers to her, she could sell them to that group of curse masters first, and then let Gojo Ming snatch them back. In this case, the money from the sales can be split 50-50. If that doesn't work, then 40-60, 30-70, or even 20-80. It's still a way to make money. A big family is a big family. They don't treat money as money at all. What a pity. The onlookers at the Kyoto High School had their own thoughts, while Yoshinobu from Rakaganji, who was far away in Kyoto and was just watching the live broadcast, was extremely shocked. He had imagined that Gojo Naru could damage Sukuna's fingers, but he had never imagined that Gojo Naru could actually destroy Ryomen Sukuna's fingers. Yoshinobu Rakaganji sat in the principal's chair with a dull expression. His stance is different from that of Tokyo High School president Sekiguchi Sakiji. He is a representative of the diehards. Although he is very tactful when it comes to stance, the entire sorcery world knows that he is at odds with the new forces of the General Directorate represented by the Gojo family and Yagyu Hidetsugu. Now, Gojo Naruto truly showed this invincible posture. Lien Temple immediately began to wonder if his position was wrong. At this moment, Yoshinobu of Rakaganji Temple looked much older. Because of the appearance of Gojo Naru, the status of Kyoto Jujutsu High School may once again give way to Tokyo High School. Moreover, it seems that I should also consider a way out in the directorate of the Spell Association. The Urizuya. Luhu was already jumping up with excitement at this moment. As expected, I said, Ryujin Jaka's power is definitely extraordinary. Sukuna's fingers can't be a match for Ryujin Jaka. Okatsu, look. Sukuna's fingers were burned to ashes by the flames of Ryujin Jaka. Luhu was very proud, and his performance of Ryujin Jaka proved that he was right. Ryujin Jaka is just as he said. Its power is greater than Sodi no Shiryuki's. All right. I know Ryujin Jaka is the strongest, and the other Zampakudo are just rubbish, okay? Okatsu Yudo waved his hand in disdain. How could a cursed spirit who didn't even have a Zanpakudo care so much about whose Zanpakudo was stronger or weaker? Oh, that's not right. Luhu only cares about whether Ryujin Jaka is the strongest. However, at this moment, Okatsu Yurin's words seemed to have caused dissatisfaction in Kaiten Kyukatsu. The Kaiten Kyukatsu in Zen and Shinner's hand trembled twice, as if in protest. Of course, Zen and Jiner, who was holding his Zampakudo, knew that this was not Kaiten Kyukatsu's protest that Ryujin Jaka was not the strongest, but a protest against Okatsu Yudo, saying that other Zanpakudo were nothing. Luhu, Ryujin Jaka is very powerful. There's no doubt about that. But you have to say that part of the credit for destroying Sukuna's finger this time also came from Sodi no Shiryuki, right? If it weren't for the power of Sodi no Shiryuki's Bankai, Ryujin Jaka wouldn't be able to use Matsukage to destroy Sukuna's finger, right? Possessing a body bound by heaven and curse, Zenin Shinji's vision is far sharper than that of others. He immediately sees through the fundamental purpose of Gojo Naruto's cross-use of his Zampakudo. Luhu paused and nodded towards Chanyuan Shinner. He did not deny the role of other Zanpakudo. Those words just now were said by Okatsu Yudo and had nothing to do with him. Realizing that Rokugo was no longer arguing about the power of Ryujin Jaka, Zen and Shinner turned to look at Okatsu Yudo. Yurin, I know you have been unable to get over the scourge of the wild sun and have some resentment towards it, but you have to look for the reason within yourself. If you really can't solve the problem of no sai, then consider letting Okatsu Yuda inherit your Zanpakudo. Ming and I talked about no sai before, and he told me that no sai's power is definitely not inferior to Kaiten Kyukatsu. Zen and Shinner's words made Okatsu Yudo shudder. Not inferior to Hwatian Kwangu? Is that really the case? In fact, he has always had a scale in his heart. Before Ryujin Jaka destroyed Sukuna's finger this time, Ryujin Jaka, Hanaten Kyukatsu, and Senbenzakura were all Zanpakudo of the same level in his mind. Now Ryujin Jaka's level has reached the highest level, and he has earned the title of the strongest. Then the ones below that are Kaiten Kyukatsu and Senbenzakura, who are at the same level. Now, Chanyuan Shinner told himself that Yeshai's power was the same as Hwatian Kwangu's. What did this mean? If Chanyuan Shinner was not lying to him, then he really did not have the ability to unleash Yeshai's power. So, what was Gojo Ming thinking when he first exposed himself to the sun? What kind of expectations does Gojo Naru, the real boss of Urizuya, have for me? Okatsu Yudo fell silent. He had not been able to complete the Shurkai of no sai in 9 years. Gojo Naruto must be a little disappointed, right? The Five Family. Haha, as expected. Ming really destroyed Ryumin Sukuna's fingers. Now, I really want to know what the expressions of Zen and Naobi and Kamona are like. Wu Qiao Xiong Yin laughed wildly, and the teacups on the table in front of him were knocked over by his violent movements. Gojo Shinichi beside him had a helpless look on his face, but joy was still hidden between his brows. Young Master Gojo Naruto really did it. He really accomplished what his predecessors could never do. He really destroyed Ryumin Sukuna's fingers. Gojo Shinichi recalled the conflict that he and Gojo Naruto had 9 years ago. At that time, I was still a staunch supporter of the Gemini Curse faction, and I was not convinced by the Gojo family's only forging master, Gojo Takuya, and felt that the cursed tool forger was of no use to the family. If it weren't for that assassination attempt, if Gojo Ming hadn't seized the cursed tool called night condensation, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had a conflict with Gojo Ming at that time. At this moment, Gojo Shinichi felt that everything was the best arrangement of fate. It was because he had asked for the curse tool that he was able to see the Zampakudo Sodi Shiryuki forged by Master Gojo Naruto. It was precisely this conflict that allowed him to obtain his own Zanpakudo Kayamushi by chance. At that time, I was only shocked by the Zampakudo and only regarded it as a special and powerful curse tool. However, at this moment, he has fully realized the rarity of Zampakudo. If it weren't for what happened, even though I'm a first-class sorcerer of the Gojo family, I'm afraid I wouldn't be qualified to get the Zampakudo from Gojo Naruto, right? After all, in the Gojo family, although he is very powerful, there are also sorcerers who are more powerful than him. Master Gojo Ming is the hope of the Gojo family. Gojo Shinichi silently clenched his fists and forcibly suppressed his inner excitement. Master Gojo Naruto was able to destroy the two-faced Sukuna's death wax, which means that he can be called the strongest sorcerer in the entire sorcery world. After witnessing the power of Ryujin Jaka and Hakugasaki with one's own eyes, I believe no one will doubt Gojo Naruto's identity as the strongest sorcerer anymore. Even the special-grade sorcerer Jujutsu would be defeated in the face of Master Gojo Naruto's two Zanpakudos. The Gojo family's twins are not a curse. The two Six Eyes godsons will support the backbone of the Gojo family. Even after 9 years of sleep, Master Gojo Naruto is still the shadow hanging over the entire sorcery world. Zen, temple home. Zen and Nobito sighed, looked at Zenin Shinsuke, who was a little dazed beside him, and shook his head silently. Gojo Naruto actually did it? How was that possible? Zenin Shinsuke widened his eyes. Ever since he obtained Sodi no Shiryuki's Bankai, he had realized that his silent efforts over the past 9 years seemed to have been in vain. After truly witnessing the power of Ryujin Jaka, he even felt that his silent pursuit was a joke. I can't even defeat Sodi no Shiryuki, who is in Bankai duty. How can I defeat Gojo Naruto, who possesses both Sodi no Shiryuki and Ryujin Jaka? Compared to Zenin Shinsuke, who had begun to lose control, Zenin Naohito was much calmer and even looked a little indifferent. When he realized that Gojo Naruto was about to do such a thing, he had actually thought of such an outcome in his mind. It can even be said that as the head of the Zenin family and the person with the highest status in the opposing camp of Gojo Naruto, Zenin Naohito may be the only one who believes that Gojo Naruto can complete this plan. The impression that Gojo Ming left on him 9 years ago was so profound that when the news of Gojo Ming's awakening came, he felt that the situation was hopeless. The Zenin family and the Kamo family joined forces to fight against the Gojo family for 9 years. Even so, the Gojo family still has such power in the world of sorcery, which is enough to show the strength of the Gojo family. The capital that Gojo Ming left to the Gojo family was too strong. In addition, the Gojo family has another Six Eyes godchild as support, so the Zenin family and the Kamo family have no confidence to compete with each other until they have descendants that correspond to the ancestral techniques. Now, it is said that the Kamo family has a descendant who possesses the red blood manipulation technique. But what about the Zenin family? As the inheritor of the Zenin family's ancestral technique of 10 shadow magic, he has not seen any shadow yet. Even if the ancestral techniques of the two families have successors, they still have to pay attention. It takes time for an heir to grow. In the competition with the Gojo family, both families had lost the initiative, and after Gojo Ming awakened, they had basically lost their chance. Unless, through some extraordinary means, the Kamo family. Kaname held her child and murmured to herself, "Shinji, the future of the Kamo family can only rely on you. If Gojo Naruto can do this, I believe he can do it too." At this moment, he has begun to prepare to avoid the important issues and focus on the training of the next generation. As people of the same generation as Gojo Kamain and Zenin Naobi, they have already been eliminated by the times and have to start making way for the birth of a new era. The Yagyu family. Yusuke Yagyu drank proudly by himself. As Gojo Ming woke up, he became more and more satisfied with the decision he had made. Sometimes, just one decision can affect the fate of an entire family. If you really stand on the right spot, even a pig can take off. At the same time, he also recognized Yagyu Hidetsugu's vision even more. If Yagyu Hidetsugu had not helped him make the decision, he would never have made up his mind to exchange the family treasure Suki no Tsurugi for his Zanpakudo. If there were no Tsurugi, the Yagyu family would not have been able to have such a firm stance with the Gojo family. If there was no Tsurugi, the Yagyu family would still be sinking among those small spell-casting families, and there was no way they could become one of the top leaders of the General Directorate. In the future, Hidetsugu is indeed more suitable to be the head of the Yagyu family. Yagyu Yusuker's babbling self-talk. Although, in the Yagyu family, Yagyu Seimin, who possesses the Zampakudo Satoru, is a little more powerful. However, Yagyu Hidetsugu was superior to Yagyu Seimin in terms of insight and decision-making ability. Yusuke Yagyu believes that Hidetsugu Yagyu has the ability to lead the entire Yagyu family on the right path. Yuri's house. Yuri Inami watched excitedly as Gojo Naru destroyed Sukuna's fingers, her heart filled with joy and excitement. He was already shocked to see Shoko was able to cause damage to Sukuna's fingers. Now, Gojo Naru has really achieved something that no one has ever done before, which makes Yuri Inami proud. This is her future son-in-law. Shoko will definitely be with Gojo Naru in the future. At the same time, the Yuri family's position has always been very firm. However, the only thing he was worried about now was the competition between his daughter and Jujo Yuki. 9 years ago, he had already realized that this girl named Kujuka Yuki was a threat, but he did not expect that such a girl would become the only top-grade sorcerer in the sorcery world 9 years later. In terms of strength, there is indeed nothing to say, especially since Jujo Yuki was once an astral plasma body. Yuri Inami frowned. The only thing he was sure of was that Gojo Naruto was not the kind of person who cared much about strength. The reverse curse technique possessed by his daughter Shoko should also be a big plus. Shoko, come on. Get all 5 lives as soon as possible. Nanami Kinto looked at the silence in the picture, and a desire for his Zampakudo emerged in his eyes. If possible, can I own a Zampakudo? He did not expect to own a Zampakudo like Sodi no Shirayuki and Ryujin Jaka. He just wanted to have an ordinary one. This kind of Zampakudo was so handsome that he couldn't resist it at all. Moreover, he was confident in his own strength. If he could possess a Zampakudo, his strength would at least be able to become special grade. He wants to be recognized by Gojo Naruto. He wanted to be the only person in this world who possessed a Zampakudo. At this moment, Nanami Kino made it clear that he wanted to join Tokyo Jujutsu High School. He must become a classmate of Gojo Naruto. This was the only way for him to obtain his Zampakudo. Inside the Hongxing Palace, Tian Yuan had a smile in his eyes, but a hint of loss appeared on his face. With a long lifespan, she has long memories of people and things she has come into contact with. Whether it was the ancestor of the big 3 sorcerer families, Sugawara, no Michizane, or even Nose Rope, she remembered them all in her heart. Ryman Sukuna is also one of her old rivals. Now, the indestructible dead wax of Ryman Sukuna has been truly destroyed in the hands of Gojo Naru, and she must be feeling a little strange in her heart. Will I, who am immortal, be cut off at the hands of Gojo Naruto one day in the future? Tian Yuan gently stroked the rain-dewed pomegranate in her hand and murmured softly. She had no worries in her heart, but there was a hint of relief in her tone. If it really comes to that ending, maybe it wouldn't be a bad thing, right? Tian Yuan stretched, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Gojo Naru, if your Zanpakudo, Amador Jolie, is really useless, then I hope you will destroy me in advance when I begin to lose my self-awareness and rise to another level. It's your choice. You became Xiao Yuji's backer, which made me lose interest in assimilating the star plasma. Then, you naturally have to bear the consequences of my failure to assimilate the star plasma, right? The blade of the Lu Jilu knife reflected Tian Yuan's exquisite and beautiful face, but she didn't know that as a woman, everyone has a love for beauty. She also didn't know if she would be able to maintain her beautiful appearance once she entered the state of evolution. If not, she hoped that she would not turn into an ugly monster. But by that time, perhaps the aesthetic standards will have changed. Tianyuan smiled self-deprecatingly and stopped thinking about these trivial things. Now that Gojo Ming has awakened, I want to see when you will return to Hongxing Palace. The bad temper of Urizuya Lu must have something to do with you as a forger. However, we still have to consider the candidates for the subsequent astral plasma, and we can't put all our hopes on Gojo Naruto. Obviously, before, Tianyuan was still thinking of throwing all the responsibilities to Gojo Naru, but with just a thought, her thoughts changed drastically. Women are really complicated animals. Avoid inside the warehouse. Sekiguchi Sakiji and Yaga Mazamichi have already realized the specialness of Gojo Naru. At this moment, in the eyes of the two, Gojo Ming and the others were completely two different categories. Once upon a time, they thought that Gojo Satoru would be the future of the entire Tokyo Jujutsu High School. Now, in front of Gojo Naru, Gojo Satoru's level seems to be one level lower. As for Gojo Suguru, Yuri Shoko, and others, their level of attention has become even lower. In the eyes of the two, Gojo Naruto definitely has the ability to change the future. In fact, at this moment, Gojo Naruto has already changed the world. If everything goes well, the future principal of our Tokyo Jujutsu High School will definitely be Gojo Naruto, if Gojo Naruto is willing to accept it. Sekiguchi Sakiji whispered about this matter to Yaga Mazamichi. Sekiguchi Sakiji made no secret of who he chose as his successor. Originally, he thought that this person in the future might be Gojo Satoru, but now it seems that Gojo Naruto seems to have more of this temperament. Yaga Mazamichi was not displeased at all when he heard this. Although Gojo Naru is just a high school student at present, as long as Gojo Naru does not encounter any accidents, it is natural for him to become the strongest in the world of curse. Even at this moment, Yaga Mazamichi still had some doubts whether Lord Tenzin was a match for Gojo Naru. If Gojo Naruto could become the principal of Jujutsu High School, then the new blood in the future Jujutsu world would not be suppressed by the top management like it is now. Right? Principal, Gojo Naru must stay in the technical high school. From the perspective of strength and the future of the world of spell arts, we must all pay attention to Gojo Naru. Although Gojo Naru was already very mature 6 years ago, he spent the past 9 years in a deep sleep. I'm afraid Gojo Naru's life is somewhat out of touch with what will be like 9 years later. We at the technical college must pay attention to this and make Gojo Naruto's life at school more satisfying. Sekiguchi Seiji nodded in agreement. At this moment, Gojo Naruto is no longer just a student. He is destined to be the #1 sorcerer in the future. His identity, which can destroy Sukuna's death wax, makes Gojo Naruto become a privileged person without realizing it. No one dared to embarrass a sorcerer who is destined to be the strongest in the future. At this moment, Gojo Satoru, Gojo Suguru, and Yuri Shoko also truly witnessed the reaction between the Zampakudo. The two types of Zampakudo, Sodi no Shirayuki and Ryujin Jaka, can actually unleash such powerful force when they collide. If Ryujin Jaka is in the state of Bankai, what kind of powerful reaction will it be? And if the Zanpakudo in their hands were Bankai, what would their appearance be like? The three of them didn't know, but at this moment, they all hoped to complete their Bankai as soon as possible. Now, the gap between them and Gojo Naruto is so big that if they don't use Bankai, they really don't know how to shorten the gap with Gojo Naruto. Now that Gojo Naruto has the ability to destroy Sukuna's fingers, has Gojo Naruto mastered the essence of the power of Bankai? Satoru, after our Zampakudo Bankai, will its power be like Sodi, no Shirayuki, or Ryujin Jaka? Shioji's expression was a bit complicated. He originally thought that after 9 years of controlling hundreds of cursed spirits, he should be able to easily compete with Gojo Naruto, right? Now it seems that, apart from some powerful first-class cursed spirits and special-class cursed spirits like the Rainbow Dragon, Even if the other cursed spirits form an army, there would only be a matter of Ryujin Jaka or Hakuxia Fa Edao, right? Gojo Satoru curled his lips and shrugged helplessly. Six eyes kept moving around Gojo Naruto and Ryujin Jaka and said, I think we should forget about Ryujin Jaka. Our power is just the same as its Shurkai state compared to Ryujin Jaka. You've also seen that the power of Ryujin Jaka's Shurkai is already similar to Sodi no Shirayuki's Bankai. Therefore, Ryujin Jaka's level is completely different from Sodi no Shirayuki's, and our Zampakudo should be similar to Sodi no Shirayuki's. Gojo Satoru stroked the hilt of the Sodi Shirayuki sword at his waist and smiled. It seems that under Ryujin Jaka, all beings are equal. This is true not only for Ryujin Jaka's enemies, but also for all Zanpakudo. Hearing Gojo Satoru's conclusion, Xiaoyujin nodded silently. Although he did not speak, his inner thoughts were the same as Gojo Satoru's. After witnessing the power of Ryujin Jaka, it was really difficult for him to have any thoughts of resistance. What's more, at this moment, Ryujin Jaka is only at the level of Shurkai, not to mention that Ryujin Jaka is also at the level of Bankai. The current Shurkai was already able to destroy Sukuna's fingers. When he reached the Bankai state, he doubted whether he could burn Ryomen's Sukuna, the Cursed King, to ashes with just one strike. But just as the two fell into silence, Yurishoko's voice suddenly interrupted. The power of a Zampakudo doesn't just rely on might, right? Didn't Gojo Naruto say that before? Each Zanpakudo has different functions, and each has its own division of labor. Just like the Nishizuku in my hand, you can't expect Nishizuku to compete with others in terms of lethality, right? In other words, even if it is a Zanpakudo as powerful as Ryujin Jaka, how can it compare to Nishizuku in terms of healing others? Although Yurishoko was also shocked by Ryujin Jaka, she was not as disappointed as the two people beside her. The two of them are really too competitive, not like her at all. Why must they compete with Gojo Naruto? And if they want to compete, then they can compete. Why should they pin all their hopes on Zanpakudo? Compared to them, Gojo Naru was born with all the deficiencies and did not have any natural techniques. There was already a gap between them. If it weren't for the compensation of that day and the cursed body, Gojo Naruto might have been different from the two in terms of his natural body. Now Gojo Naruto has created Zanpakudo through his own method. This can be regarded as Gojo Naruto's exclusive curse tool. Now, Gojo Naruto is willing to share the power of Zanpakudo with them, which is not too precious to them at all. After being scolded by Yurishoko, Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru suddenly became even more silent. They couldn't even find any reason to refute Shoko. Gojo, you have to know one thing. If you always feel that your Zanpakudo is not as good as others, then have you ever thought that this is a lack of trust in your Zanpakudo? Perhaps this is the root cause of your inability to perform Bankai. Yurishoko's words made Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru tremble. Gojo Satoru is okay. He approves of Senbenzakura and thinks she is a perfect fit for him. However, Geto Shayo was different. He had been getting along with Kizuna Maru for a few years in a dull manner, and just used it as a daily weapon. After all, with the cursed spirit manipulation technique and the special cursed spirit, the opportunities for him to fight in person were much less. Gojo Ming took a deep breath slowly, and the effects of Ryujin Jaka and Hakuxia penalty slowly faded away. This time, in order to destroy Ryomen Sukuna's fingers in the midst of ice and fire, Gojo Ming did not have the patience to wait until the icy power of Baikusayafa was completely dissipated. So, at this moment, the power of ice is still wandering in Gojo Ming's body. Even though he used the power of Ryujin Jaka, the powerful flames burning all around did not allow Gojo Naruto to recover from the cold. Call! Gojo Ming let out a long breath, and waves of icy mist appeared in front of him. Just now, when Ryomen Sukuna's fingers were affected by the power of his Zanpakudo, Gojo Naruto's own body was actually experiencing the same force. If Gojo Naruto didn't have a body like Tion and Jufu, he would probably not be able to stand at this moment. After repeated breathing many times, Gojo Ming finally exhaled the cold air generated by the Bankai in his body. It seems to be going well. I didn't expect Sukuna's fingers to force me to this point. He really deserves to be called the death wax of the Curse King. Gojo Ming looked at the place where Sukuna's fingers were originally placed and shook his head slightly. Destroying Sukuna's 6 fingers is equivalent to reducing part of Sukuna's power. In this case, there is no need for future Sukuna to be so vigilant. In the next period of time, perhaps he should pay more attention to collecting more Sukuna fingers for destruction. As long as all 20 of Sukuna's fingers are destroyed, then there will be no chance for Sukuna to be reincarnated and appear in the world again. Right? Gojo Satoru, my foolish brother, I have done enough for you. Can you please do better in the future? Gojo Ming looked up at Gojo Satoru and felt an inexplicable fatigue in his heart. When Gojo Satoru felt Gojo Naru's gaze, he flashed and came to Gojo Naru's side. Ming, are you okay? Destroying Sukuna's finger must have consumed a huge amount of energy. The power of Bankai and Ryujin is not something that ordinary people can withstand at the same time. I'm fine. Gojo Ming coughed lightly, and some ice crystals mixed with blood were coughed out. Gojo Satoru frowned. It's not a big deal. Ming, you are still a little too eager. You should wait until you have recovered a little time before trying again. Although you succeeded this time, what if you sustained some damage to your body? Gojo Satoru's words made Gojo Ming feel short of breath. Why'd I work so hard? It was all for you, my cheap brother. Now that I've gotten what I want, I am still acting like a good kid. All my efforts have been in vain. However, the moment the thought came to his mind, Gojo Satoru had already turned his head to look at the Zen Temple fan. If we were to divide the entire Jiku into good and bad guys, the representatives of the general manager's office headed by Zen and Sun and Kumo Ming would definitely be the undisputed villains. Even in the eyes of many people watching the live broadcast, Zen and San's words that Sukuna is invincible have already ruined his reputation. It's a pity that Chan Yuan Shan didn't know at this time that the entire incident had been broadcast live. Otherwise, he would definitely not want to stay here and continue to embarrass himself. A big shot from the general office, a big shot from the Zen and family. My brother destroyed all 6 of Sukuna's fingers with his own hands this time. You saw it with your own eyes. So, does the general office still think that our Gojo family collected Sukuna's fingers in order to restore my brother's Zampakudo? Whether Ryujin and Sodi no Shirayuki can be used or not, I believe you have all seen it just now. In this case, shouldn't someone from your general office be held accountable for spreading rumors about Naruto so wantonly? Gojo Satoru is not a person who likes to beat around the bush. Although it has not been made clear who spread the rumor, it is obvious that it will not escape the circle of the general manager department. Moreover, it was very likely that Chan Yuan Shan had done it himself, so he started attacking directly. Gojo Satoru, please stop slandering me. These are just other people's suspicions. We, the General Directorate, are just following the suspicions of the Jujutsu community and coming to witness this scene in person. Zen Yuanshan's face turned red. Gojo Satoru was not wrong in firing the map cannon, and he was indeed the one who led this public opinion. Now that he was slapped in the face like this, he also felt the pain. Besides, this may not be untrue. Who can know that Sukuna's finger that just turned into ashes has truly disappeared? Sukuna's finger just turned into powder, not the cursed power dissipated. What Zen Yuanshan said caused contempt from everyone in the audience. Even Kumo Ming next to him covered his face. You have to stand at attention when you're being beaten. In this case, if we continue to dwell on this topic, wouldn't that give them something to hold against us? Wouldn't that also be an admission of what Gojo Satoru just said, that the general manager department is targeting Gojo Naruto? However, at this moment, Kumo Ming also knew how to protect himself. He stood there silently without saying a word, acting as a follower. Zen Yuanshan was just being stubborn, but he didn't expect that what he just said had been broadcast live to the entire sorcery world by the second live broadcast of Juhai. Nanami Kinto. What on earth is this Zen and Fan? Just as Senior Gojo Satoru said, the Zen and Fan is targeting Senior Gojo Naruto. This is really abominable. What on earth is the General Manager's office for? Many other civilian sorcerers also expressed their indignation. If they had not seen this live broadcast, they would never have thought that the top leaders who ruled the sorcery world were so disgusting. Gojo Naruto destroyed Sukuna's finger, but he is a hero in the world of sorcery. Is this how heroes can be slandered? For a time, most people in the entire sorcery world stood on the side of Gojo Naruto. Inside the Jiku, after hearing what Zen and Fan said, Gojo Satoru had a cold look in his 6 eyes. He instantly disappeared beside Gojo Ming and came in front of Zen and Fan. If you don't want your mouth, I could just cut it off. Gojo Satoru, who always likes to smile, showed his coldness in front of everyone for the first time. The Zampakudo completed its Shurikai in an instant, and thousands of cherry blossom petals rushed towards the Zen and Fan, as if wanting to torture it to death. Gojo Ming wanted to stop it, but he was too weak to do so. However, Jujutsu, who had been paying attention to Gojo Naruto's actions, understood Gojo Naruto's thoughts at the first time. She also appeared beside Shan at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a crisp voice sounded in the Jiku. Roar, snake-tail pill. The moment Kujuki's voice rang out, the Zampakudo on his waist immediately changed shape, and the snake-like blades quickly extended, directly blocking Zen's fan, and began to circle rapidly. The 1,000 cherry blossoms petals of Gojo Satoru were blocked outside by Kujuki's snake-tail pill, making a crisp ding-dang-dang sound. Everyone else at the scene was stunned. They could understand Gojo Satoru's anger at this moment, but they did not expect that Gojo Satoru would directly attack the top leaders of the entire sorcery world. Shan's eyes widened, but he was speechless, because he felt the coldness in Gojo Satoru's eyes. If he continued talking, Gojo Satoru's Senbenzakura might really cut off his tongue. A good man never suffers a loss in front of him. Zen Fan shut up immediately. Fortunately, Kujuki acted quickly. Otherwise, he really would not be able to block Gojo Satoru's Zampakudo. 99 special level. Do you really have to stand in front of me? Gojo Satoru stretched out his right hand, and a blue ball of light condensed. It seemed that he was serious this time. The cursed energy had already gathered at his fingertips, and the technique was ready to be released at any time. At the same time, Jujutsu had released the Huang Luan with his left hand. At the same time, the power of the Star Wrath technique had also been attached to the Huang Luan, and he was carefully dealing with Gojo Satoru. This looks like a battle between the special classes. Jujutsu is a truly top-grade sorcerer. Gojo Satoru is about to become a top-class sorcerer in the future. If we can see the battle between two special-grade sorcerers through this live broadcast, although it is not as exciting as the destruction of Sukuna's finger before, it is also enough to make people excited. But, unfortunately, the two couldn't fight. Gojo Naruto hasn't fainted yet. Satoru, cough cough. Come back. Gojo Ming coughed lightly and nodded to Jujutsu to express his gratitude. If it weren't for Jujutsu's intervention, the Zen and Fan would have been disabled by now. He has not yet figured out how to take over the directorate, and at the moment, he does not have the energy to take over the directorate. He didn't take people like Zen and Fan seriously at all. Rather than dirtying Gojo Satoru's hands, it would be better to wait until the matter was over and let it disappear without anyone noticing. Wouldn't that be better? We won't do things that will cause gossip. Ming! Gojo Satoru called out Gojo Naruto's name unhappily, but eventually he unleashed his Zampakutō Shurikai and returned to Gojo Naruto's side. Ahem! Gojo Ming continued to cough out ice chips, while mobilizing the power of Hui Dao and slowly adjusting his body. This is Master Shanyuanshin. Gojo Ming smiled and uttered a name that he himself couldn't help but call out. Did the Directorate be satisfied with my actions this time? I believe the General Directorate will be satisfied, right? After all, what I do is benefiting the entire magic world. If you're not satisfied, maybe I am really wrong. Gojo Ming deliberately pretended to frown. If I am really wrong, then I should say sorry. Well, but I don't really like to say sorry. If I am really wrong, then I think it would be more in line with the current social values to replace me with a group of directors who think I am right. There was a hint of joking in Gojo Satoru's words, but Zen and Fan and Gojo Ming felt a chill in their hearts. This was a threat from Gojo Ming. If the Director General is not satisfied, then Gojo Naruto will replace a wave of senior executives in the Director General. If it were someone else, they might still find a little unbelievable, but this is Gojo Naruto. It was Gojo Naruto who had been sleeping in the Tenyuan Palace for 9 years and had not been driven away yet. It is Gojo Naruto who forged a Zampakudo, possessed the heaven and curse binding and 6 eyes. It was Gojo Naruto who could destroy the Sukuna death wax that had remained undestroyed for 1,000 years. If they are still so stubborn, perhaps Gojo Naruto will really stop talking nonsense to them. According to Gojo Naruto's current strength, according to the Gojo family's current prestige and influence, and according to the members of Gojo Naruto's current small team, Zen Fan swallowed his saliva, unable to think of any way to turn the tables. As long as Gojo Ming wants to do this, then the senior executives of the General Directorate will really have no strength to fight back. Special Grade Sorcerer Kujuku Yuki. Quasi-Special Grade Sorcerer Gojo Satoru. Not a special grade, but possibly even surpassing the Special Grade Gojo Naruto. The Heaven and Tyrant Zen Temple in the mysterious place of Urizuya is very good. Even the mysterious Special Curse Spirit in the Urizuya. The combined power of all this is enough to plow the General Directorate flat over and over again. Let's go. Go back and report what I said. I don't want to see you again. Gojo Ming shook his head, turned around, and left the high school directly. Gojo Satoru, Geto Suguru, Yuki Kujuku. Most of the people at the scene followed Gojo Naruto and left, leaving only Zen and Osamu and other representatives of the General Administration Department, as well as Yagamazamichi and Sekiguchi Sakiji from Tokyo High Technical School. Well, Zen and Osamu, sir, this is Tokyo Jujutsu High School, our school. You don't want to wait for us to leave Jiku, do you? We still have to clean up the mess. Seeing that Zen and Sun and Gojo Ming had not left yet, Yagamazamichi naturally knew that they wanted to leave quietly. But it's a pity that this is an important place of the college. How can they just let 2 strangers stay here? Hearing Yagamazamichi's mocking name, Zen and Fan glared at Yagamazamichi and left in disgrace with Gojo Ming. This time, the Tokyo Jujutsu High School's proactive Sukuna finger destruction operation has come to an end, and the live broadcast should also be over. Yagamazamichi had just packed up the cursed corpses for the live broadcast and was about to leave when he felt an inexplicable aura of cursed corpses again. What's going on? Is the live broadcast of Cursed Corpse still active? The first thing Yagamazamichi thought of was the first live cursed corpse he had made, which was kept in the taboo library. He hurried to the top of the shelf, where a leaning cursed corpse was silently broadcasting a live broadcast. Everything that had just happened in the Tokyo Jujutsu High School's library was broadcast by this live cursed corpse. This seems to be a bit of a fuss. The angle of this first generation of cursed corpse is very good, except that the picture may be a little old. The whole angle just perfectly captures the scene of how Gojo Naruto destroys Sukuna's finger. Because it was from a high vantage point, the live broadcast of the cursed corpse even looked more imposing. Gojo Naruto, this guy, seems like he can no longer hide from the high school. I never thought that this little brat, Gojo Naruto, could actually do it. How is it possible that he could do that? Zen and Sun and Gojo Ming did not wait for Yaguzaman, who was not in the same camp as them. The 2 of them left Tokyo Jujutsu High School quickly, as if they were running away. Along the way, Zen and Fan kept thinking about Gojo Ming and complaining about Gojo Naruto, and kept giving himself suggestions. However, what made Chanyuan Shan feel something was wrong was that on the way back to the general office, many of the general office's low-level employees looked at him with something strange in their eyes. It's very confusing. There was a kind of disdain and ridicule. What is happening? Zen Temple Fan was completely confused. This had never happened before. Oh, isn't this Master Chanyuan Shan? Master Chan Yuan Shan has finally become famous this time. He met Yagyu Hidetsuga head-on. Before Zen and Shan could speak, he heard Yagyu Hidetsuga using the name that Gojo Naruto had used to address him in the Jiku in a sarcastic tone. Zen and Shan's face turned pale instantly. At the same time, he heard that when Yagyu Hidetsuga called out this name, the general managerial staff around him were actually laughing. Why did these low-level minions react like this? How did they know this name? Could it be that Yagyu Hidetsuga was publicizing his actions in this incident? Facing Zen Yuan Shan's questioning, Yagyu Hidetsuga's mouth corners slightly raised. In the middle of the incident, he had already received a call from the owner of the house and learned about the existence of the second live stream. He didn't care whether this was done intentionally by the high school master or not. At least this was a good thing for Gojo Naruto and the Yagyu family. Master Zen and Shan, I suggest you learn more about the situation. Now, you're a well-known figure in the entire magic world. Who doesn't know that there's a Master Zen and Shan in the Zen and family? Yagyu Hidetsuga laughed, ignored the Zen fan, brushed past it, and went to greet Yagyu Seiman. Gojo Ming, who was standing by, looked at the family information he had received. A look of fear emerged on his face, and he told Chan Yuan Shan the information about the second live stream that he had learned. Fortunately, I didn't say anything nonsense in the technical high school. Otherwise, I and the Gojo family would have become famous in the entire magic world, and it would have been a bad reputation. What? There are other live broadcasts, and they are for the entire magic world. When Chan Yuan Shan heard this, he suddenly felt a surge of blood rushing to his forehead. It's not open to the entire world of curse arts, but because the first generation of live broadcast of Curse Corpses is relatively new, many people have applied to the Curse Arts High School for permission. Well, not everyone has this permission. Shan, you don't have to be too. By the end of what Gojo Ming said, he was a little bit unconvinced. Although it was not 100%, at least 80% of the people in the magic world knew what happened in the Jiku. Now think about it. What Zen Yuan Shan said in Jiku will definitely create a huge wave in the entire world of spells. Damn the high school. Damn the Gojo family. Damn Yagama's Amici. Damn Gojo Naruto. Chan Yuan Shan's face turned red, and his eyes began to become distracted. After muttering a few hateful words, Chan Yuan Shan felt a tightness in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his eyes turned black, and he completely fainted. As a senior member of the Zen and family, this incident with Jiku basically shattered his hope of becoming the head of the Zen and family in the future. He has no reputation anymore. Fan, are you okay? Fan! Gojo Ming's panicked voice rang out inside the general office. The general office staff around were moving around in an orderly manner. No one came forward to check, as if they had no longer seen the Zen fan and Gojo Ming. A strange wave has begun to sweep across the entire directorate. In the college dormitory, Gojo Naruto refused Yorishoko's offer to use the reverse curse technique to repair himself. Although he has not yet mastered the reverse curse technique, he also has the basic skills. The power of Hui Dao is healing his body, and he took this opportunity to feel the operation of Hui Dao. Moreover, he also wanted to quietly observe the changes in his body. This time, the use of spiritual power in ghost arts has once again improved his proficiency in ghost arts, and he has also acquired several new ghost arts. This time, Sukuna's fingers destroyed it very easily. The new ghost way that he had comprehended should not have a low number. The host's proficiency has been improved, and he has successfully comprehended the 63rd Thunder Roar Cannon of the Broken Path, the 73rd Double Lotus Blue Fire Falling of the Broken Path, the 81st Broken Sky of the Binding Path. The system gave out the results of his improved proficiency this time, and Gojo Ming was somewhat surprised. After destroying Sukuna's finger this time, his Keto proficiency not only directly increased to 39%, but he also gained 2 Hado levels above 50. The Thunder Roar Cannon and the Twin Lotus Blue Fire Pendant. These two are considered to be quite powerful in breaking the path in the original plot. Compared with the Red Fire Cannon and Blue Fire Pendant that I had comprehended before, its power has been greatly improved. In this way, your spell combat options will be more diverse. Of course, this is not the most surprising thing about Gojo Naru. What surprised Gojo Ming the most was that this time, he actually realized the broken sky. The number of the binding method is as high as 81. This Duankong is nominally a binding technique, but in fact, from a functional point of view, it can be regarded as a defensive spell. The function of Fudao Duankong is to defend against the broken paths below level 89. According to Gojo Naruto's current understanding, in the entire world of spells, except for the spells of top-level figures like Gojo Satoru, special-grade spell spirits of natural disaster level, and Kyujikayuki, the power of others will basically not exceed the power of the 89th level of Heido. In other words, if one prepares in advance and performs a complete chant of the Duankong, it is sufficient to block the attacks of most sorcerers at present. Even if he finally gave up the chant and released the Duankong, the spells below level 70 would be enough. Dankong, this invisible defensive spell, is Aizen Sosuke's weapon for showing off in the original work. Now that I have gained some understanding, isn't this equivalent to being able to release an unlimited and absolute defense? The harvest this time was really quite great. Looking at his current system panel, Gojo Ming also felt a sense of pleasure. Although the process was quite difficult and basically exhausted all my strength, at least I gained a lot. Duankong, this is really the most satisfying achievement that Gojo Ming has felt so far. Host, Gojo Naru. Age, 15 years old. Zampakudo. Ryujin Wakabi, Shurkai. Sodi Shiryuki, Bankai. Other Zanpakudo detailed display room. Kendo. Proficiency 100%. Boxing. White fight proficiency 100%. Walk. Instant step proficiency 100%. Oni. Kidu proficiency 39%. Ghost path mastery details. The 4th of the binding ways is the rope. The 9th of the binding ways is the wheel collapse. The 81st of the binding ways is the space cut off. The 4th of the breaking path, white thunder. The 11th of the breaking path, lightning and thunder. The 31st of the breaking path, red fire cannon. The 33rd of the breaking path, blue fire drop. The 63rd of the breaking path, thunder roar cannon. The 73rd of the breaking path, double lotus blue fire drop. Basic return. Currently, I have begun to evolve towards a perfect Shinigami. When my proficiency in the way of the ghost has reached 100%, basically in this world, in terms of my Shinigami abilities, my Bankai will only be able to enhance my strength with Ryujin Jaka's Bankai. Of course, he has another channel to improve his tactical diversity. That is to let the person who borrows his sword complete the Bankai. Then, through the reward obtained from Bankai, an ability is randomly drawn from the person who borrowed the sword. But unfortunately, Bankai seems to be too difficult for people in this world. However, Gojo Ming also had some plans in mind. He remembered that he had learned in the original work of Bleach that Urahara Kisuke had created a tool called Shintai in order to quickly break through Bankai. This item can imitate the power of Zampakudo and then help the user perform Bankai. However, he still has no idea how to create a divine body. However, this is also a direction. How to imitate the Zampakudo is the key to Bankai for many people who borrow the sword. Thinking of this, Gojo Ming breathed a sigh of relief. From the current perspective, I have changed the course of this world this time. Through this destructive action of Sukuna's fingers, the spiritual power in his body has been enhanced, and he has begun to slowly master the use of spiritual pressure. In the process of using the Heido, he also tried to integrate spiritual pressure into it. In the Jiku, Zenin's actions are often affected by their own spiritual pressure. However, spiritual power is different from curse power, so they cannot feel the existence of spiritual pressure, and they tend to attribute this mysterious pressure to the power of Zampakudo. At the same time, he also learned a whole new ghost technique and made new breakthroughs in both combat and defense. The most important thing is that he destroyed Sukuna's 6 fingers, which is equivalent to cutting off 3/10 of Sukuna's fingers on both sides. If this trend continues, Sukuna will no longer be as invincible as in the original work. Next, we still have to let the Gojo family and the association step up their tracking of Itadori Kaori. Over the past 9 years, this guy Nawa must have made a lot of backup plans. Gojo Ming's brows furrowed slightly. He has not received any news about brain flower since he woke up. This guy Lhasa is no pushover either. He couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Although Nozomi couldn't obtain Geto Sugiru's power yet, Kaori Itadori and the physical techniques he had previously possessed were also very powerful. The most important thing is, has my appearance changed Nozomi's original plan? Gojo Ming felt that there should be. Because of the attack on herself by Kaso, Kaori Itadori's world line has changed. This time, even if Itadori Yuji is born, he will probably never return to Sendai. This means that the events that occurred in the original work cannot be replicated 100% in this world. The finger in Sendai school has been recovered by the Gojo family, so it is impossible for Itadori Yuji to pick up Sukuna's finger like in the original work. However, Gojo Naruto knew that as long as Yuji was born, he would have a responsibility of becoming Sukuna's container. This is the value of Yuji's birth. Even if there is no way to follow the world line of the original work this time, Brainflower will definitely design other plans. Therefore, attention to the news must be of utmost importance. However, if Luasual wants to complete his plan, Tianyuan is also a key. As long as Tianyuan completes the liberation of Yulu Jolyo, then Luasual should have no chance to control Tianyuan. Gojo Ming's frown slowly relaxed. For the news to control Tianyuan, 2 factors are required. One is that Tianyuan has not assimilated with the astral plasma and has evolved to a higher level, becoming a form similar to a cursed spirit. The second element is that Nozomi obtained Geto Sugiru's curse spirit manipulation technique and gained the power to control cursed spirits. These 2 elements are indispensable. As it stands now, he has already made sufficient preparations, and all the famous and powerful figures in the world of sorcery have been brought into his camp. To complete these 2 elements, it would be a hell-level of difficulty for Nozomi. Moreover, Gojo Naru has confidence in himself. Time is on his side. He believes that his strength will improve faster than Nozomi and Sukuna. As long as he keeps getting stronger, no matter how many plans Nosuke makes, they will all be a joke in front of his Zankinzuki and Zampakudo. Gojo Naruto believed that if Ryujin Jaka completed her Bankai, then everything would really be as Ryujin Jaka's release word said. Everything in the universe is reduced to ashes. Therefore, the most important thing next is still to strengthen one's proficiency in Ryujin Jaka. As for the high school sisterhood that Yagamazamichi had mentioned to him before, Gojo Naruto was a little interested in it. He also wanted to see if there were any other people worth bringing into the Urizuya at this exchange meeting. Now for Gojo Naru. He is ready to use his Zampakudo as the exclusive curse tool of the Urizuya. Only those who are qualified to enter the Urizuya are qualified to obtain the Zampakudo forged by oneself. In 9 years, there should be some new Bloodborne, right? In fact, Iori Yudaheim and Mei brought by Yuki Kajuka this time are also pretty good. This sister exchange meeting is a good opportunity to test the students of the 2 major technical colleges. After all, every high-quality Zampakudo borrower is an excellent experience pack for Gojo Naru. Gojo Ming made up his mind, slowly closed his eyes, and began to perform in-depth repairs. However, somewhere he couldn't see, a stir began to occur in the world of sorcery. Tinyuan's Hongxing Palace once again disappeared in the world of curses. What does that mean? The General Directorate, the big 3 sorcerer families, and even the 2 technical colleges had no idea what was going on. Did Lord Tianyuan encounter some problem? Or, until the senior management of the Directorate received the message left by Tianyuan, in search of the latest generation of astral plasma. Jujutsu High School, Kyoto High School Lounge. The sun squeezed in the guest room through the window, shining on the girl's slightly haggard face. Thinking about the upcoming sister school exchange meeting, Mei and Iori Yudaheim both had a headache and couldn't sleep all night. They naturally wanted to win this exchange meeting. This year, the Tokyo Jujutsu High School is composed entirely of newcomers. If this news had been posted at previous exchange meetings, it would have definitely made Kyoto High School feel relieved, but this year, the newcomers at Tokyo High School are just too strong. Even Mei and Iori Yutaheim felt that it would be better to face the battle-hardened seniors from Tokyo Jujutsu High School. Well, Mei stretched and sighed. Yutaheim, I think I won't be able to get the bonus from the principal of Lien Temple. After hearing this, Iori Yutaheim looked very disappointed and smiled helplessly. I want to take this opportunity to apply to stay in school after graduation, but with someone like Gojo Naruto at Tokyo Jujutsu High School, I have no chance of winning. Damn it, the bonus, my victory bonus, woo woo woo. When Mei heard Gojo Ming's name, she rolled around on the bed in great sorrow. The scene where Gojo Naru used the powerful Heido with a thunderous roar, and then held two Zampakudo to destroy Sukuna's fingers, was still deeply imprinted in their minds. Like a god or a devil. This is enough to describe Gojo Naru, who destroyed Sukuna's fingers at that time. They didn't think that they could contend with Gojo Naru, so it would be better to let teacher Yuki go. After all, Gojo Naruto should be considered a true special grade sorcerer, and special grade sorcerers should be dealt with by special grade sorcerers. 99 special grade versus 5 special grade. Just the right time for this pair of bastards to fight each other to decide who is the strongest sorcerer in the world of sorcery today. But unfortunately, as a college teacher, I cannot attend the exchange meeting. This also cut off the opportunity for Kyuji Yuki and Gojo Naru to fight. In this way, no one in Kyoto High School can contend with that terrifying monster Gojo Naruto. Thinking of this, Iori Yutaheim sighed secretly again. What should I do? Suddenly, there was a creaking sound. The door of the room was slowly opened, and then a blonde girl poked her head in from outside. The person who came was none other than Kujuki Yuki. She had a big smile on her face. Hey, Mei Yutaheim, you guys woke up so early today? Yutaheim, with dark circles under his eyes, immediately rolled his eyes at Yuki Kujiyu and said, No, Yuki-sensei, Mei and I didn't sleep at all. Mei was also speechless. Yes, as soon as I close my eyes, I can feel the horror of Gojo Naruto's Zampakudo again. Do we really want to be his opponent? If it were Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru, they felt they still had a chance under the rules. After all, although Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru are strong, they are not as strong as Gojo Naruto, which can make people feel despair. But if Gojo Naruto was also there, they would really have no chance at all. Looking at the pitiful expressions of Mei and Yutaheim, Yuki looked a little helpless. As their teacher, Yuki Kujuku instantly understood what Mei and Yutaheim were thinking. I could try to communicate with the Tokyo High Commissioner, but I can't guarantee success. Yeah, Teacher Yuki is the best. Upon hearing this joyful news, Mei and Yutaheim jumped out of bed, no longer looking as haggard as before. Even Kuji Yuki felt helpless when she saw this, but she didn't blame Yutaheim and Mei, because she also knew that if the exchange meeting was an exam, then Gojo Naruto's question was definitely beyond the syllabus, which obviously affected the balance of the entire exchange meeting. Just like when you take a high school exam, the last question requires Lagrange's mean value theorem to solve. If you're a high school student, you would probably give up on it, right? In a cafe, Jujo Yuki was sitting quietly at his seat. Soon a young man walked in slowly. Gojo Naru was wearing a technical high school uniform. Even though he was wearing sunglasses, his rare silver hair and tall figure were enough to attract the attention and turns of girls on the street. Ming, I'm here. The girl smiled and waved hello. Yuki, what can I do for you? Gojo Ming nodded slightly, smiled back, then walked over and sat next to her. Why? Can't I come to you if there's nothing else? Seeing Gojo Ming fell silent, Jujo Yuki was silent for a while, then considerately handed over the step. Well, Ming, there's indeed something that I want you to do this time. It's about the sister school exchange meeting. Upon hearing this, Gojo Ming nodded thoughtfully. It is indeed almost time for the sister school exchange meeting. This year's contestants from Kyoto High School seem to be Mei and Yutaheim. Mei, the money grubber, is indeed quite strong, with the level of a first-level sorcerer, but Yutaheim, as a support, has only reached the level of a second-level sorcerer. Although they can unleash the power of a special-grade sorcerer in a short period of time, when working together, it seems that it is still a bit boring for me to be an opponent. Is that so? But, Yuki, if you come to me, what are you going to do? Gojo Ming looked at Jujutsu Yuki, puzzled. It seems useless to ask me about this kind of thing, right? Could it be that I can still help Jujutsu Yuki with this kind of problem? The girl was silent for a moment, then raised her eyes and looked at Gojo Ming sincerely. Ming, you should join the Kyoto High School team. Gojo Ming was slightly startled. He had never expected that the other party's idea would be so bold. Seeing that Gojo Naruto didn't answer, Jujutsu Yuki continued to persuade. To be honest, the strength of your group of 4 is too strong. Many graduates from technical colleges can hardly compare to you. This situation not only affects the balance of the exchange meeting, but also makes the entire exchange meeting very boring. Gojo Ming nodded when he heard this and did not refute. Although he is not a proud and boastful person, Gojo Naruto will not deliberately be humble. Not counting Shoko, they also have 3 people with strength comparable to that of the special class. Although Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru are not called special grade, they are actually special grade. At present, Kyoto High School only has 1 at most, and it is not certain that they can send out another special level 1. Moreover, this special grade sorcerer is also Kujuku Yuki, so the teacher cannot participate in the competition at all. So if you play in the usual way, it is really meaningless. How about letting Yuki Kujuku join the exchange meeting as a teacher? This sounds more interesting. Gojo Naru smiled playfully. The handsome face coupled with the mysterious smile made Jujutsu Yuki lose consciousness for a moment. Seeing that Gojo Naruto was interested, Jujutsu Yuki smiled in surprise and continued. But if you join our Kyoto High School, the special combat power will become 2-2. And for you, fighting against top-level fighters like Gojo Naruto and Geto Suguru would probably be a lot more interesting, right? Gojo Naruto stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "That's true. I heard that Wu and Jie were called the strongest duo in the past 9 years. It's really interesting. Since waking up, I have not really met a strong opponent. If it is Gojo Satoru or Geto Suguru, it would be a good choice." Gojo Ming was slightly moved in his heart and thought it was a good idea. "So you agree?" Kujuyuki said happily. Wu Qiaoming shook his head and said, "As for which camp I'm in, I personally don't care. After all, I'm still just a student. Ultimately, it all depends on the decision and arrangement of Mr. Yaga and Principal Guanko Chinji." Hearing Gojo Naruto's words, Jujutsu Yuki clapped his hands and smiled. "Naruto, as long as you don't object, leave the rest to me." After saying that, she stood up, said goodbye to Gojo Naruto, and left. Gojo Mei slowly picked up a coffee. He was a little confused. Will Yaga Mazamichi give his strongest fighter to Kyoto High School? But then he thought, after all, Kujuki Yuki is a special grade sorcerer, and if he doesn't object, Yaga Mazamichi probably won't be able to resist. Choosing the Kyoto camp? That's quite interesting. Gojo Ming stroked his chin and said calmly, "But, do you want to play something bigger?" Jujutsu High School, Classroom Office. The Sister School Exchange Meeting is an annual grand event of Jujutsu High School. Yaga Mazamichi was looking at the list of materials in his hand, thinking carefully about the relevant arrangements of the Tokyo High Technical College. There is no doubt that with the existence of a genius monster like Gojo Ming, he was really conflicted. Besides Gojo Naruto, which of the other 3 freshmen this year is not equally talented? Yaga Mazamichi was a little troubled, rubbed his brows, and said, "I have never fought such a rich battle." Sudden, there was a knock on the open door of his office. Yaga Mazamichi put down the document in his hand and looked up, only to find that it was a rare person, the leader teacher of Kyoto High School, Yuki Kujuku. Yaga Mazamichi looked at the girl, and when he thought that this girl was Gojo Naru's rumored girlfriend, he suddenly looked strange and said, "Teacher Yuki, what can I do for you?" Although she is young, she is not simple. Because of his strong ability, he was hired as a teacher at Kyoto High School. He is also the only special grade sorcerer in the sorcery world. Jujutsu didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Teacher Yaga, you have also seen the list of participants in our high school's sister school exchange meeting. It is indeed quite different from your school. In order to be fair, our Kyoto High School will borrow one person from your school. How about that? Yaga Mazamichi frowned slightly, was silent for a moment, and said, if the students agree, the high school doesn't care. I wonder who Mr. Yuki plans to borrow. Logically speaking, Jujutsu's behavior is not in compliance with regulations. But it's not their fault. After all, the fact that several geniuses are enrolled in Tokyo Technical High School at the same time is indeed a rare event in history. Anyway, as long as the other party doesn't borrow Gojo Naruto, he doesn't care. If he wanted to borrow Gojo Naruto, Yaga Mazamichi would definitely be the first one to disagree. But just as he was thinking this, only the girl's voice was heard. What we want to borrow from Kyoto High School is Gojo Naruto. Yaga Mazamichi looked up at the girl and felt a little unwell. Even though she's a rumored girlfriend, you can't snatch our high school's treasure like this, right? Sorry, we can't decide for the students. We need to talk to Gojo Naruto before we can give you an answer. Of course, he just laughed it off. If it was Geto Suguru, he would be able to accept it. Moreover, even if it was Gojo Satoru, he might consider it. But Gojo Naruto? That's impossible. But just as he was thinking this, he politely rejected Jujutsu. As if Jujutsu had expected this, she looked at Yaga Mazamichi and smiled. It's okay. Ming has already agreed. We just need your approval. Yaga Mazamichi was slightly startled when he heard what Jujutsu said. How was that possible? Then, his expression became serious. Are you kidding? I need to ask Gojo Naruto in person. Are you competing for other schools or playing for your own school? What is Gojo Naruto's purpose? However, just as Yaga Mazamichi stood up, a slender hand stopped him. I've just said it before. Just worry about whether you agree or not. There's no need for you to bother with Ming. He has his Zampakudo, Ryujin Jaka, and Sodi no Shirayuki in his hands. No one can force him, right? Jujutsu looked at Yaga Mazamichi and smiled. Yaga Mazamichi looked at Jujutsu and frowned. Teacher Yuki, what do you mean? Jujutsu narrowed his eyes. I just need your answers. At this moment, the girl's curse power belonging to a special grade sorcerer suddenly appeared. Yaga Mazamichi, who is only a first-level sorcerer, immediately had beads of sweat on his forehead. Indeed, no one could force Gojo Naruto, and Yaga Mazamichi also believed that Gojo Naruto did agree to Jujutsu, or gave Jujutsu some options to fight for them. It seems that the other party guessed that he was going to change Gojo Naruto's decision, so he tried to stop him. And Jujutsu is indeed a top-grade sorcerer. His curse power is truly too strong. There is no way to resist. Yaga Mazamichi raised his head with difficulty and looked at Jujutsu, and found that the other person had a faint smile on his face. Sorry, Mr. Yaga. I just want to hear your answer, and I don't need you to do anything else. Yaga Mazamichi had a lot of words in his heart, but he finally said them out with a sigh. I understand, but I need to inform Principal Sekiguchi about this first. The moment Yaga Mazamichi answered, all the pressure on her body suddenly disappeared. Jujutsu smiled and said, well, compared to victory, the exchange meeting is essentially an opportunity to hone students and allow them to make greater progress. I believe Principal Sekiguchi will understand. After saying that, the girl turned and left. Yaga Mazamichi was silent for a moment and couldn't help but think about what Jujutsu said, and he suddenly fell silent. If the 4 people from Tokyo High School face the students from Kyoto High School, can they make progress? I guess it's hard. Even if Gojo Satoru or Geto Suguru were placed in the Kyoto camp, it probably wouldn't have much effect. But it would be different if Gojo Naruto was placed in the Kyoto camp. He would lead the Kyoto camp to face the strongest combination of Gojo and Geto Suguru. Maybe it will be more stressful for everyone. In the face of students' future, does the victory or defeat between sister schools really matter? Yaga Mazamichi also turned and walked towards Sekiguchi Sakiji's office. The annual Kyoto High School Sister School Exchange meeting has naturally attracted a lot of attention from the magic world. After all, Gojo Naruto is now in the Jujutsu High School, so even if they wanted to ignore him, they couldn't help it. However, they also don't think that the high school will send Gojo Naruto to participate in the competition. After all, Gojo Naruto had just destroyed Sukuna's finger with his Zampakudo. Wouldn't it be purely affecting the balance of the game if he sent such a powerful Gojo Naruto to the field? Or what kind of restrictions will the High Commissioner impose on Gojo Naruto? They suddenly became curious, so everyone started paying attention to the list of players to compete. But when the list of players was announced, they were still stunned. Why is Gojo Naruto in the Kyoto High School camp? Everyone was stunned when they saw this list. Did I write the wrong list? There shouldn't be the word Gojo in the list of Kyoto Polytechnic, right? They rubbed their eyes. All of them were a little bit unbelievable. After all, Gojo Naruto's school was Tokyo High School. Why would he represent Kyoto High School in the ginseng competition? What exactly is Gojo Ming thinking? This was the question that came to everyone's mind. Gojo family, acting as study room. Gojo Xiongyin and Gojo Shinichi also received the news first. They were no less shocked than the people in the Urizuya shop. Wu Qiao Xiongyin tightly grasped the armrest of the chair with both hands and closed his eyes to think. Gojo Xiongyin was a little confused about Gojo Ming's choice. He couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that Ming is just having fun? The amazing strength he showed when destroying Sukuna's finger. Gojo Kamihara had already guessed that Gojo Ming would not be able to conduct the senior high school sister school exchange meeting normally. But he never expected that it would be so abnormal. The usually calm man couldn't help but twitch his eyes and muttered, "How could Gojo Ming, a student of Tokyo High School, run to the opposite side of Kyoto High School?" Wu Qiao Xiongyin pressed his throbbing temple and started to have a headache. And the most outrageous thing is that Yagamazamichi actually agreed. Shinichi, what do you think of Ming's plan to join Kyoto High School's team in the sister school exchange meeting? Gojo Kamihara raised his head and looked at Gojo Shinichi and asked slowly. Gojo Shinichi thought for a moment, then said, "I don't think what Master Ming did was meaningless. Just like he planned to destroy Sukuna's finger, he must have his considerations." In his impression, Gojo Naru is a person with a complete plan. Many of the things he did, even if they seemed baffling on the surface, actually had deep meanings behind them. It's just that they usually only discover it afterward. So, even though this did seem to be a bit of a joke, Gojo Shinichi didn't think that Gojo Naruto was just doing it for fun. You're right. Unfortunately, I really can't figure out what Ming is thinking. Well, since he wants to join the Kyoto High School team, let him go. Wu Qiao Xiongyin waved his hands and said helplessly. He was more confident in Gojo Ming's work. Moreover, the tacit cooperation between Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru over the past 9 years collided with Gojo Naruto. Maybe some really interesting sparks will emerge. Thinking of this, Wu Qiao Xiongyin raised his eyebrows and became a little excited. At the same time, at the training ground of Tokyo Jujutsu High School, 3 people wearing Jujutsu High School uniforms were gathered together, one holding a bunch of erasers and the other holding a bunch of pens, seemingly performing some inexplicable ritual. "Just throw them at me." Gojo Satoru looked at Geto Suguru and Yeri Shoko seriously and said, through the previous 2 events, Gojo Satoru realized that he was really too conceited. He naively thought that after 9 years of training, he was already good enough to surpass Gojo Naruto. But it seems we are still far away. But I still have no clue about reverse cursed technique. If I want to continue to improve, I can only start with the control of curse power and Zampakudo. Other Bankai abilities required. It's not just because of the sister school exchange meeting, but also because of the gap in strength between him and Gojo Naruto. This is something that the strong Gojo Satoru doesn't want to see. The same is true for Yeri Shoko, who is also learning taijutsu from Geto Suguru. In fact, the techniques mastered by Geto Suguru may not be stronger than those of Yeri Shoko, but Geto Suguru has made up for the shortcomings of curse techniques with physical techniques. if she also had the fighting power of Gojo Satoru. Last time, when he fought alongside Gojo Naruto, he would not just be a driver driving Nishizuku. Thinking about it now, Yuri Shoko still feels a little ashamed. She felt that she should at least have the fighting power to not be a burden, otherwise she might never have the chance to go on a mission with Gojo Naruto again. After a long time, the three sweaty people put away their magic power and various props. Gojo Satoru and Yuri Shoko leaned on the rest chairs next to the training ground and drank the drinks that Gojo Satoru treated them to. They chatted idly. At this moment, Yagamazamichi appeared on the training ground. Gojo Satoru, who possesses 6 eyes, instantly spotted the large figure. I saw Yagamazamichi's serious expression, as if he had something important to announce. Shoko, look, Teacher Yaga is here, Gojo Satoru told his companions. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru stopped what he was doing and looked in the direction Gojo Satoru was looking, and indeed, he saw the figure of Yagamazamichi. Urizuya touched his chin and speculated, it should be related to the sister school exchange meeting. I guess the list of players should be the 3 of us. Yuri Shoko casually threw the empty can into the trash can beside her and said unhappily, if it weren't for me and you 2 scumbags working together, Kyoto High School probably wouldn't have been able to fight back. How could the cursed general administration allow such a thing to happen? Hearing this, the other 2 nodded involuntarily. As long as Gojo Naru is on the court, no matter who his partner is, Kyoto High School will probably have no chance of winning. Gojo Satoru. Indeed, even if Ming wants to play, Kyoto High School probably won't be happy about it. His eyes narrowed into slits, and his smile looked a little helpless. Yagamazamichi quickly came to the 3 of them and said with relief, they are all exercising. It seems that Gojo Ming, that freak, is really putting a lot of pressure on the 3 of them. Yagamazamichi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yes, after all, the sister school exchange meeting is coming soon, and we don't want to lose to Kyoto High School. After all, we can't underestimate anyone. Urizuya's previous experience made him very cautious now. After all, every exchange meeting will be recorded, and they are so proud that they don't want to leave a pillar of shame. Yagamazamichi looked at the 3 people. His expression suddenly became serious. Well, this time I came here mainly to announce something related to the sister school exchange meeting. Gojo Satoru and the others nodded. None of them were surprised. This was something they had expected. Yagamazamichi added, first of all, the 3 of you will be representing our college this time. The 3 of them were still not too surprised. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru looked a little disappointed and said as if it was just as he expected. Sure enough, Ming, that guy can't attend the exchange meeting, although he usually wants to be Gojo Naru's rival. But in fact, it felt good to fight side by side with his younger brother, and he had a glimmer of anticipation in his heart. But it still doesn't work. Urizuya. There's really no way to solve the problem of Ming not being able to play. His combat power still affects the balance too much. Yuri Shoko nodded, agreeing with Gojo Satoru's statement. Seeing that Gojo Satoru was a little disappointed, Yagamazamichi said solemnly, no, Gojo Naruto will participate in this sister school exchange meeting. Yagamazamichi's voice was not loud, but it stunned all 3 of them. After a moment, Gojo Satoru stood up, his blue eyes wide open. Teacher Yaga, didn't you say that the 3 of us would be the representatives of our college at the exchange meeting? What's going on with Naruto coming on stage? Yuri Shoko and Gojo Satoru were also confused. They couldn't understand what Yagamazamichi said. Since Tokyo High School has already decided to send the 3 of them out, why did Gojo Naruto still play? Could it be that Ming is a substitute player? Urizuya thought. The others immediately understood. What the substitute player said is reasonable. After all, it can't be among the representatives of Kyoto High School, right? However, as a substitute, it is estimated that he will hardly have a chance to play, right? Thinking of this, the 3 of them looked at the middle-aged man curiously. Looking at the burning eyes of the 3 people, Yagamazamichi sighed softly. Not as a substitute. If nothing unexpected happens, Gojo Naruto will be your opponent and represent Kyoto High School. As Yagamazamichi finished speaking, The expressions of the three people froze instantly. They looked at Yaga Mazamichi, who didn't seem to be joking, and their throats suddenly tightened. Kyoto Technical High School. Gojo Satoru stared at him in astonishment, his voice becoming a little excited. Geto Suguru was also caught off guard. He couldn't help but take a breath, but looking at Yaga Mazamichi's extremely serious expression and listening to his indifferent voice, he finally determined that this absurd thing was probably true. Teacher Yaga, why? Students from Tokyo Technical High School actually represented Kyoto Technical High School in the sister competition exchange meeting. Is it the world that is crazy, or is it Gojo Naruto that is crazy? Saiyojia felt a slight pain in his head. Yuri Shoko next to him also tilted his head and looked at teacher Yaga. The girl couldn't figure out why Gojo Naruto would join the Kyoto High School team. Teacher Yaga, was Ming forced to join the Kyoto High School team? Yuri Shoko narrowed her eyes, frowned her beautiful eyebrows, and asked urgently, "Is it because of that Kujuku Yuki? If that's the case, she will never accept it. She would definitely report this problem to the high school or even the curse directorate. Now that she has grown up, she will not let Kujuku Yuki take away her man so unscrupulously like she did 9 years ago." Yaga Mazamichi looked at Yuri Shoko, who was indignant, and said hesitantly, "Shoko, with Gojo Naru's strength, do you think anyone can really force him to make a choice?" What he meant was, of course, to tell them that it was Gojo Naru's own choice to join Kyoto High School. As his homeroom teacher, Yaga Mazamichi was also troubled. Gojo Naruto's strength is stronger than Geto Suguru and Gojo Satoru. This will probably be an extremely difficult battle for them. He was even a little worried that Geto Suguru and Gojo Satoru would lose their confidence in the competition because of Gojo Naruto. Yaga Mazamichi was about to say something encouraging and inspiring, but Gojo Satoru suddenly laughed out loud, and his laughter immediately attracted others. Enlightenment? Xiaoyoji looked puzzled. Yuri Shoko was also a little confused. Zha Wu, what are you laughing at? Feeling the burning gazes of others, Gojo Satoru couldn't help but clear his throat and said, "It's nothing. I just feel that this is really the choice that Ming would make. Although it's ridiculous, I have to say that it's fun to be an opponent of someone like Ming, isn't it?" Feeling Gojo Satoru's vigorous spirit, Geto Suguru's expression was a little stiff, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. "We have to be rivals with Ming in public? Is this really okay?" Whenever Geto Suguru thought of the terrifying power that Gojo Naru used to destroy Sukuna's fingers, a bone-chilling chill spread throughout his body. Can you really win against someone as powerful as Ming? Hearing this, Gojo Satoru looked at Geto Suguru, shook his head, and chuckled. There was no trace of guilt in his expression, as if he was being questioned. Gojo Satoru patted his chest and said confidently, "It's because we are at a sister school exchange meeting that we don't have to be afraid. Yeah, we're the strongest duo. We may not be Ming's opponent if we fight alone, but in a team battle like the sister school exchange meeting, it's a different story." When Xiaoyuja heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, his eyebrows jumped up, and he subconsciously clapped his hands and said excitedly, "That's right. Ming and the Kyoto High School players' cooperation is definitely not as good as ours. Maybe we can really find a chance to defeat Ming. Besides, Shoko is extremely useful in team battles. If we use him well, maybe we can really defeat Naruto." Gojo Satoru looked up at the sky, his eyes landing on a flying bird. "It's not that simple, but I promise that if Ming dares to underestimate us, he will pay a heavy price." Yuri Shoko seemed to be thinking about something and murmured quietly, "Should we tell Ming about their evil plan?" But soon, the girl rejected this idea. She felt that it was totally unnecessary. After all, the other party was Gojo Naru. Moreover, maybe Gojo Naru still hopes to see this. Yuri Shoko knows that Gojo Naru still has deep feelings for Gojo Satoru, his lively brother. After a long time, Yaga Mazamichi scratched his head and walked out of the training ground. He wanted to say something to motivate them so that Gojo Naruto and the others would not become depressed. But he didn't expect that he was worrying too much. Seeing the strong fighting spirit in Gojo Satoru, He now seems to think that it is not a bad thing for Gojo Naru to join the Kyoto team. Could it be that Gojo Naruto had anticipated this situation and therefore represented Kyoto High School in the competition? Yaga Mazamichi touched his chin and murmured, "But the answer, I'm afraid only Gojo Naruto himself knows." Yaga Mazamichi shook his head and gave up guessing what Gojo Naruto was really thinking. After leaving the teacher's office of the technical high school, Yuki Kujuku went straight back to the guest room of Kyoto Technical High School. Iori Yudaheim and Mei Mei looked at Kujuku Yuki, seeming to be hesitant to speak. After Kujuku Yuki left, they discussed. Mei Mei found that her and Yudaheim's idea was too unrealistic. There was no way Gojo Naru would agree to their request. The opponent is the trump card of Tokyo High School. Let others join your team and fight with your friends. No matter how you think about it, Gojo Naruto will never agree, and it might even make the other party look down on their Kyoto Technical High School. Yudaheim and Mei Mei looked at the expressionless Kujuku Yuki, their hearts filled with regret. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yuki, for making you do something difficult," Yudaheim said with a guilty look on his face. Mei Mei, "Yes, our idea is indeed a bit too much. How could Gojo Naru agree to such a weird thing? Teacher Yuki, don't take it to heart. Even without Gojo Naru, Yudaheim and I will try our best to win the game." Mei Mei also didn't think that Gojo Naru would agree to join the Kyoto High School team. Looking at the two girls, Jujutsu Yuki blinked his eyes and smiled. "Oh, it's really difficult," Yudaheim hurriedly said. "Teacher Yuki, don't we still have the first-class sorcerer who returned from overseas arranged by Principal Lien Temple? Even without Gojo Naruto, we still have a chance." Mei Mei nodded and said, "Under certain circumstances, his combat power is enough to rival that of a special-grade sorcerer. With Yudaheim's enhancement, we won't lose." Jujutsu Yuki, "Well, he is quite powerful," but Ming agreed. Yudaheim and Mei Mei originally wanted to say something else. But after hearing what Jujutsu Yuki said, "I was stunned." "Yuki-sensei, what did you say?" Yudaheim stuttered. Mei Mei also looked at the blonde in surprise. "Teacher, are you kidding me?" Jujutsu Yuki shook his head and smiled. "I'm telling the truth." Then, she told Yudaheim and Mei Mei what had happened truthfully. This caught them by surprise again. "Are you saying that Gojo Naru really agreed to join us?" "Teacher Yuki, you are really amazing." Iori Yudaheim's body was shaking. Joy welled up in her heart, and a happy smile appeared on her blushing cheeks. Mei Mei, who was standing by, widened her eyes and asked in astonishment, "Teacher Yuki, how did you do that? You didn't spend a lot of money on Gojo Naruto, did you?" Jujutsu Yuki said with tears and laughter, "Mei Mei, do you think giving money is useful to someone like Ming?" Mei Mei stuck out her tongue and smiled. "Of course I will use it. If you don't agree, it must be because you didn't pay enough, he." Yudaheim rolled his eyes at Mei Mei and said, "Mei Mei, your values are dangerous. It's easy to go astray no matter how you listen to them." "No, I know what's going on," Mei Mei proudly retorted with her hands on her hips. Ngu covered her mouth and smiled. She was just joking. She knew Mei Mei was a money-loving person, but she earned it in a proper way. Iori Yudaheim met the delicate eyes of Yuki Kujuku again and asked in confusion, "Teacher, if Gojo Naru joins us, what about the person that Principal Lianji arranged to come? After all, they were just the vanguard sent by Kyoto High School. The quota for Kyoto High School to compete has already been determined. They suddenly changed to Gojo Naruto, and I don't know if the principal and that person in paradise will be unhappy. Plus that person's arrogant attitude. Knowing that his place will be replaced by Gojo Naruto, he might take advantage of the situation to cause trouble for Gojo Naruto." Upon hearing this, Jujutsu Yuki waved his hand and said, "Let him be the substitute. I will report to Principal Lien Temple with him, so don't worry. And I put Ming in our team for my own selfish reasons. You don't have to feel psychologically burdened." Jujutsu Yuki explained again. She discovered it early. Gojo Naruto seems to be deliberately taking certain actions to stimulate the desire and potential of Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru. She was just taking this opportunity to help Gojo Naru. Jujutsu Yuki folded his arms and narrowed his beautiful gemstone eyes. Teacher's selfish motive? A hint of surprise flashed in Mei and Iori Yudaheim's eyes, and they couldn't help but look at each other. But immediately, Iori Yudaheim shook her head and smiled. No matter what, teacher, let's do our best at the exchange meeting. Okay, keep going. Neon, within the borders of Shikoku. A breeze blew by, making the black clothes of the black-haired boy rustle. Soon, he came to a hidden courtyard. But the indifferent boy did not hesitate for a moment. He pushed the door open and stepped in. Facing everything here, he seemed to be already familiar with it. The boy walked skillfully along the cobblestone path and passed through the bamboo forest and saw a woman with a baby looking into the distance on the corridor. The boy's pace slowed down. His eyes stayed on the little boy's face for a moment, but soon moved away. His eyes fell on the woman again. Lady Kaori, what arrangements do you have for me this time? The black-haired boy asked expressionlessly. The Lady Kaori that the young man was referring to was obviously the kind-looking lady on the corridor. Long time no see, Zhang Xiang. Seeing the young man, the woman smiled, but the stitches on her forehead gave people an indescribable sense of weirdness and incongruity. Zhang Xiang didn't say anything. Although Itadori Kaori saved him 9 years ago and has nurtured him to this day. But he never really liked the other person, because the other person always gave him a vague feeling of Kamo Kenlin. And he hates Kamo Kento. Itadori Kaori. The mission was accomplished well. Thank you for your hard work during this period. Previously, Gojo Naruto destroyed 6 Sukuna fingers, which had a significant impact on their Curse Master's plan. After Zhang Xiang's running around for a period of time, they finally relieved a little of the pressure brought by Gojo Ming. Zhang Xiang nodded. Without saying much, he just silently waited for Itadori Kaori to say next. A breeze blew, and her hair fluttered. The little boy in her arms seemed to feel a little cold and shrank into the woman's arms. Itadori Kaori turned around and went back into the room, followed by Zhang Xiang, but the boy's eyes fell on the little boy again. The woman found a sofa and sat down. She lowered her head to look at the little boy sleeping in her arms, then looked at her face, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. During this period, the exchange meeting of Jujutsu High School is about to begin, and their vigilance will be much less. Zhang Xiang, you should go back to Tokyo. Tianyuan is a vital link for us. I need a clearer goal. Zhang Xiang frowned. He has been working for Itadori Kaori since the other party sneaked into the high school and revived their 9-phase diagram a few years ago. But up to now, no precise plan has been obtained from him. We need Tianyuan to join us. We need his strength. The woman looked at the young man and said with a smile, Lady Kaori, I'm afraid I can't do it with my strength. Zhang Xiang thought for a moment and shook his head. As the boss of a 9-phases diagram, before, he had no problem collecting Sukuna's fingers or fighting against humans and cursed spirits. But wanting him to face Tenzin, the patron saint of the sorcery world, is overestimating him. Itadori Kaori smiled and explained, Zhang Xiang, you don't need to fight with Tianyuan. I calculated the time, and I'm afraid she can no longer suppress her trend of evolution. You went to Tokyo with only one purpose, which was to find all the astral plasma cultivated by Tianyuan within a year. No matter what means you use, as long as you can prevent Tianyuan from assimilating with her. For specific matters, you can contact Ponching Sect. I believe they will be happy to cooperate with you. Zhang Xiang thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, then you start. Itadori Kaori waved her hand, and the young man retreated. But Zhang Xiang still stood there. Itadori Kaori looked at Zhang Xiang with some confusion in her eyes. Zhang Xiang pointed at Itadori Yuji and explained, There's a familiar connection between him and me, just like the other 9-phase diagrams. But Zhang Xiang knew very well that his brother did not have this child, so he was even more confused. Itadori looked at the boy for 2 seconds, then smiled and said, I'll tell you when you complete this mission. Zhang Xiang nodded and said nothing more. He turned and exited the hallway. Coming to the corridor, the young man stood at the edge of the corridor. The thin bamboos below swayed in the breeze, and the sound of wind chimes hanging high in the courtyard rang in my ears. "Is it Yuji?" Immediately, the figure of the black-haired boy disappeared in the courtyard along with the sound. The second day, the sister school exchange meeting of Jujutsu High School has always attracted attention from the Jujutsu community. What's more, this high-level exchange meeting is also related to Gojo Naruto, which has attracted more people's attention to this matter. Although everyone thinks that Gojo Naruto will most likely not be able to play, Tokyo High School should send Gojo Satoru, Geto Suguru, and Yeri Shoko. Otherwise, with Gojo Naruto's powerful strength, even if the principal of Rakaganji Temple in Kyoto brought all the outstanding graduates here, he would still find a way to restrict Gojo Naruto's Zampakudo. Otherwise, Kyoto Polytechnic Institute obviously has no chance at all. But even if Tokyo doesn't play Gojo Naruto, the rest of the lineup is already extremely terrifying. The problem children duo Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru, with their tacit cooperation. Even ordinary special grade cursed spirits cannot gain any advantage over them. Team battles like exchange meetings are simply home games tailor-made for them. I wonder how Kyoto High School will respond. Thinking of the fate of Kyoto High School, they all felt a touch of pity in their hearts. In their view, Kyoto High School has no chance of winning. This may be the exchange meeting with the biggest disparity in history. The General Directorate of Spells is an office that connects to the higher vocational college. The man in the suit looked expressionlessly at Yaga Mazamichi and Kujuka Yuki, who came to report on the exchange meeting. Yaga Mazamichi, has the Tokyo campus player list been finalized? Compared to Kyoto High School, he is more concerned about the list of Tokyo campuses. In other words, I want to see how Yaga Mazamichi arranges Gojo Naru. After all, the Jujutsu General Administration Department has already issued an order to reject Gojo Naru's decision to represent the Tokyo High School. Yaga Mazamichi handed over the documents calmly and said, "This is our Tokyo High School's roster of players and their information." The man in black took the document and glanced at it. Gojo Satoru, Geto, Sugu, Yeri Shoko. "Okay, no problem." He casually handed the document to someone else, then looked up at Jujo Yuki and said respectfully, 99 special grades, your school's list." Facing the special grade Kujuka Yuki, the man in the suit was obviously much more respectful than he was to Yaga Mazamichi. He was much more relaxed now. After all, Gojo Naru was not on the list of Tokyo High School students that needed attention, and the Kyoto High School was basically just a formality. Jujo Yuki. This is the list of our school's exchange competition. The girl casually wrote down the list. Seeing the dandelion-like smile on the girl's face, several staff members felt their heartbeats slow down. The man in black coughed lightly and took the information about Kyoto Polytechnic. He had originally planned to just take a quick look. After all, there weren't any students in Kyoto Technical High School that needed their attention, so it was almost enough to pass. They will be busy handing over the information to the senior management later. But when I saw the content of the report from the High Commissioner, Mei Ariudaheim, Gojo Naru, he just took a glance and was about to pass it to the person next to him, but his hand froze in the air. Gojo Naru. He wondered if he was dazzled. The man in the suit flipped through the list again and looked at the face that looked exactly like Gojo Satoru. I was stunned. Seeing that Gojo Ming chose to join the Kyoto High School camp, he couldn't help but be frightened and his eyelids twitched. What is this Gojo Naruto planning to do? His scalp couldn't help but tingle. 99 special grade, 5 Naruto. He was sweating on his forehead and looked at 99 Yuki in disbelief. With Gojo Naru's strength, he would definitely not allow him to represent Tokyo High School in the sister school exchange meeting this time. They thought the world of magic could finally return to its peaceful daily routine for a while, but they didn't expect Gojo Naru to give them another big thing in the blink of an eye. Students from Tokyo represented Kyoto High School in the exchange competition. They were ranked first. Don't be ridiculous. Is there a rule that says it's not allowed? Jujuyuki asked with his arms folded. No, the man in the suit had a few black lines on his forehead, but the 99 special grade, well, we need to report to our superiors before approval. Go ahead. Jujo Yuki didn't think that this matter could be easily accomplished. The real difficulties may just begin now. The girl thought. The man in the suit grabbed Gojo Naruto's competition information and walked quickly towards the senior management office. His scalp started to tingle. Why do I feel that ever since Gojo Naruto appeared, the world has never been peaceful? Although he didn't know why the Tokyo High School would agree to such an outrageous thing, he guessed that the general directorate would definitely not agree. Thinking of this, he calmed down a lot. Just when Gojo Ming's information reached the top management, the relevant news was also spread by people infiltrated by various forces at the top management. The sun is quite bright today, and the cursed spirits don't like to be active in this kind of environment. Therefore, the affairs of the Urizuya are not very busy today. Only Luhu went on the mission alone. As a special grade cursed spirit that controls fire, he can remain calm even in this kind of environment. Perhaps it is not obvious, but after 9 years, the building of the Urizuya has also shown some signs of age. From time to time, there were sounds of children playing and men busy shouting, "We don't bully you, Tai. You can't eat that either." After a while, the Okatsu tourists and the Zen temple residents who had taken a break from their busy schedule all sat on the sofas to chat with their tired children. The topics that men usually chat about are quite varied, ranging from parenting experiences to the situation in the world of sorcery. Of course, they're also paying attention to the exchange meeting. They knew that the news related to the exchange meeting could be confirmed today. Okatsuyudo held Okatsuyuda in his arms, not even looking up. At a place like the exchange meeting where children play around, Tokyo High School probably won't let Ming take action. Chanyuan Shinner held Hui in his arms and replied calmly. Who knows? With Ming's personality, he doesn't want to be idle. Okatsu suddenly had an idea and looked up and said, Shinner, so if you say that, the boss might have some new ideas, right? It's no wonder he has this idea. As we all know, Gojo Naruto always comes up with something big. Shiro shook his head. I don't know. The content of the exchange meeting must be agreed upon by the two schools and the instructions department. Even if Ming Xiang has some strange ideas, I guess they won't let him do anything wrong. Okatsu nodded thoughtfully. That's right. Jean-Air, I even heard that the top management of the Directorate General does not intend to approve Ming's list of names in the Tokyo High Commissioner team. Okatsu smiled helplessly. It seems that the impact caused some time ago was quite large. Yes, the Zen and family and the Kumo family are both a little bit cautious. However, Chanyuan Shinner had just finished speaking. Ding ding. The mobile phone placed casually on the table next to me suddenly rang. Shinner paused slightly, picked up the phone, and his dark eyes fell on the small screen. His brows suddenly frowned. The Okatsu tourist saw Shinner's expression and asked curiously, Shinner, what's wrong? It is probably not an ordinary thing that can cause such drastic emotional fluctuations. It's news from the incantation department. I'm afraid it has something to do with the exchange. Any news from the boss? Well, Ming seems to be planning to attend the exchange meeting. Didn't the General Directorate prohibit the boss from representing Tokyo High School? So he applied to represent Kyoto. Okatsu was stunned, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Representing Kyoto High School? Isn't the boss a student of Tokyo High School? What's going on? What do you think he is going to do this time? No one can answer this question. Zenuan Shinner couldn't help but frown. It's a bit outrageous. I really can't figure out Ming's plan. But I'm sure that Ming does not act on impulse. I am afraid he has his own considerations. Okatsu couldn't help but laugh. Joining the Kyoto camp is such a weird thing. I have to say, this really seems like a choice that the boss would make. Zen Yuan was thoughtful, but I'm afraid the Spell Inspectorate would not approve it. It's hard to get a chance to participate in a cross-school competition. At the same time, Gojo Ming was strolling leisurely on the street. People kept passing by him, and the street was filled with a busy atmosphere. The melodious sound of a tram came to my ears, blending into the sounds of people coming and going around. Soon, Gojo Ming could see the location of the Urizuya in front of him. He murmured, I don't know if Shunner and the others have gone on a mission. It takes time for the Incantation General Department to review the list, and the list has not been finalized yet. so Gojo Naruto is relatively free. Gojo Satoru and the others are undergoing secret training. Yudaheim's roster hasn't been finalized yet, so there's no rush to hone their coordination. So Gojo Ming came to the Urizuya to rest. He felt that Shire and others must be racking their brains over the exchange meeting. By the way, explain it to your best friend. Before he knew it, Gojo Ming had already arrived in front of the Urizuya. There was a wooden sign saying "Open for Business," hanging on the slightly closed door of the Wanshu. But at this time, there was not much going on, so it seemed that Shinner would still welcome his visit. Gojo Ming gently pushed open the lightly covered door and stepped inside. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, Gojo Ming immediately felt two sharp gazes directed at him. It was Zen and Shinji, who was wearing a black tights, and Okatsu visitors. They all held a child in their arms. The two children were also looking over with curiosity with their round eyes. The two looked at the content on their phones, then looked at Gojo Naruto, boss. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Shinner, Okatsu. Gojo Naruto smiled and greeted them. Okatsu Yudo chewed over all these bitter possibilities in his heart. Boss, your sudden appearance is too scary. Jiner and I didn't sense any cursed power, and we thought it was an enemy coming. Zen Yuan Shinner also said, Ming, you are really a freak. It's only been a few days since we last met. Have you mastered and improved your knowledge of the sky and the curse? With the help of the system, Gojo Ming's qualities in all aspects have also improved, but their eyesight is really good. It seems that the two people from the Urizuya are much stronger than he imagined. Why are there only two of you, Luhu people? Shinner, nothing happened today, he went out. Okatsu smiled and said, yes, unlike me, Luhu is a hard-working guy. Gojo Ming turned his gaze and stared at Okatsu Yurin, saying sternly, Okatsu, you know yourself well. Luhu has complained to me more than once about your slacking off. No, Okatsu coughed and quickly retorted, boss, slacking off is just a trick. I am accumulating strength to work hard for the Urizuya. Gojo Ming was just joking at first, but seeing this, he asked with interest, then how do you plan to devote yourself to this? Okatsu Yudo. Shun Air touched his chin, raised the corner of his mouth, and said, Okay, Ming, for you Tai's sake, let's give him some face. Okatsu Yudo winked and smiled. That's right, boss. Please let me be a good father in front of Yuda. Ming, do you want to join Kyoto High School for the exchange meeting? Shun Air asked. That is indeed the plan. Wait a minute. Okatsu Yurin also squeezed over wide-eyed and asked, but boss, aren't you a student at Tokyo High School? He really couldn't understand why Gojo Ming would do such a thing. Doesn't Gojo Naru worry about being poked in the back and called a traitor by the students of Tokyo Technical High School? Shina narrowed his eyes and said thoughtfully, Ming, is what you did related to Gojo Satoru? Shinner, you guessed right. It is indeed related to Wu. Gojo Ming nodded, indicating that it was the case. Okatsu Yurin looked at Shinji in surprise, then at Gojo Naru. He really wanted to ask Shinji how he could tell that. But Okatsu Yu still suppressed the urge to ask. If he asks, wouldn't he look stupid? So he has to keep quiet and pretend to be an expert. Jiner glanced at Okatsu Yudo, who looked as if he knew it. Shinair continued to ask, After you woke up, you have stood against Gojo Satoru more than once. It seems that you have been arousing that boy's competitive spirit. Because when Satoru was improving his control over his Zampakudo, some strange things happened to me. Although I haven't been able to confirm it completely, I'm sure it's not a bad thing. Upon hearing Gojo Naru's words, both Shinji and Okatsu were stunned. Strange things? Well, I'll tell you when I figure it out. Gojo Ming said with a smile. After all, I can't say for sure whether it's my illusion or not. Although deep down in his heart, he was already 80% sure about this matter. Shinair nodded and said, It doesn't matter if you don't tell us. Is there anything else you can do that Okatsu, and I can help you with? The Okatsu tourists also took a listening attitude. There's nothing going on recently. Gojo Ming shook his head and said, I just wanted to come and see Yuda and Hui. Gojo Naruto teased Hui with his fingers, making him laugh out loud. At the same time, a deserted street in the suburbs far away from the center of Tokyo. Luhu used his magical powers to sense that there was no one around, and then he quickly turned into a remote alley. Then, he habitually and quickly put on a loose black robe. The wide robe concealed his cursed figure and his appearance. At this moment, even if ordinary humans saw him, they would not be scared. At most, they would regard him as a human with strange dress. After hiding his body, Luhu glanced around vigilantly again. Only after making sure that there was no one around did he breathe a sigh of relief. It's not that he's overly vigilant, but the place he was going to next was quite dangerous. If he accidentally exposed his identity, it might not only bring a series of troubles to him, but also to everyone in the Urizuya. Soon Luhu crossed the alley and soon saw a luxurious hotel. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a luxurious hotel in such a remote place. But it happened to open here. Even from time to time, luxury cars had passed by Luhu, and it seemed that their destination was the hotel not far ahead. The car passed the coral reef without stopping or even slowing down. It seems like Luhu's way of dressing is common here. But every time someone crossed over, Luhu had to be on high alert. Although the people in the car were not dressed as exaggeratedly as him, they were also trying to hide their identities. Because the basement of the hotel ahead is the famous black market for spells. He came to an empty freight elevator. Soon, a burly man came over. In terms of size, Luhu looked like a child in front of him. But in the world of spells, size doesn't have much of an advantage. So Luhu was calm and fearless. He calmly took out a stack of 10,000 yen bills from his pocket and handed it over. 300,000 yen. This is your ticket to the black market. Luhu was already familiar with the structure of the black market. After all, he was a frequent visitor. The big man counted the numbers, found no problem, nodded, and immediately pressed the button on his body. The sound of chains rolling could be heard, and then a ding sound was heard. A narrow elevator that could only accommodate 2 or 3 people suddenly opened in front of Luhu. That was one of the entrances to the black market. Please come in. The big man waved his hand. Yeah. Luhu nodded and walked into the elevator. The elevator door slowly closed, and the view began to dim. It's worthy of being called the black market. It's really dark in every aspect. Luhu murmured in the dark. Soon, a feeling of weightlessness came along with the sound of rolling chains. It should have started running. The elevator was a bit stuffy, with a thick, dry smell of cigarettes, and even bursts of fishy odors in the corners. The mixed smell made Luhu frown in disgust, so I hate some humans. Soon, the elevator door opened again. The noisy sound suddenly came with a wave of heat. Looking ahead, there is a wide space in front. There are many small vendors around. They put a gray cloth on the ground, on which various cursed tools and cursed objects are placed. They didn't shout, and seemed to just want to get to know each other. Luhu made a tisk sound. Even though they were so quiet now, they still raised their prices without hesitation. Moreover, they were all low-level stuff, which he did not even consider. Generally, high-end items would not be sold casually on black market stalls. Picking up bargains is something that every protagonist would do, but in the real world, it is very rare. After all, there are no fools in the black market. Seeing this, Luhu shrank back. He ignored the vendors and walked towards the depths of the black market. Because his target is not the black market vendors. The items sold at these black market stalls are mainly materials, cursed tools, and cursed objects. But in some more hidden channels, you can also buy most of what you want. Life, and most of the information in the world of spells. Luhu came here today for this reason. However, not long after they walked, 2 men suddenly came from the distance. Luhu, what brings you here today? The man walking in front said with a smile. Seeing the 2 of them, Luhu stopped and collected his thoughts. He looked at the masked man, whose black hair stretched out exaggeratedly in all directions, as sharp as a sword. He folded his arms, and the fur cloak behind him fluttered without wind. Luhu glanced at the man and said calmly, Ghost Judge, it is against your own rules to gather information about visitors. The person in front of him was the inspector of the black market. Luhu didn't know his real name, but people in the black market generally called him by his nickname, Ghost Judge. He was quite powerful. When Luhu first stepped into the black market, he saw through his identity as a cursed spirit at a glance. But he did not attack Luhu. He just said to him calmly, "Maybe everyone here is a jerk, and this place may be a little shady, but even if you're a cursed spirit, as long as you are willing to abide by the rules of the black market, this will still be your final paradise." "I didn't break the rules." Luhu glanced at the ghost judge and proved his innocence with an expressionless face. "I know you have always been an interesting cursed spirit, but there is another weird guy in the black market. I just want to wish you good luck." The ghost judge waved his hand, turned around, and left. "It's incomprehensible." Luhu glanced at the ghost judge's back and turned away. Arriving deep inside the black market, Luhu lowered the brim of his hat and turned into a small alley. Luhu carefully counted the doors at the entrance of the alley and came to a small door. He knocked on the door, skillfully using a specific code. Knock, knock, knock. But what puzzled him was that after a long time, there was still no response from inside the door. This is a very rare situation in the black market. I just informed him that there was news about the cursed master. Luhu frowned. "Where is he?" After hesitating for a moment, he knocked on the door again in a secret signal. There was still no sound coming from inside the door. Luhu sighed softly, glanced around, and began to think about the possible changes that might occur. "Why don't you come again next time?" Luhu was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, there was a sound of scattered footsteps from inside the door, followed by a heavy-breathing male voice. "Who is it?" It was a familiar voice of a news provider, and he might have been running too fast and was breathing heavily. Luhu responded, "Friend." There was silence again inside the door. The door did not open as Luhu had imagined, and his voice fell on deaf ears, without causing any ripples on the heavy iron door. Luhu was thinking about all the possible scenarios of the current situation. Suddenly, his face changed, and he immediately used his magical power to retreat and quickly pulled away. As expected, the next moment, the door panel was suddenly penetrated by some force, and then it rushed towards the place where Luhu was just now like a bullet. There's a hint of blood in the original place. Luhu's face suddenly darkened. He's quite sure, if he was a step slower, the powerful force would have penetrated his entire body. This power comes from the cursed master. Luhu looked up into the house. The specially made iron door has become tattered under the impact of the curse. Suddenly, the iron door was kicked open. The sound of heavy combat boots stomping on the ground was heard, and a figure slowly walked out. It was a black-haired boy with an indifferent look. On the fingertips of his right hand, a small pool of blood was bubbling like boiling water. The unhurried footsteps made the atmosphere more and more tense. Luhu's expression suddenly became serious. Red blood manipulation. The Kumo family, it's the batch of cursed fetuses, it's indeed related to Itadori Kaori. He also specifically investigated the Kumo family's Kumo Kinlan scandal 100 years ago, and the curse master in front of him seemed to be related to the incident 100 years ago. Luhu's face darkened. Jiuxiang, too, is a powerful guy. That event had a huge impact on the reputation of the three major families in the world of magic. So, the Kumo family was very concerned about the 9 phases diagram. After they recovered it, it was kept strictly in the Jujutsu High School until 9 years ago, when it was stolen by the cursed master Itadori Kaori after Gojo Naruto fell asleep. Afterwards, under the frantic investigation of the high school and the Kumo family, the powerful cursed fetuses were still missing with Itadori Kaori. But the Kumo family never gave up on tracking them down. After all, erasing the black spot on their family's honor was extremely important to them. Now the 9-phase diagram has appeared in the Tokyo black market in a swaggering manner, and it is still alone. Is the other party just a skilled and daring person, or is there something wrong with the cursor's brain? But Luhu prefers the former. After all, the red blood manipulation technique is a technique inherited by the Kumo family that is comparable to the 6 eyes of the Gojo family. No wonder the ghost judge reminded him of this matter just now. Zhang Xiang glanced at Luhu with a cold gaze. "You were able to dodge. You are stronger than I thought, Luhu." Luhu narrowed his eyes. It is definitely not a wise move to take action in the black market. The black market has been blessed with a special area by the ghost judge. Except for the ghost judge, anyone who releases the area here will be melted down. Therefore, violating the rules of the black market here is undoubtedly seeking death. Zhang Xiang smiled and glanced at Luhu. So, I don't want to die yet. You only have 2 minutes. I have to leave after 2 minutes. If you can hold out for 2 minutes, we can play next time. If you can't hold out, I can send your dog head to Gojo Naruto. Luhu's mouth curled up slightly. Arrogant. Suddenly, a thick fog suddenly filled the surroundings, and the figure of the black-haired young man gradually disappeared. Luhu was slightly stunned and a little surprised. Is this a domain? But in just a moment, Luhu rejected this idea. If it was a domain, it would definitely be melted by the ghost judge, and I didn't feel out of control like being trapped in a domain. This is probably a cursed object with some kind of domain function. It is much weaker than the domain, and even inferior to the simple domain. However, in this situation, the other party does have a considerable advantage over him. Red blood manipulation. After realizing that he could not escape, Luhu decisively analyzed the techniques and characteristics of the red blood manipulation. After understanding the operation style and characteristics, the battle will definitely be more effective. The other party had obviously used black market informants to lure him over, so it was naturally not so easy for him to let go. Luhu was also prepared to fight to the death. He immediately mobilized the cursed power in his body to a large extent, and flames shot up into the sky. Fire can disperse the fog. He also couldn't waste time. The battle in the black market had to be resolved within 3 minutes. This is the rule of the ghost judge. As soon as Luhu finished speaking, red clouds suddenly burned in the empty underground, and the flames covered the sky. The vendors in the distance looked up at the red sky, and their faces suddenly changed. Although there is a rule that fighting cannot affect other people, those who fully abide by the rules will not live in the black market. After all, no one can guarantee whether an accident will happen in the next moment. The vendors felt the temperature rising and felt something was wrong, so they immediately put their feet on the ground. The farther you run, the better. Those who can survive in the black market are already accustomed to fighting. This horrific scene before their eyes was clearly beyond their endurance. They just don't even have a mind to watch. No, they are fools. Only someone of Ghost Judge's level could intervene in a battle of this magnitude. They are clean. On top of a high tower in the black market, the Ghost Judge was squinting at the battle below, followed by other black market administrators. Boss, the Cursed Master and the Cursed Spirit have already started fighting. With this intensity, do we need to open the shelter? They had a broader vision and could tell at a glance that this was at least a fight between first-class sorcerers or even special-class sorcerers. In order to reduce the losses, we probably need to transfer people to shelters as quickly as possible. No need. The Ghost Judge smiled and shook his head, saying, when the critical moment comes, I will take action. Who made me like that cursed spirit? Deep in the black market, the thick white fog that filled the surroundings gradually dissipated, and the figure of the black-haired young man reappeared. Fire curse power? That's really interesting. Zhang Xiang looked up at Luhu, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on his face. The Kumo family's 9 phases of the cursed fetus diagram is not bad either. Luhu responded. He maintained his momentum. I heard that Gojo Naruto has been tracking our whereabouts. The black-haired boy still kept one hand in his pocket and controlled the blood with the other hand. Luhu smiled and said, after all, he doesn't like you rats. Gojo Naruto shouldn't meddle in other people's business. We are the torrent of time and the trend in the world of sorcery. He can't stop it. The black-haired boy's voice was cold and indifferent, without any emotion. Luhu waved away the flames in front of him and said helplessly, really? That's a pity. In fact, both the boss and Shurer are extremely stubborn. In that case, I will show him the price of meddling in other people's business. Zhang Xiang sighed and said softly, red blood manipulation technique. Wing King. The moment I said this, the back of the swollen black shirt was suddenly torn, and a pair of small blood-red wings suddenly stretched out. In just half a breath, the swollen figure shot out like a feather arrow. Before Luhu could even be surprised, An invisible pressure suddenly came rushing towards him along with Zhang Xiang's figure. What a fast speed! His heart was stunned. The feeling of battle made his hair stand on end, and danger signals suddenly came from all around. The last time I had this feeling was when I was sparring with Gojo Naruto, but that feeling of oppression was much stronger than it is now. It's coming. Luhu's heart tightened. Relying on his intuition, he immediately drove the flames to attack the rear. Good reaction. Facing the blazing flames of Luhu, Zhang Xiang stepped aside. With the help of the Wing King, Zhang Xiang's movements were much faster than Lu, who had imagined. He could only see a blurry figure, and the speed was so fast that it seemed to be invisible. The counterattack was dodged, and Luhu's scalp felt numb. He even noticed that in the instant he dodged, the blood bubbling in Zhang Xiang's hand had turned into a high-speed spinning blade. He had heard a little about the red blood technique. That is the technique blood blade. If you're stabbed by that blood blade, the high-speed spinning blood will instantly destroy the victim's organs. In other words, it's a killer move. Sure enough, after sacrificing the blood blade, the black-haired boy's cold face was filled with incomparable majesty, looking like an undertaker. He seemed to want to destroy everything with the blood blade in his hand. Seeing this, Luhu dared not be careless anymore. He was extremely alert and suddenly stretched his hands to the left and right. Suddenly, the raging flames formed into a fire ring, spreading in all directions at a 360-degree angle. Seeing this, Zhang Xiang paused slightly. It seemed that he had nowhere to escape from the invading fire ring. Or maybe he didn't even think about escaping. Interesting, Zhang Xiang smiled slightly. His body cannot block the flames, but the blade formed by the cursed power in his hand can. After clarifying his thoughts, Zhang Xiang steadied himself and stared straight at the flame halo. At the moment when the fire ring approached, the dagger in his hand slowly swept a semi-arc and suddenly condensed in midair. The raging flames were right in front of him, but the knife in Zhang Xiang's hand seemed to have disappeared. It turned out that he relied on a quick shake of his wrist to make an extremely swift strike, directly slashing at the oncoming fire ring. There is no fear at all. At the most critical moment, he chose to intercept the flames. In the blink of an eye, boom! The two cursed powers suddenly collided with each other and became agitated instantly. Zhang Xiang opened his eyes slightly, and he felt as if the blade in his hand had hit an iron wall. Very hard. The strength of Luhu's cursed power was a little higher than he had imagined, but it was still within an acceptable range. The next moment, Zhang Xiang's eyes widened angrily and he shouted loudly. He once again faced the fire ring with the blood blade in hand. The impact of the flames caused the blood blade to vibrate slightly, and even Zhang Xiang's hand began to vibrate violently. But he still had no intention of backing off. Suddenly, the blood blade in the boy's hand made a buzzing sound, and the blood blade began to spin at high speed like a chainsaw. "Break!" Zhang Xiang shouted in a deep voice. The next moment, the blazing fire ring exploded under the explosive slash of the blood blade, and gradually returned to calm. Luhu felt a little uneasy. The move he was so proud of was actually broken by a small dagger. However, this also caused the black-haired young man to stagger and take a few steps back. But even so, the winner of this round is undoubtedly him. The managers on the tower were all shocked when they saw this, and their hearts began to tremble. He actually took on such a terrifying move. What kind of monster is this? They couldn't help but swallow secretly. But when they turned around and looked at their boss, who still had a calm expression on his face, they couldn't help but feel a little admiration in their hearts. But for the famous ghost judge, it shouldn't be a difficult task. Even if Luhu's fire ring spreads completely, the entire underground black market might be blown away by this move. They followed the ghost judge's gaze again, and it fell on the two people below. These two people are so scary. Well, after all, one is a special grade cursed spirit, and the other is a Kumo family red blood manipulation technique that is comparable to the Gojo family's 6 eyes. The ghost judge crossed his arms, raised the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, "But they should not have used their full strength yet." When the others heard this, They all took a deep breath. Such a powerful attack, but not at full strength. They were all stunned. Below, at the moment the fire ring was broken, Luhu's pressure, which was like the coming of the King of Fire, suddenly dissipated, and he returned to calmness, or entered a state of gathering strength. He stared at Zhang Xiang intently, his eyes full of solemnity. The opponent was definitely a powerful curse master who could easily break his move. Zhang Xiang seemed to have also felt Luhu's powerful strength in half a breath. His figure became blurred again. Luhu was stunned for a moment, but he reacted immediately. The opponent has pounced again. Under the blessing of the Winged King, the speed of expansion was too fast, and the blood-red dagger in his hand was like a ghost, always suddenly appearing in the blind spot of Luhu's defense and making a fatal slash. Luhu managed to escape danger several times, and he also attached his magical power to his arms to quickly cut off the enemy. Although his speed is a little slower than others, but his long-term combat experience under Gojo Naruto also allowed him to perfectly predict the position of Shosang. I can always intercept the attack of the expansion phase. However, Zhang Xiang was not interested in fighting. He relied on the high power of the Winged King and immediately retreated every time he was cut off. His figure turned into a blood-red light. After entering the battle state, whether it was Zhang Xiang or Luhu, the two of them moved so fast that it was almost hard to see clearly. Luhu was feeling a little proud in his heart. He had just practiced with Gojo Ming a while ago. Even though it is the Kumo family's red blood manipulation technique, it is still not as strong as Gojo Naruto's Zampakudo. Since he couldn't use his domain to expand, the other party couldn't defeat him in a short time. Under this circumstance, holding on for 3 minutes wouldn't be a big problem for him. Luhu felt somewhat proud. Zhang Xiang let out a long sigh, then laughed and said, "You are so funny." For some unknown reason, Luhu, as a cursed spirit, seems to be very familiar with swordsmanship. I can actually predict the angle of his knife attack every time, but he has mastered many sword techniques, and he doesn't believe that the other party can always do this. Zhang Xiang raised his sword and fixed his eyes, then attacked again, facing a new round of killing again. Luhu did not dare to be distracted and pressed down with one hand. Blazing flames appeared out of thin air around him again, and suddenly exploded. He intended to use this to force the other party to retreat. The momentum required a strong first push, then weaker, and finally exhausted. As long as the opponent's sword intent is weakened, he will definitely win. But we met again. Luhu's face changed slightly, and he staggered back 2 steps. He raised his eyes and stared at Zhang Xiang with a look of surprise. He had already predicted the opponent's attack angle. In order to prevent his hands from being injured by the flames, the opponent should have retreated at this time. But the other party didn't have any at all. The black-haired young man in front of him seemed to be insensitive to pain. He simply ignored the blazing flames and traded injuries for injuries. He faced the flames directly and launched another series of attacks. In his hand, the blood blade condensed from fresh blood stabbed, picked, chopped, and stabbed. Finally, Luhu was unable to dodge due to a mistake. The black robe on his chest was suddenly cut open, leaving a long blood stain that was difficult to heal, adding a touch of spicy dark red to his black robe. Luhu's forehead was immediately covered with sweat as big as soybeans, and his heart was filled with fear. The close combat ability of this man in front of him is not much worse than that of Tian Yuju Fu. If he hadn't been with monsters like Gojo Ming and Shun Air Day and Night, his close combat ability would have been greatly improved. In the opponent's series of attacks, just now, he might have been beheaded. Finally, we have distanced ourselves from each other again. Luhu endured the pain and immediately condensed the flame at his fingertips. At this moment, he concentrated all his energy to prevent the enemy from pursuing him. But to his surprise, the other party's movements had slowed down. I'm a little surprised that you could hold on for so long, but it doesn't matter, it's over. The dagger in Zhang Xiang's hand was like melted ice cream, turning into liquid in an instant. Luhu frowned. He was somewhat puzzled by the other party's remarks. Suddenly, He felt a darkness before his eyes. He lowered his head and looked at the unhealable wound on his body in disbelief. He immediately took 2 steps back. He panted and gritted his teeth and said, "That blood blade is poisonous." He suddenly remembered that the blood manipulated by the red blood manipulation technique contained a large amount of toxins. Although it is not fatal, it can greatly affect the combat status of the person hit. Just like Luhu now. He felt very badly physically now, with pain all over his body, dizziness, and fatigue all of a sudden appearing. It was cold. A chill ran up his spine. Luhu felt his limbs becoming stiff and numb. He struggled to hold up his body. The invasion of toxins made his face look extremely ugly. Zhang Xiang walked towards him with a calm expression. "Not bad, but a little weaker than I thought. I'll have to use your head to warn Gojo Naruto." I didn't expect that he would use drugs. Luhu was furious when he encountered such a disaster. "You are so arrogant. I will make you lose a layer of skin even if you die." Luhu gritted his teeth and half knelt on the ground. He raised his hand and made a seal with difficulty. Suddenly, a tremendous momentum rose from Luhu's body. He no longer hesitated, and all the remaining magic power in his body poured out towards Zhang Xiang like it was free. In an instant, the entire black market was covered in sharp welding flames, and the explosions swiftly sprayed out in all directions without a single blind spot. As long as he had nowhere to run, it would be useless no matter how fast he ran. At this critical moment of life and death, he naturally didn't care whether he would be blacklisted by the black market. He just wanted to blow up the entire black market and that son of HB*******. The flame appeared for just a moment, and the temperature of the entire underground rose by more than 20 degrees. On the top of the tower, the faces of the black market administrators turned pale. The ghost judge also frowned and quickly cast a spell. Suddenly, his figure disappeared. Zhang Xiang's expression froze slightly as he watched the flames and air waves rolling toward him. There is nowhere to hide. He could only summon the blood blade again and take it. But the series of fire explosions came one after another, throwing him away in an instant. I saw waves of flames following behind. Zhang Xiang was also a little confused for a moment. He quickly activated the Wing King to retreat and release the force. But it still caused him considerable damage, knocking him to the ground. There were several holes in his clothes, and his huge body was charred in several places. Zhang Xiang shook his dizzy head from the ground, then slowly sat up and said with a smile, "It was a close call. I almost underestimated you, Luhu." Luhu gnashed his teeth and stared at Zhang Xiang fiercely, but the magic power in Luhu's body became dry, and he was no longer able to fight. Luhu's thin body was a little shaky, but he managed to hold himself up and not fall down. Zhang Xiang, who was covered in dirt, slowly got up from the ground. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "As expected of the famous fire curse spirit, your vitality is really strong. If it was an ordinary magician who was hit by the red blood manipulation, I would have cut off his head long ago." He slowly walked towards Luhu, and the blood reappeared at his fingertips and rolled over. "But it's the same now, Luhu. I'll take your life." Zhang Xiang flipped his wrist slightly and said word by word, "Red blood manipulation technique. 100 condensation, blood piercing." His fingertips were aimed at Luhu's head. The opponent was a cursed spirit, not a human, so he would not hesitate at all. The poisonous blood condensed into sharp feather arrows, carrying immense power. Luhu, who was out of mana, was like a helpless fledgling in front of him, as if he would be shot through the head in the next second. However, just as he was about to make a move, someone suddenly walked out from behind Luhu. "Sorry, Zhang Xiang, your time is up." The man crossed his arms, his face grim and expressionless, frowning and swell. "Damn it, is it just a little bit closer?" His eyes fixed, and he was about to forcefully kill Luhu, but a terrifying and powerful curse power suddenly attacked the Zhang Xiang shop. Like shaking mountains and roaring seas. In a split second, I felt like I had become the small wooden boat swaying in the wind and rain in the river. What shocked Zhang Xiang the most was that this power was not from an ordinary magician, but from a weirder and more negative cursor. There was even a faint sense of familiarity, as if I had sensed it somewhere before. Looking at the ghost face, Zhang Xiang's hair stood on end. He immediately waved his hand and stopped the technique. "You're lucky this time. Tell Gojo Ming that we'll see each other again." Zhang Xiang looked back at Luhu and then disappeared on the spot. Luhu saw the enemy disappear and felt relieved. "Ghost Judge, thank you very much this time." The tall figure of the ghost judge slowly turned around, looked at Luhu, and pointed at the building next door that he had destroyed to the point that only the load-bearing structure remained. "Why are you thanking me? Pay me back." Luhu's injury was not fatal at the moment, so the ghost judge had it simply bandaged and then notified Zen Temple Shinner. "The Urizuya. Luhu, are you okay?" Gojo Ming looked at Luhu, who was wrapped like a dumpling, and his face suddenly turned cold. Even the Okatsu tourists frowned, their expressions becoming extremely solemn. "I'm fine, it's just that guy was playing dirty tricks." Luhu felt a little ashamed. "Who on earth did you meet to hurt you so badly?" Chanyuan Shinner looked at Luhu and couldn't help but frowned. Luhu's strength is definitely not weak, but I didn't expect that someone could hurt him so badly. When I picked him up, I was shocked to see the deep bloodstain on Luhu's chest. If the chop hits the neck or the head, Luhu will probably be exorcised. I don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing for humans, but they should be very sad. Looking at everyone's concerned eyes, Luhu felt warm in his heart. After a helpless sigh, he immediately recounted the whole story of his experience in the black market. From receiving the news and heading to the black market to being rescued by the ghost judge. "So, our investigation into them was discovered by Itadori Kaori and her group of curse masters." Shinner frowned and said, "Someone actually mastered the complete red blood manipulation technique of the Kamo family. This is really difficult to deal with." Red blood manipulation technique? Gojo Ming seemed to be thinking about something. He quickly deduced the identity of Zhang Xiang. "Shinner, is the 9 phases diagram still in the high school?" Shinner was stunned and shook his head. He immediately explained to Gojo Naruto what happened after he fell asleep. "I heard that the 9-phase diagram was stolen by Itadori Kaori." Gojo Ming immediately understood. Only then did he realize what happened after he fell asleep. "Is it Kaori?" Gojo Ming pondered for a moment, and he instantly understood Nozomi's idea. Their current goal is to assimilate Tianyuan. Gojo Ming said, "Zhang Xiang sneaked into Tokyo this time. The purpose is probably for Ponching Sect and Star Plasma. What does that have to do with us? If he gets involved with our Urizuya, won't that make things more difficult for himself?" Lu was a little confused. "I'm afraid it's because Ming and Lord Tianyuan have always had a good relationship. He's worried that we will interfere in the astral plasma incident, so he used this to warn us." Shinner explained lightly. "You guessed it right." Gojo Ming nodded and said affirmatively. "Damn, Itadori Kaori and the others acted so quickly. Well, boss, we should also put this aspect on the agenda." Okatsu Yudo frowned. "There's no need to rush this matter. Tianyuan is not a fool. His identity as a star plasma won't be easily exposed to those curse masters." Gojo Ming explained, "Even if they have the help of Ponching Cult, it will still take a lot of time." Gojo Ming continued, "But you should not act alone from now on. The Urizuya is too big a target, and it is hard to guarantee whether they will continue to attack us. Luhu, you should recover from your injuries first. When the work at hand is finished, I will also help you forge a Zampakudo. We will definitely meet Itadori in her camp again. We must not let them beat us up again next time." The others nodded slightly when they heard this. Lu was also touched. "Thank you, boss. Jiner and Okatsu both have Zampakudo. It would be a lie if he didn't envy them. You know, he chose to join Urizuya just to see the true appearance of Zampakudo Ryujin Jaka. If he had a Zampakudo, he believed that he would not necessarily lose when facing the blood blade formed by the crimson blood manipulation technique. If that's the case, the next time I see him, I will definitely take revenge with my own hands." Luhu clenched his fists and said with an indignant look on his face, "If it were somewhere else, He doesn't get nervous even in a one-on-one situation. But being suddenly beaten up in the black market made Luhu feel quite depressed. Okay, next time you have the chance, I'll let you take revenge with your own hands, Gojo Naruto said with a smile. Then you should recover from your injuries for a while, and I will also focus on the exchange meeting for the time being. When your body is almost recovered, I will help you forge a Zampakudo. Speaking of the high school exchange meeting, Ming, is it really okay for you to join the Kyoto high school camp? Shinner asked suspiciously. Gojo Ming shook his head and said with a smile, It's hard to say, but I guess the Directorate General will still not agree. Even the principal of Rakaganji Temple in Kyoto will not agree. But the real point is that choosing Kyoto High School was not my real plan. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Boss, why did you make such a big noise in front? Okatsuyudo looked at Gojo Naru, scratched his head, and asked curiously. As the saying goes, if you want to open the window and they don't agree, then you could try to tear down the roof, and then they will sit down and discuss opening the window with you. Gojo Naruto explained with a smile. Anyway, let's leave the rest to Yagyu Hidetsugu and Seimin. I always have a feeling of wanting to mourn for them. Shinera looked at the faint smile on Gojo Ming's face and lamented. Every time Gojo Naruto shows this kind of smile, he is about to cause trouble. So what exactly do you want to do, boss? Okatsu asked curiously. I want to face the Kyoto High School and Tokyo High School teams as a third party at the exchange meeting. After a moment's silence, Gojo Ming explained lightly. Hearing this, the three people in the Urizuya were completely petrified. What? Gojo Ming's words almost scared them. The second day, the list of Kyoto High School has caused a huge uproar in the world of sorcery. Among them, the most troublesome one is the Spell Directors Meeting. As the superior institution that manages the two technical colleges, sister school exchange meetings have always been something they attach great importance to. But now, because of Gojo Naruto, they had to hold a meeting temporarily. Thinking of this, many members couldn't help but rub their foreheads. Is it a good thing or a bad thing to have Gojo Naru? They were naturally happy to see the appearance of such a powerful sorcerer as Gojo Naru. But after Gojo Naru appeared, things seemed to go wrong everywhere. Thinking of this, everyone sighed helplessly. The headquarters of the General Council of Spells. A car with a Kyoto license plate slowly drove onto the winding mountain road and finally stopped next to a mountain. The quaint wooden loft next to it is the headquarters of the general manager's office. At this time, an energetic old man slowly got out of the car. There was a look of indifference under his gray eyebrows and beard. Without any hesitation, he walked straight into the attic of the general manager's office. The old man is quite old, but his strong and upright body has not become bent because of his age. Principal of Lien Temple. Someone greeted him. The old man nodded kindly in response, and then he stepped into the door of the conference room. Not long after, all the major participants took their seats. Directorate General, Senior Meeting Room. Now that everyone is here, I declare today's Gojo Ming special meeting officially open. The director of the general office was still absent due to illness, so Yagyu Hidetsugu sat at the end of the long table to preside over the meeting. Most of the participants in the audience had their fingers crossed and their elbows flat on the table. But the High Commissioner's representatives were much more casual, especially the president of Tokyo Technical High School, Sekiguchi Sakiji. Obviously, the exchange meeting was closely related to him, but he looked as if it had nothing to do with him. The day of the exchange meeting is approaching, and I believe we have all received the list of Kyoto experts. For the students of the two technical colleges, the exchange meeting is just a competition, but for the two schools, and even the directorate, it has far-reaching significance. Today we will mainly discuss the matter of Gojo Naru and the exchange meeting. However, just as Yagyu Hidetsugu finished speaking, I object. It's not fair for Gojo Naruto to participate in the exchange meeting. Zenyuan Shan immediately raised his hand to refute. Whether Gojo Naru attends the exchange meeting has no impact on him, and has little impact on the Zen and family. But he would oppose whatever Gojo Naruto wanted to do. He didn't think he was doing anything wrong, He was just exercising his rights. It's all Gojo Naru's fault for doing such immoral things that he has been targeting the Zen and family. Seeing the representative of the Chanyuan family speak, the small families behind him also raised their hands to echo. That's right, Gojo Naruto cannot attend the exchange meeting. Let's not talk about whether his participation in the exchange meeting would affect the balance given his strength. It's ridiculous for him to represent Kyoto High School in the war as a student of Tokyo High School. Someone raised his hand to protest. When the people of the Gojo family saw this, they couldn't help but laugh out of anger. This is just an ordinary exchange meeting. Presenting us with a wonderful battle is what the exchange meeting should do. Besides, there is no rule in the association's rules that forbids Gojo Naruto from joining the Kyoto High School camp. That's right, since the teacher in charge of Kyoto High School has completed negotiations with the Tokyo school, we should not oppose this matter. A member who was on good terms with the Gojo family also echoed this. Suddenly, the needle and wheat spikes collided. The Chanyuan family was angry, and they were not willing to give in, so the two sides started arguing again. Until Yagyu Hidetsugu shouted, "Okay, stop arguing. Since both principals are here, we might as well ask for their opinions." At this time, people from both sides sat down again and adjusted their appearance. "Principal Sekiguchi, what do you think?" Yagyu Hideji looked at Sekiguchi again, and said thoughtfully. At this time, everyone looked at the principal, Sekiguchi Kiyoshi, expecting his speech. "If Gojo Naruto and Kyoto both agree, I don't mind." Sekiguchi Seiji took a sip of tea, looking like he had nothing to do with it. Yagyu Hidetsu nodded and looked towards Lien Temple again. "I have an opinion. I don't agree with this." Rakaganji, who was sitting opposite Sekiguchi Kiyoshi, said expressionlessly, "It is undeniable that Gojo Naruto is very strong, but our own student team from Kyoto High School also has a chance to win the exchange meeting. We are not dependent on Gojo Naruto. Asking for foreign aid to the opponent was a shameful thing for an educator. He had already criticized 99 Yuki in advance. Even though the other party just stuck out his tongue, he still looked like he didn't care. Call him pedantic or stubborn. But as the president of Kyoto Polytechnic, he would never allow such a thing to happen. That's right, Gojo Naruto shouldn't play," someone excitedly echoed. "The Kyoto High School director disagrees." Seeing that the situation was almost the same, Yagyu Hidetsugu smiled and said, "It seems that everyone is against Gojo Naruto joining the Kyoto camp, so the general directorate will naturally not allow it." Upon hearing this, Zen and Fan's face was full of smiles, and he looked at Yagyu Hidetsugu with an extremely surprised look. He didn't expect that Yagyu Hidetsugu, who had always been vaguely inclined towards the Gojo family, would make such a decision. The principal of Lien Temple breathed a sigh of relief. If Gojo Naruto really represented Kyoto High School in the competition, if they won, it would be Gojo Naruto's credit, and if they lost, it would be because of Kyoto High School's failure. Isn't it embarrassing for him to be the principal? Therefore, he would rather Kyoto High School lose on its own, not to mention that without Gojo Naruto on the field, they might not lose. Sekiguchi Seiji, continued to drink his tea calmly, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. But the representatives of the Gojo family were a little confused. But Chanyuan Fan's smile seemed to pierce his lungs, and his face was instantly covered with a layer of dark clouds. He was just about to open his mouth and continue to fight. "But this meeting is not over yet," added Hidetsugu Yagyu. The others were also stunned and looked at Yagyu Hidetsugu in confusion. Wasn't the matter of Gojo Naruto already settled? Why did Yagyu Hidetsugu want to keep them here? Everyone looked puzzled, and their eyes turned towards Yagyu Hidetsugu with full of doubt. Looking at Yagyu Hidetsugu's appearance, a bad idea suddenly arose in Zen and Fan's mind. Hearing what Yagyu Hidetsugu said, Principal Lien Temple also frowned. He was also somewhat confused about Yagyu Hidetsugu's plan. Seeing everyone looking at him, Yagyu Hidetsugu slowly picked up a document from the desk and asked someone to distribute it to other participants. The Tokyo High Commissioner has another proposal, which is also related to Gojo Naruto. Yagyu Hidetsugu said with a gentle smile. Zenitsu frowned and looked at Yagyu Hidetsugu, feeling puzzled. What does this Gojo Naruto want to do? Soon, Chan Yuanshan's eyes fell on the issued documents. Suddenly, he stared blankly at the contents of the document, his face filled with shock and astonishment. Is this Gojo Naruto crazy? The sudden change made the others see the documents in their hands immediately. They all blinked involuntarily. After a long while, they looked shocked and saw that you looked like the principal of Tokyo Technical High School, Sekiguchi Sakiji. Gojo Naruto will fight as a third party and jointly fight against the two technical schools in Kyoto and Tokyo. Does this Gojo Ming really think he is invincible? Zen Yuanshan said in astonishment. When other people saw the contents of the document, they were also shocked, and then they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But when they saw the calm looks of Sekiguchi Seiji and Yagyu Hidetsugu, they all took a deep breath. Are they serious about this? Everyone stared at the document with eyes wide open in disbelief. Is Gojo Naruto crazy? Even if his Zampakudo is indeed very powerful, isn't his behavior too arrogant? Not to mention, Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru not only possess the combat power of special grade sorcerers, but are also the strongest duo of the younger generation. Their tacit cooperation has been extremely shocking in the previous competitions. What's more, Kyoto High School is not a pushover. Although Iori Yudaheim's combat power is slightly inferior, his spell can enhance the strength of his teammates' spell power. If she chooses to use a spell on Gojo Satoru, even if Gojo Naruto uses his Zampakudo, she cannot be sure of winning against her brother. Seeing this proposal, Zen and Shan laughed in anger. Is this Gojo Naruto crazy for wanting to be in the limelight? Who does he think the contestants for the exchange meeting between the two schools will be? He doesn't underestimate Gojo Naru. The main thing is that the members of this year's exchange meeting are not ordinary people. Who is not a genius among magicians? They can even basically exert their top-level combat power. He doesn't think Gojo Ming can easily deal with the siege of so many people. Gojo Ming is asking for trouble. Chan Yuanshan slowly raised his hand and said in a deep voice, on behalf of the Chan Yuan family, I agree to this proposal. The others were slightly stunned when they heard this, but soon they could hardly hold back the smiles on their faces. Zen and Osamu actually agreed to Gojo Naru's proposal. I've never seen this before. They all shook their heads. I'm afraid this Zen Temple fan is already waiting to see Gojo Naru's joke. Thinking of this, they silently looked at Gojo Ming with pity in their hearts. Of course, there's also a little praise and admiration. After all, most people would not dare to make such an outrageous suggestion. It is undeniable that Gojo Ming is very powerful, but after all, two fists cannot beat four hands, not to mention that he is facing the top combat power of two high schools. The tacit cooperation between Gojo Satoru and Geto Summer Oil can even make the sum of 1 + 1 greater than 2. 3 cobblers can still be better than 1 Zhuge The difference in numbers cannot be made up by tricks. The representatives of the Gojo family who attended the meeting were also stunned by Gojo Akira's new proposal. They looked at each other in confusion. Should they agree or reject it? There was a hint of confusion between their brows. The principal of Kyoto Technical High School, Rakaganji, was furious. His temples were throbbing, and his face was as black as ash. Since he is not allowed to be in the Kyoto High School camp, he plans to beat up the people from Kyoto High School as well. The people from Tokyo Polytechnic Institute are enough to give him a hard time, but he still wants to fight 2 people at once. One arrogant guy. As soon as he finished speaking, his voice immediately became decisive and powerful. We, the High Commissioner, agree with Gojo Naruto's proposal, but we, the Kyoto High Commissioner, will definitely defeat Gojo Naruto and redeem our honor. Across the crowd at Lien Temple, he looked up at Yagyu Hidetsugu and said with an extremely serious expression, in that case, we in the Kumo family have no reason to object. The Kumo family representative quickly agreed to the resolution with a smile. Now, only the representative of the Gojo family had not spoken yet, so everyone slowly looked at the representative of the Gojo family. Sekiguchi Seiji's calmness, the Kumo family's indifference, Rakaganji's unwillingness to accept, Zen and Fan's eyes full of gloating. Everyone has a different expression, which makes the Gojo family representative feel full of pressure. We agree too. The representative of the Gojo family, who was originally worried and nervous, agreed to the proposal with a helpless look on his face. If everyone else agrees, it won't matter much even if they veto it. Although they didn't know what their young Master Ming was planning, since he had proposed this, they could only trust the future representative of the Gojo family. Leave everything to him. The second day, there is no doubt that Gojo Naruto is on the hot search again. The proposal that was finally approved by the Spell Inspectorate once again caused a stir in the entire spell world. Breaking news. This is the first person in history to attend a conference as a third party. He will face off against the two top sorcerers from the two technical colleges at the exchange meeting. Who will win the crown of victory in this exchange meeting in the end? Yagyu Hidetsugu shook his head and ignored all the news. But he knew that from this moment on until the sister school exchange meeting, there would be sleepless nights. Gojo Naruto is too arrogant. Even though he is very strong, I don't think he can handle facing two aces from the technical high schools alone. That's right. Although he has mastered the spell compared to 9 years ago, he will never be able to gain the upper hand in front of his brother Gojo Satoru, a master of spells, without using his Zampakudo. What's more, Gojo Satoru has Geto Suguru by his side, who works very well with him. Gojo Naruto will pay the price for his arrogance. I don't think so. Since Gojo Naruto has made this decision, maybe he really has a solution. He was already the nightmare of the sorcery world 9 years ago. People in the magic world were talking about it. In short, will Gojo Naruto's arrogance make him a nightmare or a laughingstock in the world of sorcery? No one has the answer until the exchange meeting arrives. The office of Yaga Mazamichi at the Jujutsu High School was a small room crowded with several people. Teacher Yaga, why did our school apply for this proposal? What does Ming want to do? Gojo Satoru was also a little embarrassed. The moods of the others were not much different from Gojo Satoru's. Yaga Mazamichi hesitated, then said, Gojo, I just learned about this matter. It seems that it was a direct proposal from your brother and Principal Sekiguchi. So, it was Ming's own idea to want to confront the two major technical colleges? Saiyojia asked with a frown. Well, I want to ask Principal Sekiguchi, but he just gave me one reply. Even if we have to join forces with Kyoto High School, we must defeat Gojo Naruto. Yaga Mazamichi said frankly, there is no doubt that this is the beginning of another competition. The exchange meeting is a manifestation of the college's decades of heritage. If they lose to Gojo Naruto, they will lose to Gojo Naruto. That's really embarrassing. No, there is no need for the people from Kyoto High School to intervene. The three of us can definitely defeat Ming. Gojo Satoru looked confident. It's difficult, Saiyojia said, but his words soon attracted the surprised eyes of others. And he added, but you can. The others looked at Yeri Shoko. I'll try my best, Yeri Shoko said helplessly. On the other side is the hotel cafe where Kyoto Polytechnic is located. Jujo Yuki held a cup of iced coffee and leaned back in his chair as if waiting for something. Iori Yudaheim and Mei Mei looked like eggplants hit by frost, looking listless. Teacher Yuki, do we really have to be opponents of Gojo Naruto? Iori Yudaheim showed a helpless expression on her face. From being Gojo Naruto's teammate to being his opponent, the gap is no less than from heaven to hell. Well, the Spell Inspectorate did not pass the proposal, and the old man from Lien Temple also disagreed. Jujo Yuki said with a smile, but he will arrange a good teammate for you later. Who could it be? Mei Mei asked curiously. It should be the kid from Kumo's family, right? Jujo Yuki looked up at the ceiling for a while, then took a sip of the iced coffee in the cup, and answered with a smile. Is it the third-year student Kumo? Iori Yudaheim was a little bit incredulous. If it's senior Kumo, then it seems we still have a chance, Mei Mei said. Iori Yudaheim said, yes, after all, Senior Kinshinaga is the legitimate son that the Kumo family also values very much. They valued him very much before, but unfortunately, Kamo Kinshinaga did not awaken the red blood manipulation technique inherited by their Kamo family, so that his younger brother Kamo Kenki, who awakened the red blood manipulation technique as soon as he was born, is now the treasurer of the Kamo family, said Yuki Kichiku. It is rumored that Kamo Kenji was born to a concubine. Meimei whispered. Yudaheim was stunned. Didn't the Kamo family claim that Kamo Kenji was the legitimate son? Why do you care so much about trivial things? You must not mention Kamo Kenji's matter in front of the kid from Kamo's family later. Jujo Yuki rolled his eyes at them and frowned. The two girls stuck out their tongues and said, I know. We're just a little curious. We won't ask any questions. You can rest assured, Mr. Yuji. Not long after, the three girls saw the figure of the principal, Luyensi, and behind him was a young man in the black school uniform of the technical secondary school. The young man had long black hair and a faint smile on his face, looking very polite. If nothing unexpected happens, it is Senior Kamo Kenshin, who has been on missions for a long time and has made many achievements. He is also the student who is closest to a special grade sorcerer in their Kyoto high school. Led by the waiter, the two of them were seated quickly. Hello, everyone. Kamo Kenshin greeted the girls gently. Senior Kamo, nice to meet you. The exchange meeting depends on you. The two girls said seriously. Haha, I've also read their information. They're also geniuses. Kamo Kenshin said modestly. Okay, then we'll hone our teamwork over the next few days, and then we'll work together with Tokyo High Technical College to take out Gojo Naruto first, and then we'll take out the Tokyo Jujutsu High Technical College team and win. Iori Yudaheim said with a smile. On the other side, Liensi was quite satisfied with the atmosphere of their team. Then he looked at Jujo Yuki and said with a strange expression, I have brought the last student to you. Train them well and don't mess around anymore. Although he had always known that Jujo Yuki's ideas were wild and unrestrained, he had never thought that he could travel to Mars. He actually planned to team up with Gojo Naruto. Isn't this pure nonsense? The old man walked over to the student's position again. Principal of Lien Temple. The two girls greeted the old man. Lu Yinsi nodded generously. Haha, you're welcome. You all know why I came here, right? Lu Yinsi said with a smile. The three of them nodded and said confidently, the principal should be here for the exchange meeting. Don't worry. We will definitely win the exchange meeting. No, you misunderstood. Lu Yin Temple shook his head and said, as the president of Kyoto Polytechnic, I do have something to say to you. This exchange meeting has received more attention from the magic world than ever before. I believe you're under a lot of pressure, so I won't put too much pressure on you. This time we have only one goal, and that is to defeat Gojo Naruto. Let the people in the world of magic know that we at Kyoto High School do not rely on him. After that, even if you don't win the championship, you will still be the best students at Kyoto High School. The crowd was shocked. It is undeniable that Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru are indeed powerful. Even if we can't beat them, it is not a shameful thing. Accepting the situation is also something we should learn, said Lu Yin Temple. Everyone was silent, all a little surprised. They also knew that the Gojo brothers were known as the strongest 6 eyes magicians in 1,000 years, and there were rumors praising them, saying, since the moment they were born, they had already defeated the entire magic world. Even if they worked together to defeat Gojo Naruto, it would be extremely difficult to compete for the victory over Gojo Satoru. They had been prepared for this, but they didn't expect their principal to be more open-minded. Principal, we will definitely find an opportunity to work together with Tokyo High School to defeat Gojo Naruto. Kamo Kenshin said seriously. Of course, he would not give up on winning the final victory. Kamo Xianyong said in a deep voice in his heart. He was clearly the legitimate son of the Kamo family, but because he failed to master the red blood manipulation technique, his family status was left far behind by that B******************. Even though he had tried his best to achieve success after success over the years, he still couldn't catch his father's eye. But Kamo Kenji, who was born out of wedlock, didn't have to do anything and easily got everything he wanted. Since one achievement was not enough, he would work hard to get it until he could enter the eyes of those people. Now is an opportunity for exchange. He will definitely defeat Gojo Naruto to prove that even if he fails to master the red blood manipulation technique, he is no worse than anyone else. Kamo Nabinaga clenched his fists. At the same time, the five families. Gojo Xiongyin shook his head and waved his hand to let Gojo Shuini retreat. He frowned, picked up the bone dasha teacup, and drank the black tea in it. Now the entire magic world is hotly discussing Gojo Naru, this young man who has repeatedly brought miracles, and he's about to challenge the ace players of the two high schools on his own. The Gojo family was also under a lot of pressure. Gojo Xiongyin was a little confused. He had no idea what Gojo Ming was planning, but he couldn't help but worry. During these 9 years, he witnessed the entire growth process of Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru. There was indeed an unspoken understanding between them, and he didn't think that Gojo Ming would be able to defeat those two people if he fought one against two. What exactly is Ming planning to do? Can he get through this? Wu Xiaoxiong-yin couldn't help but sigh in his heart and muttered to himself. But thinking of Gojo Ming's happy look when he came back, Gojo Xiongyin felt relieved for some reason. If it's him, maybe he can bring some miracles. Thinking of his previous actions, Wu Xiaoxiong-yin finally calmed down. Meanwhile, the sun was shining brightly at noon. In a meeting room of the Chanyuan family, all the important figures of the Chanyuan family gathered here. This exchange meeting has nothing much to do with their Zen and family, but it is related to the Kumo family and the Gojo family, especially Gojo Naru. This also forced them to pay attention to this matter. But they were all very upset about what the other party did and immediately began to discuss in deep voices. What good does Gojo Naru do? The Jujutsu High School is the executive body of our Directorate General. Is he trying to use the exchange meeting to intimidate us? Wasn't his previous display of power enough? Zen Temple Zibrin said indifferently. When the others heard this, they were choked and fell into silence for a long time. I think this Gojo Naru is courting death. He has provoked the two technical colleges like this. I think his death is not far from the exchange meeting. Zenyuan Shan said, although it is not allowed to hurt people at the exchange meeting, there have been casualties due to negligence in previous exchange meetings. It is undeniable that Gojo Naruto is a genius. But the people of the Zen and family were extremely unhappy with Gojo Naru's behavior of suppressing everyone. Obviously, they are also from the three major families in the world of sorcery. Master, the kid from the Kamo family, seems to be in the Kyoto High School team. Why don't we do him a favor? Zenin Shinsuke said, only a small number of the descendants of their Zen family can awaken the power of spells. Although there's a very small chance that those without spell power can awaken the heaven and spell binding, there are more ordinary people without spell power. With so many ordinary people, their Zen and family is still able to become one of the three major families in the world of spells, mainly relying on their development in Cursed Tool. As long as ordinary people can master the Cursed Tool properly, their combat power will definitely not be worse than those of pure sorcerers. And most importantly, sister school exchanges do not restrict the use of Cursed Tool. Those who live near the Zen temple naturally understand the temple's thoughts. Okay, Zen Temple Jibi thought for a while, nodded and agreed. Send the armor to Master Kamo. The Gojo family is so powerful that it is inevitable that they will join forces with the Kamo family to fight against the Gojo family. Kamo's house, on the top of the back mountain. Accompanied by the stars and the moon, Kamo Kenshin sat cross-legged on a protruding rock, honing his control over his cursed energy. With his strength, he is considered a genius in the entire world of sorcery. However, because he failed to awaken the red blood manipulation technique, he was defined as a member of the Kamo family, and this account was scrapped. Without mastering the red blood manipulation technique, he would not be able to compete with geniuses like the Gojo brothers and Zen Engineer. Kamo Shin placed his hopes on his younger brother, Kamo Kenji, who was born to his mistress. Although Kamo Kenshin had also heard about their terror. But isn't it true that everyone has a head on two shoulders? He will definitely prove, with his strength, that he is no worse than the five brothers. Just redouble your efforts. So Kamo Kenshin once again entered into asceticism. After a long time, an old man appeared beside him and bowed slightly to Kamo Xianyong. Master Xianyong. Uncle Liang. Kamo Xianyong also nodded and greeted him. The old man, Kamo Ryo, is the only person in the Kamo family who has not changed his treatment of the family despite the attitude of the head of the family. The old man looked at Kamo Xianyong with a gentle gaze. He took out a small black box from his hand and said, Master Xianyong, this is what the patriarch asked me to give to you when he knew you were going to participate in the exchange meeting. It seems that the patriarch still cares about you very much. After saying this, Kamo Liang smiled. The young man was slightly startled, and it took him several seconds to react. Uncle Liang, is this really given to me by my father? Kamo Xianyong's breathing was a little trembling. He was not afraid, but excited, just like a person who had been thirsty for several days and suddenly saw a clear spring. Yes, the master personally handed it to me and asked me to bring it to the young master. Kamo Liang said, Open it and take a look. Kamo Kenshin opened the small box, and inside was a neatly arranged piece of light armor and a bronze hoko. Kamo Kenshin was a little surprised. This is the Zen and family's cursed armor and Amasaki hoko, but the color of Amasaki hoko seems a little wrong. The old man nodded and said in a deep voice, Yes, it is the special curse armor made by the Zen and family. It can withstand the full force attack of the curse master without any damage. And that hoko is not the original one. I made a replica of the Zen and family. Although it cannot completely eliminate the curse power like the original one, it can eliminate 7 or 8 layers. As long as you deal with Gojo Naruto, you will have a considerable advantage when facing Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru. After Kamo Xianyong confirmed it, he smiled happily from the bottom of his heart. Uncle Liang, I didn't expect that my father would care about me so much. Kamo Liang's smile froze, and he said with a fake smile, Of course, after all, the young master is also the child of the master. The young man noticed the changes in Kamura's old face, and his smile froze slightly. He smiled helplessly and said, Uncle Liang, please tell my father for me that I have these 2 treasures. I will definitely go all out at the exchange meeting and kill the 5 brothers in an upright manner to restore the reputation of our Kamo family. Haha, that's good. I believe that if young Master Xianyong wins the first place in the exchange meeting, the head of the family will definitely be very happy. The old man's face was filled with smiles. Tokyo, covered by dazzling neon lights, makes it difficult for you to see the stars. At this time, on top of a tall tower, a black-haired young man stood on the top of the tower with one hand in his pocket. The night wind blew his hair and the corners of his clothes rustled. I know what you want. We in Ponching Sect can give you 100 million as long as you can stop Master Tianyuan from assimilating with the ugly star plasma. A middle-aged man's voice came from the speaker of the swollen mobile phone. We will not allow the bodies of mortals to defile Master Tianyuan. Zhang Xiang said calmly, I don't need money, but our goal is the same to stop the astral plasma, so I can promise you. But before solving the astral plasma, I want you to obey my command, which is also to increase the success rate of the mission. If you can do it, I will cooperate with you. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Okay, we in Ponching Sect promise you that when we determine the final candidate for Master Tianyuan from the largest number of candidates, I will contact you. I hope you won't let us down. Haha, happy cooperation. Afterwards, Zhang Xiang hung up the call. He raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the Jujutsu High School. It was late at night, and only the neon lights of Shibuya and Shinjuku were still shining in the sky. The surrounding darkness began to swallow up the lights of Tokyo bit by bit. Looking at the flickering lights of Tokyo Jujutsu High School in the distance, Zhang Xiang was reminded of the upcoming sister school exchange meeting of Jujutsu High School. Will Gojo Naru also participate? The young man touched his chin and muttered to himself. It is said that, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. In the subsequent astral plasma incident, he will most likely continue to encounter Gojo Naruto and others. Therefore, Gojo Ming's move at the exchange meeting actually made it easier for him to expand his influence. He could use this opportunity to witness Gojo Naru's current strength with his own eyes, so that when he meets Gojo Naru in the future, he would have more means of response. However, Zhang Xiang also became a little worried. This was the first time he met Gojo Naru after being released from the seal of the Jujutsu High School. If we only listen to past rumors, Gojo Ming's methods can be said to be extremely powerful. It's not that he didn't believe it, he just thought it couldn't be so outrageous. After investigating everyone's views on the exchange meeting, he became more determined in his own ideas. After all, everyone seems to be more optimistic about his brother Gojo Satoru. But he also understood that Six Eyes Magician was indeed powerful. However, the red blood manipulation technique is a traditional technique that has been passed down by the Kumo family for thousands of years. With all his strength, he is confident that he is no less powerful than the other party. As long as it is now, although Six Eyes has the highest potential among the three, that is after mastering the reverse curse technique and the domain. Otherwise, the most comprehensive and balanced one must be the Kumo family's red blood manipulation technique. As long as they haven't mastered the domain and reverse cursed technique, he is confident that he can win. Tokyo, Saishimiya. From the barrier of the sorcery world, it can be seen that Tianyuan's condition has become increasingly unstable. It can be said that the Shurkai Zampakudo is an imminent matter. Soon, the blonde woman's tightly closed eyes slowly opened, and she glanced at Gojo Ming beside her. Just like watching the slowly falling ginkgo leaves, one by one, speechless. Is it still not enough? Gojo Ming was silent for a moment, but still said it directly. After all, it requires Tianyuan and Zanpakudo to be in sync with each other. Even if he had forged the Zampakudo, he couldn't help Tenzin. Gojo Ming's words sounded like those of an idiot, which choked Tianyuan immediately, and the atmosphere became dead silent again. Do you think I look successful now? Tianyuan looked at Gojo Ming with a helpless look on his face. Ahem, actually I can feel it, it's very close, said Gojo Ming. Okay, stop making promises for me, Tianyuan said. If nothing unexpected happens, I can still hold on for about a year and continue to communicate with my Zampakudo. Two people walked out of the underground palace and came to the ground. The night wind blew through the treetops, blowing off a few leaves, which floated in front of Tianyuan. Tianyuan stretched out his slender fingers and pinched the still green fallen leaf. It is clearly not yet late autumn, but the leaves are already falling. Tianyuan was silent for a moment, then said seriously, but if I still cannot complete the initial release in the end, I will still use the astral plasma. I hope you will not stop me. Gojo Ming glanced at the leaf in Tianyuan's hand and said, Okay, I promise you. Indeed, not everything in the world can go as planned. But soon Tianyuan raised her head, taking all her worries into her eyes, and her demeanor returned to that of the omniscient and omnipotent Lady Tianyuan. The exchange meeting is about to start tomorrow. How come you still have time to stay here? Tianyuan asked calmly. Do you care so much? I thought your place would be quieter. Gojo Ming smiled. After all, no matter where he appears now, everyone is paying close attention to the exchange meeting, to the point that even Gojo Ming was a little annoyed. Tianyuan ignored his thoughts and rolled his eyes at him, saying, That's right, from joining the Kyoto camp to declaring war on the two major camps. Who wouldn't want to know if the popular Gojo Naruto has a hole in his brain? This exchange meeting is not a very important matter to you, right? Why did you suddenly want to get involved in this matter? My idea is actually very simple. In this year's exchange meeting, the Kyoto camp was too weak and was completely unable to counterbalance the Tokyo High School where Satoru is. Gojo Ming said, In short, I want to increase the strength of Satoru and Geto Suguru. They still have room for improvement. Even now, Gojo Satoru is considered the strongest Six Eyes magician in 1,000 years. Tenzin resisted the urge to beat Gojo Naruto. Satoru is still a long way from that. Gojo Naruto's eyes flickered as he said, thoughtfully, Not to mention that he has not yet mastered the domain and the reverse curse technique, and he is still a little short of the Zampakudo Bankai. I plan to use this opportunity to let him master Senbonzakura's Bankai. It can be regarded as a small experiment of mine. According to Gojo Naruto's impression, Gojo Satoru mastered the reverse curse technique during the astral plasma incident, which is about a year away from now. He was not in a hurry, because he found that the art was a bit like mathematics, which required understanding, otherwise it would not work, even if he was in a hurry. The most important thing is that based on his understanding of Zanpakudo, Gojo Naruto feels that Gojo Satoru and Senbonzakura are almost close to opening Bankai, and all they need is the finishing touch. If he could really take this opportunity to complete his Bankai, it would be a direct way to improve Gojo Satoru's combat power. Later, in the astral plasma incident, he was not as passive as he remembered. Otherwise, relying on that kind of breakthrough between life and death, it would be very exhilarating. But I have to say, it's really a tightrope walk. As long as there are some small mistakes in the middle, the team may be completely defeated, which is what Gojo Ming does not want to see. However, there is another reason that supports Gojo Naru to do this. The system states that as long as the borrower completes his Bankai, he can extract an ability from his body. But what puzzled him at the moment was that due to the limitations of heaven and curse on his body, he was completely unable to feel the cursed power of this world, and the system analyzed the technique of Gojo Satoru for him. Can he use his spiritual power to release it, and thus obtain a special variant of the spell that belongs to him alone? He thought about this question for a long time, but in the end, Gojo Naruto decided to use reality to dig out the answer. So, brother, please try harder and use this opportunity to break through the shackles and complete your Bankai. The arc of Gojo Ming's mouth corners turned up more and more, and at this moment, he looked like a fox staring at its prey that was about to take the bait, with a sly smile. Gojo Naru, you look like a villain now. Tian Yuan raised his head and looked at Gojo Naru, who had a smirk on his face, and complained. Gojo Naru, Tenzin, believe it or not, I will make sure you will never find Tenriko in your entire life. Gojo Naruto joked viciously. Question mark. Tian Yuan was stunned for a moment. She tilted her head and glanced at Wu Jiaoming with a pair of bright eyes. How do you know that, girl? She did prefer Tenno's body, but she wasn't completely sure yet. Unexpectedly, I was discovered by Gojo Naruto. You said that if your Zampakudo couldn't be released, you wouldn't stop me, right? Tianyuan's expression was a little stiff. Tenzin was indeed worried that Gojo Naruto would stop her from assimilating the astral plasma. After all, she is the person who knows Gojo Naru's strength best. If Gojo Naruto had used his true strength to stop this when he was assimilated, she would probably be helpless at that time. So you'd better hurry up and complete the connection with your Zanpakudo, Tenzin. Gojo Naruto glanced at Tenzin and said lightly. Tian Yuan slowly closed his eyes and replied with an indignant look. The trick you used on Gojo Satoru won't work on me. She, Tian Yuan, has lived for so many years, and Gojo Naruto still uses this simple method of provoking her. If she could complete the release of her Zanpakudo, would she still need to make such a backup plan? Who would spend 9 years on this Zanpakudo like she did? She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Gojo Ming. Really? Then you could try the astral plasma. Gojo Ming said with a gentle smile. The young woman was slightly startled. Gojo Naruto, you're not serious about this, are you? Tian Yuan stared at him with wide eyes. If I lose control, you know how much disaster will bring to the world of sorcery, right? Although I don't want to sacrifice others, if there is a slight mistake, the entire magic world may be sacrificed. The young woman's voice trembled slightly, and now she looked at the boy in disbelief. Although she had always known that Gojo Naruto was the twisted son of this world, there was no need to let the whole world twist with him, right? Does his assimilation into the star plasma have any effect on him? Before this, Jujo Yuki was his girlfriend, so this star plasma couldn't possibly have anything to do with him, right? Tian Yuan wanted to speak, but Gojo Ming opened his mouth first and said, So, please try harder, Master Tian Yuan. After saying that, Gojo Ming turned around and looked at Tianyuan and Hong Shingon behind him with a bright smile. Tianyuan seemed to be frightened and stared at the boy with a serious expression. Okay, just take me out. After all, the competition is tomorrow. Gojo Ming stretched lazily with a nonchalant look on his face. This big idiot Tianyuan said he wouldn't be fooled by provocation, but now he is as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Seeing Kumo Kinshinaga, someone on the podium couldn't help but sigh secretly. As the eldest son of one of the three major families, everyone naturally knows Kumo Kenshin, but the more they understood, the more regretful they felt. Even though Kumo Kenshin's talent was outstanding, he was promoted to a first-class sorcerer in his second year of high school. During this year's overseas internship, he has made many achievements and was even called the most promising candidate for a special grade sorcerer. But unfortunately, Kumo Kenshin failed to awaken the red blood manipulation technique. If he could awaken the red blood manipulation technique, perhaps he would now be a genius among the five brothers, someone who could be on par with or even become a top-grade sorcerer right after entering school. So, thinking of this, everyone looked at Kumo Xianyon with some regret. When the Kyoto High School team arrived on the stage, they immediately saw the Tokyo High School team and others who had arrived earlier than them. Hello, I'm the captain of the Kyoto team, a first-level sorcerer, Kumo Kenshin. Kumo Kenshin looked at Gojo Satoru and the others, squinted his eyes, and stretched out his hand to greet them. First-level sorcerer, Mei Mei. The girl at the side said uninterestedly, I'm a second-level sorcerer, Iori Yudaheim. Yudaheim said with a smile. However, she did not feel inferior to her own spell level. It was rare for ordinary auxiliary spell masters, even at a very old age, to break through level 2 and reach level 1, unless he is a support-type sorcerer who can master the reverse curse technique. Because the reverse curse technique is extremely difficult to master, there are so many sorcerers in the entire sorcery world, but only a handful of them can master the reverse curse technique, and all of them are top-notch masters among millions. Seeing this, the contestants from Tokyo High School also began to introduce themselves. Hello, I'm the captain of this year's Tokyo team, a top-class sorcerer, Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru spoke first in a calm tone. He shook Kumo Kenshin's hand and did not look at all like he was showing any sign of weakness. He knew Kumo Kenshin, and that the other party was very strong, probably at the same level as Geto Suguru. However, since the other party failed to awaken the red blood manipulation technique, unfortunately his status in the family is not very high, and he is stationed overseas all year round. Thinking of this, Gojo Satoru couldn't help but think of his younger brother Gojo Naruto. At the beginning, Gojo Naruto was unable to awaken his cursed power, if he had not later shown his amazing talent in forging Zampakudo. I'm afraid this may happen now. At the same time, Kumo Kenshin also looked at Gojo Satoru quietly. It has to be said that he actually felt quite jealous of this famous genius in the world of sorcery. Although he is still very young, it does not affect his strength. Some people in the world of sorcery even claim that Gojo Satoru has defeated most of the world of sorcery since he was born. If there is someone who can destroy all cursed spirits and sorcerers, that person can only be named Gojo. What's more, before entering the technical college, he had already completed the exorcism of special grade cursed spirits many times. As soon as he entered the technical high school, he completed the extremely difficult entrance examination and was directly awarded the title of a special grade sorcerer. He is one of the geniuses that has never been seen before in history. Thinking of this, Kumo Kenshin felt as if his lungs were pierced, and he couldn't help feeling a little aggrieved. If he could awaken the red blood manipulation technique, perhaps he could become a genius on par with Gojo Satoru today. But geniuses often easily fall for the very talents they are so proud of. Soon, Kumo Xianyong took a deep breath and comforted himself in his heart. Kumo Nabinaga let go of his hand, and the three members of the Kyoto High School team turned around and looked at Geto Suguru, who was standing next to Gojo Satoru. First-level sorcerer, Geto Suguru. Geto Suguru said with a smile. The faces of everyone in Kyoto became solemn. Naturally, Gojo, Suguru, and the others had also heard of him. Although he was only a first-class sorcerer, he was definitely a strong candidate for a special-class sorcerer. But what is more noteworthy is the tacit cooperation between him and Gojo Satoru. But they know it's more than that. By manipulating different cursed spirits, you can master different spell outputs, which not only makes the fighting methods more varied, but his powerful physical skills are his most powerful trump card. I'm afraid that except for Gojo Naruto and the awakened people with the heaven and curse-bound physique of the Zen and family, his physical skills are almost as good as others. From this we can see the great perseverance of Gojo Suguru. First-level sorcerer, Yeri Shoko. Yeri Shoko said with a slight blush on her pretty face. It's nothing. The main thing is her title as a first-class sorcerer. At the beginning, she was indeed mainly dependent on Gojo Naruto, and because she had just entered school, she did not have many opportunities to demonstrate her strength. This does make her magician level seem a little watered down. So every time she introduced her magician level, she felt a little embarrassed. After all, based on her current performance, it seems more appropriate to position her at level 2. Yeri Shoko thought so in his heart. Hello, Shoko. Iori Yutaheim said with a smile. I have heard a lot about you. It is said that you mastered the reverse curse technique since birth. Is that true? Meimei asked curiously. They didn't think there was anything wrong with Yeri Shoko's level as a magician. After all, that's the reverse curse technique. More than 1,000 years ago, the Jujutsu world had a battle with Ryomen Sukuna, the most powerful curse master in the world at that time. But in the end, the entire magic world was defeated. Although it is also related to the fact that Ryomen Sukuna's domain, demons subduing Cook, is too powerful. But the real reason why Sukuna was able to achieve this was due to the reverse curse technique. In that brutal battle, under the leadership of the top magicians of the big 3 sorcerer families, they also inflicted heavy damage on Ryomen Sukuna many times. But with the help of the opponent's reverse curse technique, the whole situation was finally reversed, and the curse world ended up failing in this tragic siege. The most important thing, if mastering the reverse curse technique is rare, then being able to use it on others to reverse the output of cursed power is even rarer. Even in the thousands of years of history of the magic world, only a few people can do this, and Yeri Shoko is one of them. Therefore, they did not question Yeri Shoko's level of sorcery at all. Even in their plan, after defeating Gojo Naruto, they would return to the showdown between the 2 high schools. Yeri Shoko's priority has been raised to a higher level than Gojo Satoru. Otherwise, with the support of Yeri Shoko reverse curse technique, Gojo Satoru might be able to redisplay the posture of Sukuna from 1,000 years ago. This is something they all don't want to see. After greeting the players from Tokyo High Technical College, Kyoto High Technical College also came to their own positions and began to wait for the arrival of their last opponent. Gojo Ming looked curiously at the egg-thin membrane barrier outside Hongxing Palace. Suddenly I couldn't help but be amazed. Tian Yuan, this guy has quite some accomplishments in the area of barriers. Although he could find the Hongxing Palace inside the barrier, based on his familiarity with the Hongxing Palace. But entry and exit still depends on Tian Yuan, the master of Hongxing Palace. Of course, it is not impossible for him to use his Zampakudo's great power to send the brick flying, but Tenzin would definitely be angry with him. So Gojo Ming gave up this idea. Hurry up, hurry up! Tian Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, rolled his eyes at Gojo Ming, and urged. It was as if she didn't want to keep him in Hongxing Palace any longer. Tian Yuan was also depressed. Now in the entire magic world, it is estimated that only Gojo Naruto can find her. This annoying guy. Let's see how you perform tomorrow. Tian Yuan finished speaking and waved his hand skillfully. Immediately afterwards, the graceful figures of Hong, Shinigami, and Tian Yuan slowly became illusory until they completely disappeared from Gojo Ming's sight. A dazzling light came, and Gojo Ming subconsciously closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he had already been teleported out of Hongxing Palace by Tian Yuan. Gojo Ming glanced at the familiar streets around him, then turned back to look at Hong Xinggong, who was faintly fading behind him, and suddenly became silent. After a moment, Gojo Ming turned around and left in the direction of the high school. The next day, a hint of pale sky slowly emerged from the horizon. Not long after daybreak, many sorcerers who had free time rushed to the high school. There is no other reason, it's just because today is the day of the main competition of the sister school exchange meeting. Not long after, several magicians appeared in the square of the high school. There are graduates from various major magic families and 2 major technical colleges. They basically have their own team to support. There are those who support their respective campuses, but there are also those who believe that Gojo Naruto can win, but this part may be relatively small. After all, his opponents are all extraordinary. In short, most of them came for this exchange meeting that had been preheated for a long time. Gojo Naruto faces off against the strongest duo of the younger generation. No one could resist curiosity. Of course, there's still some variables. After all, the Kyoto High School camp is definitely not weak. Mei, the superpowered girl who is a first-class sorcerer. Although only a second-level magician, Iori Yudaheim's magic can be said to be the strongest offensive auxiliary magic. In addition, the talented son of the Kumo family, Kumo Kenshin, who has long been famous overseas as a well-known special grade candidate, is also here. Historically, this lineup is enough to compete for the championship in all previous exchanges. If Gojo Naruto or the Tokyo High School team underestimate them because of this, you will definitely suffer a great loss. Thinking about the upcoming exciting game, time flies by. Everyone became a little nervous, and they looked up at the contestant area from time to time. They hope the game will start soon. After all, they want to see rivers of blood. Finally, the first team to catch everyone's attention was the host team, the Tokyo Jujutsu High School. Gojo Satoru, with his flowing white hair, stands out. The 3 of them walked out of the contestant channel, all wearing the black school uniforms of the technical secondary school, looking confident and smiling brightly. When they saw Gojo Satoru and the other 2, the supporters of Tokyo High School immediately cheered. Not to mention that this is the home court of Tokyo High School. Gojo Satoru and Geto Sugiru's strong performance in the past 9 years naturally attracted many people to be their fans. Naturally, there were many fans, and Nanami Kento in the audience area was one of them. Previously, he mistakenly thought that he was saved by Gojo Satoru, and thus vowed to join Tokyo High School next year. Later he found out that it was Gojo Naruto who saved him. Although he had recognized the wrong person, it did not affect his choice to continue studying at Tokyo Jujutsu High School. Today, he also came here specially to cheer for the Tokyo Jujutsu High School team. The deafening cheers rang in their ears, and they felt their eardrums becoming somewhat uncomfortable. Yeah, Shoko, it feels like there are a lot of people here today. Gojo Satoru said calmly with a smile on his face, his hands resting on his head as he glanced at the crowded audience area. TSK, don't you too just like this kind of situation? Shoko put his hands in his shirt pockets, rolled his eyes at Gojo Satoru, and said disdainfully, don't talk nonsense. Xiaoyuja bent his waist slightly, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and retorted lightly, it's Mingming Wu who likes to do this kind of thing. Gojo Satoru, ? At this time, there were also quite a few people on the high platform with the widest view. Those who can ascend to the luxurious platform are all people with high status in the world of sorcery. As a teacher at the technical college, Yagamazamichi is also on the high platform. He saw Gojo Satoru and the other 2 appearing at a glance. Seeing Gojo Satoru and his 2 companions who looked like street thugs, Yagamazamichi's face darkened. Although they're the strongest group of people in high school, I feel that they are also problem children with big problems. Standing next to Yagamazamichi was none other than Kyuji Yuki, the leader of the Kyoto High School and the only top-grade sorcerer in the sorcery world. Today, Juju Yuki is still wearing a slim-fitting sleeveless black sweater, with beautiful long golden hair casually draped behind her. Her skin is as white as jade, she is extremely graceful, and her eyes are like stars. It attracted a lot of people's attention, but she had no interest in those people at all. Even when the staff from Tokyo High School came in, her eyes did not move away. She just folded her arms, tilted her head, and looked at the scenery outside the window of the high platform in boredom. No one knew what she was thinking. Soon, footsteps were heard in the other contestants' channel. One of the footsteps came from a pair of heavy combat boots, while the other two footsteps were much lighter. Everyone who knew the list guessed that it was the Kyoto High School team that entered. Next moment, sure enough, the contestants from Kyoto High School also walked into the square from the contestant channel. The sorcerer who graduated from Kyoto High School couldn't help but jump for joy when he saw the contestants from his own school's exchange meeting. Although in the Kanto region where Tokyo is located, the influence of Kyoto High School is much weaker than that of the Kansai region. It is by no means a force that can be ignored. In other words, the influence is small, but only relative. The captain of Kyoto High School is third-year student Kamo Kenshin. Judging from appearance alone, even if Kamo Kenshin is not as eye-catching as the Gojo brothers, he is definitely handsome. He is very tall, with long black hair elegantly tied into a high ponytail with white hair streaks. He exudes the elegant temperament of a nobleman. Perhaps it had something to do with his experience. His brown-gray eyes were firm and clear, like a pool of water with ripples, as if one would be sucked into it at a glance. Seeing the attitude of the three members of the Kyoto team, many spectators who supported the Kyoto team cheered for them. The three of them also bowed slightly to express their gratitude to the audience for their support. Gojo Naruto has not arrived yet. Gojo Satoru and others on the side were also at Kyoto High School, although the main target of this exchange meeting was his younger brother Gojo Naruto. But he had no intention of ignoring Kyoto Polytechnic. I don't know why. Gojo Satoru always felt that Kamo Kenshin gave him a slight sense of crisis. This made Gojo Satoru a little confused, because Kamo Kenshin has not awakened the advanced technique, and secondly, he has not reached the special level, and he probably has not mastered the field. Mastering a field does not necessarily mean you're a top-level person, but 99% of top-level people have mastered a field. As a newly promoted special-level magician, he has not yet mastered the domain, but because of his strong talent and the assistance of 6 eyes, his combat power is no less than that of a magician who has mastered the domain. And it is only a matter of time before he masters the field. But he didn't quite understand why he felt a slight sense of danger in front of a first-level sorcerer outside. Unable to feel the result from Kamo Kenshin, Gojo Satoru glanced at the 2 girls next to him, only to find that Iori Yudahime glared at him fiercely in return. Gojo Satoru? ? Yeah, do we have any grudges with Iori Yudahime from Kyoto High School? Why do I feel like she doesn't like me very much? A look of confusion flashed across Gojo Satoru's face. It's normal not to like you. Xiaoyojie replied with a smile. What do you mean? Gojo Satoru asked again. Woo, if you think she likes you at first sight, then there's a problem. Xiaoyojie squinted his eyes, shook his head and said with a smile, You've heard of the 3 major illusions in life, right? Gojo Satoru. By the way, why hasn't that mean guy come yet? I can't wait to beat him up. Gojo Satoru changed the subject. Have you decided that you are not asking for a beating? Yeri Shoko took out a few candies from his pocket and gave 2 to Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru. When you're bored, you do need some sugar. Gojo Satoru said with a smile, but I don't think Ming can beat us this time. This time he is not alone. Not only Yeri Shoko and Geto Suguru are also by his side. In the past few days, he has also conducted special training for Gojo Naruto. So even when facing his younger brother Gojo Naruto, Gojo Satoru had a lot of confidence in his heart. Come to think of it, if the 3 of us are together, there is indeed a chance. Xiaoyojie touched his chin. Satoru, Shoko, wait a moment. We don't have to wait for Kyoto High School. You use 6 eyes to find Naruto directly. Let's try it with just the 3 of us. I feel like even if we defeat Naruto with Kyoto High School, there won't be any joy. I see. Gojo Satoru looked up at the sky. Xiaoyojie thought he would refuse, but unexpectedly, Gojo Satoru had a triumphant smile on his face. He patted Xiaoyojie on the shoulder and said, Jia, You really are my best friend. I also have the same idea. If we were together, even Ming wouldn't be underestimated. Gojo Satoru's trembling body and slightly flushed cheeks were not due to fear, but excitement. Because when Geto Suguru proposed his idea, a strange excitement flashed through his competitive heart. Okay, let's show our strongest combination to Ming. Gojo Satoru put his arm around Geto's shoulder and said with a smile. At the same time, the two old men walked into the square, and they also saw two teams of college graduates waiting in the wings. They and some of the graduates around them quickly greeted the two old men. The visitors were the principals of the two technical schools, Yoshinobu Rakaganji and Sekiguchi Sakiji. Good morning, everyone. Sekiguchi Sakiji also responded with a smile. Lien Temple also nodded in response. But the seat reserved for Gojo Naruto was still empty. Obviously, it hadn't arrived yet. It was estimated that there would still be some time before the exchange meeting started. So the two principals did not stop and stepped onto the platform. On the high platform, seeing the newcomer, Yaga Mazamichi immediately stepped forward and saluted. Principal Sekiguchi, principal of Rakaganji. A chrysanthemum-like smile appeared on Sekiguchi Sakiji's face, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with this young teacher in charge. But Lien Temple looked a little embarrassed. He turned his head and looked at the blonde woman who was leaning on the edge of the platform and watching the scenery. She was the leader teacher of Kyoto High School, Jujutsu. Unlike others, she turned a deaf ear to the arrival of the two principals, as if she didn't take them seriously. Lien Temple compared himself with Yaga Mazamichi next door, and suddenly felt as if his lungs were pierced, and his face suddenly turned dark. Kyujuku-sensei. After hearing the roar from Lien Temple, Jujutsu turned around nonchalantly. Seeing the old man Lu Yin-si glaring at her, she sighed and reluctantly greeted him. Principal Yin-si. Sekiguchi Seiji on the side also laughed and said, 99 special grade, it's really casual. Jujutsu curled his lips. In fact, it was both her nature and intentional. She simply didn't like this kind of restrictive environment. However, since she has a special status, the old man from Lien Temple can't do anything to her. At first, she didn't even want to stay in the technical college as a teacher, and even wanted to go abroad to study. But because she was worried about Gojo Naruto, who was sleeping in Hongxing Palace, she finally gave up going overseas and chose to stay in Kyoto High School and slack off. At this moment, a young man suddenly appeared in front of everyone and slowly walked towards the contestant waiting area, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Everyone was slightly stunned, and then became excited, because that person is Gojo Naruto. When they saw Gojo Ming's figure, both the audience and the contestants looked toward him instantly. It can be said that at the moment Gojo Ming appeared, it was like the last shell that triggered the reservoir, and the atmosphere of this exchange meeting was truly ignited. Ming, you're finally here. Gojo Satoru's breathing became heavy, and his blue eyes, which were staring at Gojo Ming, were shining with excitement. And Gojo Naruto, who felt his brother's vigorous spirit, naturally would not let him down. Woo. So, are you ready to be defeated by me again? Ming, what are you talking about? I won't lose again this time. After saying that, Gojo Satoru's mouth curled up even more, and his eyes looked like a wolf eyeing its prey. You have to be careful this time. We have made great progress. Obviously, he was also looking forward to a century-long battle between Gojo Naruto and Gojo Naruto. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. See you on the court. Gojo Naruto smiled, revealing his snow-white teeth. Narrator, we are opponents this time. Are you really sure? Urizuya looked up at Naruto Gojo worriedly. She naturally knew that Gojo Naruto was very strong, but during this period of time, she had been training with Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru. Naturally, he knew the efforts and preparations they had made for the exchange meeting. If Gojo Ming underestimated them, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Gojo Ming nodded with a smile and patted her on the head. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Just take good care of Wu and Jia. Hearing this, Urizuya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since Mingdu said so, Then he must be fine. Hearing the conversation between Gojo Naru and Urizuya, Gojo Satoru was a little unhappy. He looked at his brother with disdain and said indignantly, "Hey, what do you mean by letting Shoko take care of us? It should be us who take care of her. Ming, you should worry about yourself. If you underestimate me and Jia, you will suffer a lot." Urizuya looked disdainful, pushed Gojo Satoru away, and said calmly, "You and Jia are two scumbags. Forget about taking care of me. I can protect myself. You just need to take care of yourselves and don't get into trouble." Gojo Satoru quickly stabilized his body. He rolled his eyes at Urizuya and said, "TSK, you should pay more attention to Ming. Jia and I will never lose to him this time." But he wasn't too worried about Urizuya because the exchange meeting did not prohibit the use of cursed tools. To be precise, most cursed tools are not prohibited, and Zampakudo is naturally included in the scope. After all, it would be unfair to Gojo Naruto if he was not allowed to use his Zanpakudo. But since she can use her Zanpakudo, Urizuya can still protect herself, not to mention against the enemy. Moreover, Ming's main target is definitely Shio and him. In theory, both he and Geto Suguru are more dangerous than Urizuya. While they were talking, the other person not far away also fixed his eyes on Gojo Ming carefully. Is this another genius of the Gojo family, Gojo Naru? Kamo Kenshin said with a smile. He naturally knew Gojo Naru. After all, his name was well known in the world of sorcery, but this was the first time they met. It is rumored that Gojo Naru's physical skills are extremely powerful. Even though he has no cursed energy, no sorcerer has ever been able to gain the upper hand against him. He can be called the new generation of sorcerer killer. It doesn't seem as scary as the rumors say. He looked at the two girls beside him with a slightly puzzled look on his face. He thought Gojo Naruto was a martial arts fanatic who was all muscle. But now that I see it, I find it is completely different from my impression. Not only does his appearance not reveal his training and physical skills, but even his upright body looks a little thin and fragile. Senior Kamo, you'd better not underestimate Gojo Naru. Iori Yudaheim said seriously. Ming and I have just seen how terrifying Gojo Naru is when he attacks. Recalling the demon-like might of him using two Zampakudo at the same time, the usually calm Iori Yudaheim. I couldn't help swallowing my saliva in fear. Although we know that the exchange meeting is not a life-and-death duel, both sides will definitely hold back in the end. But as soon as he thought about facing Gojo Naru, his already nervous and rapid heartbeat began to accelerate. Yes, Gojo Naruto is indeed very powerful. If it were a one-on-one fight, no one here might be able to beat him. Mei also spoke up. Kamo Xianyong frowned slightly. I guess Tokyo High School will also prioritize Gojo Naruto. If that happens, we are now 6 against 1. Even if he is strong, he can't beat 4 people with 2 fists. Leave the rest to me. After all, he still has the trump card left to him by his family. Now it was originally prepared for Gojo Satoru, but if Gojo Naruto really exceeds his imagination, he will not hesitate to use it directly on Gojo Naruto. Thinking of this, Kamo Kenshin looked at Gojo Naru's smile, which was slightly tinged with sarcasm. This is always a world of sorcery. No matter how strong your physical skills are, there are only so many things you can do in a team battle. If he really thinks he could defeat the 2 high schools tonight with just physical skills, then he's being a bit arrogant. Gojo Naruto is a thorn in the side of his father Kanaim. If he could defeat Gojo Naruto in this exchange meeting, his father would definitely be happy. As if seeing what Kamo Kenshin was thinking, Iori Yudaheim frowned slightly and said, although we can't detect the fluctuations of the curse power on Gojo Naruto, in fact, Gojo Naruto has mastered the curse now. If we underestimate him now, we will definitely suffer. Don't worry, Junior Yudaheim. I know what's going on. Kamo Xianyong smiled and said, although Gojo Naruto is strong, Gojo Satoru plus Geto Suguru will definitely not be much worse than him. Let's let them kill each other first, and when they are both defeated, we will take action and reap the benefits. Mei couldn't help but frown slightly when she heard this. This means that they're going to let Gojo Satoru's team face Gojo Naruto alone. Gojo Satoru's group can't beat Gojo Naruto. Iori Udaheim looked at Kumo Kinshinaga and said, "Kumo senpai, we shouldn't betray them." Kumo Kenshin was also a little unhappy with Iori Udaheim's rebuttal. How do you know if you don't try? Gojo Satoru is a genius in the world of sorcery, just like Geto Suguru. He is not ordinary people like us. Iori Udaheim was choked when she heard Kumo Kenshin's sarcastic words. She frowned and wanted to say something, but the words couldn't come out of her throat. Kumo Xianyong was right. Compared with the other two teams, this team seemed too ordinary. Do they really have the ability to intervene? Maybe it will be criticized by the audience. But Kumo Kenshin did make a decision that a captain should make. The best decision for their team. Soon, Sekiguchi Kiyoshi appeared in front of the group with a peaceful look on his face, as if intending show off in front of some bald guy. His gray hair was combed neatly today. It is different from the kimonos worn by the Zen temple's direct disciples and the monks' robes and cassocks worn by the principal of Rikugenji Temple. Both Sekiguchi Sakiji and Yaga Mazamichi were wearing black slim-fit suits, looking solemn as if they were attending a funeral. Gojo Ming, it's not too late for you to quit now. He looked at Gojo Ming, stroked his beard, and said with a smile, "This is originally an exchange meeting between two technical colleges. The third-party team is indeed a bit against the rules." Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru looked at each other, and then looked at Gojo Naruto together. Speechless, eyes worried. Since it is a resolution passed jointly by the association's top management and the big three sorcerer families, it is naturally in accordance with the rules. Instead, Kumo Kenshin said unhappily. Kumo Kenshin looked at Gojo Naruto, and if he quits at this time, he will only become a laughing stock in the entire curse world. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru frowned and wanted to say something for his brother, but in the end he did not refute Kumo Kenshin's words, because the other party was just telling the truth. He naturally knew how many people were there because of Gojo Naruto's reputation. Now that Gojo Naruto has announced his withdrawal from the competition, the pressure from public opinion will indeed be considerable. The others all looked at Gojo Ming, wanting to know his choice. A showdown between the five brothers, the top geniuses in the world of sorcery. To say I don't look forward to it would be a lie. They didn't know about the peak showdown in Hongxing Palace. In their eyes, this exchange meeting is one of the few opportunities to witness the civil war among the five brothers. That was the pinnacle showdown between the ultimate technique of the curse world and the Zampakudo. Everyone started to get a little nervous, fearing that Gojo Ming would suddenly jump out and say that they were just joking before. He could indeed do such a thing. Narrator, there's nothing fun about the exchange meeting. Yeri Shoko wanted to dissuade Naruto Gojo from his idea. After someone stirs up trouble, you won't just run away and become a coward, right? Kumo Xianyong said coldly. Gojo Naruto glanced at Kumo Kenshin and gave Shoko a reassuring look. Then he chuckled and said, "I don't mean to back out. Principal Guanko, let's get started." Everyone was shocked and felt a little admiration for Gojo Ming. It is the first time in history that one person challenges two teams of colleges and universities. Such a terrifying opponent. Only Gojo Naruto could do such a thing. In that case, let's get started. Sekiguchi Seiji pondered for a moment and said with a wave of his hand. Then, he began to coldly explain the rules. With the entry of a third-party challenger, we have changed the rules. This year's exchange meeting is very simple. All of you will be teleported to the corresponding position in the barrier according to your team, and then an unlimited spell duel will begin. The last team standing will win. We will monitor your every move and action during the live broadcast until the game is decided. Remember, this is just communication, so stop there. Good luck. After saying that, Sekiguchi Kiyoshi handed the 3 tokens to the captains of each team, then turned and left. After taking a look at the tokens in their hands, Gojo Naruto and Geto Suguru looked at each other and became eager to try. They will soon be able to use the tokens to enter the barrier and officially start the competition. Ming, don't be too arrogant. I won't lose to you this time. We will definitely be the champions. Gojo Satoru put the token into his pocket and smiled confidently. Well, come on. Gojo Ming turned and left. Yeah, Shoko, let's start getting ready too. Gojo Satoru glanced at his brother's back and left with his team members in another direction. Looking at Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto, who didn't take Kyoto High School seriously at all, a cold look flashed across Kamo Kenshin's face. I will make you pay for your arrogance. He wanted to use the Amasaki Hokoshi imitated by the Zen and family to engrave the names of Kyoto High School and Kamo Norimaka into the bones of the Gojo brothers. At the same time, in the audience area, Gojo Kumamoto and Gojo Shinichi arrived at the scene early. Kamo Nobunaga's father, Kamo Ming, was also present. Afterwards, the Jibi people in the Zen temple climbed onto the platform in wooden clogs. The heads of the big three sorcerer families in the world of sorcery all came to the scene. The participation of Gojo Naruto made the exchange meeting more eye-catching. Next to an antique pearwood chair, several people from the Gojo family stood guard on both sides. Sitting on the chair was the current deputy of the Gojo family, Gojo Kumamoto. Shuni, what do you think of this exchange competition? Wu Xiaoxiong Yin asked thoughtfully. Gojo Shun glanced at the three teams below, and finally his eyes fell on Gojo Ming's back, who looked a little thin. I feel like the winner will be either Master Wu's team or Master Ming's team, but the eldest master of the Kamo family should not be underestimated either. The answer is ambiguous and is correct nonsense. Wu Xiaoxiong Yin didn't say anything else. He raised his eyes to look at the large screen set up by the high school, and his eyes fell on the exclusive screen of Gojo Naruto. Inside, the boy was wiping the snow off his sleeves with a white cloth. Prepare for the next battle. Ming is not the kind of person who would make such a mistake, Gojo Xiongyin said with a relieved look. The eyes of other viewers also fell on the picture. Just like the entrance exam, the exchange meeting will still provide participating teams with live broadcast curse skeletons. This can be used to test the results of the competition and to respond to emergencies in a timely manner. Gojo Satoru and the other two were very silent. They were just waiting for the game to begin. The Kyoto team seemed to be discussing the battle plan, communicating vaguely. Everyone began to look forward to it. Gojo Naruto really needs to attend the exchange meeting alone. In this situation, he is still so calm. He is indeed a top-class sorcerer. But even so, if you want to fight 6 people alone, you might have had a chance in previous years. But this time it's really not easy at all. That's true. Not to mention that Gojo Satoru's group are all young geniuses. Although Kyoto High School's captain, Kamo Kinshinaga, failed to awaken the red blood manipulation technique, he is still the legitimate son of the big 3 sorcerer families and a hot candidate for a special grade sorcerer. He has good resources. Faced with so many talented people, I don't think Gojo Naruto is a good choice. Me too. Even though he has a Zampakudo and has mastered some techniques in the past 9 years, I think Gojo Naruto is a bit overconfident when he wants to fight 6 people alone at the exchange meeting. For Gojo Naruto as the challenger, this fight is not fair. Teaching at the Jujutsu High School is often based on group teaching, and students will take care of each other in battle. The reason why 3 first-level sorcerers can face special-level sorcerers without being at a disadvantage is that they rely on their tacit coordination and tactics. Unless he is so powerful that his teammates become a burden to him, Gojo Naruto will definitely be the one who suffers if he is alone. Some people heard these words and just smiled faintly. It's hard to say. I still think Gojo Naruto will be defeated so easily. After all, he is Gojo Naruto. But he was quickly refuted by others. This is not a cursed object like destroying Sukuna's finger. It's just a simple competition of cursed power output. Have you forgotten how terrifying the Gojo family's unlimited techniques are in actual combat? As long as it is used properly, it can be completely invincible. What's more, Gojo Satoru has Geto Suguru, who has always been in perfect harmony with him, as his teammate. We saw how well they worked together during the entrance exam, right? I don't think Gojo Naruto can handle it easily. So I'd rather teach Gojo Satoru a group. Another Gojo Satoru fan also said confidently, yes, the red blood technique is very strong at the beginning. But from the perspective of growth, the Gojo family's Unlimited and the Zen and family's Tenkage are the pinnacle of the technique. What's more, Gojo Satoru is the strongest genius in 1,000 years. Once he masters the reverse curse technique and reduces the load on the brain from the 6 eyes, I'm afraid that Gojo Naruto will not be his opponent. TSK, you also said that it was after he mastered the reverse curse technique, right? He is still far from that now. Moreover, how many 6 eyes magicians can master the reverse curse technique when they only appear once every 400 years? Do you think Gojo Satoru can do it? The man was silent. Okay, stop arguing. Anyway, the winner will probably come from among the 5 brothers. One of them glanced at the 2 men with red faces and angry expressions and said boredly, "By the way, is there no one who is optimistic about our Kyoto Technical High School? With the blessing of Iori, Yudaheim's curse, solitary forbidden zone, Kamo Kenshin's strength will not be worse than the Gojo brothers," said a student from Kyoto Technical High School. Everyone was stunned. They actually had somewhat overlooked the Kyoto High School team. If you think about it carefully, they're not that weak. Kamo Kenshin, Iori Yudaheim, Mei, this lineup is considered to be very competitive in the history of exchange meetings. Speaking of which, Kyoto High School's lineup is indeed not weak, and it seems that they may have a chance to win the championship. It's hard to say. What's the meaning? It's not a question of whether they are weak or not. Their opponents are Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru. Everyone suddenly realized and looked at Kamo Kenshin on the screen with a hint of sadness in their eyes. I have to say, being a peer with geniuses like Gojo Naru and Gojo Satoru is a miserable thing. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. The talents of the 5 brothers are already lacking among young people. It would have been fine if Kamo Kenshin had mastered the red blood manipulation technique, but unfortunately he didn't. Although he is not weak now, he is just mediocre. We can't blame him. We can only say that they are indeed a bit unlucky. Any magician in the past 1,000 years who met the 5 brothers would probably be suppressed for the rest of his life. Someone said with emotion, just at this moment, "Master Gojo, the Gojo family is so lucky to have 2 such young top-grade sorcerers at the same time." Kaminami, who was sitting not far away, said lightly. Hearing Kanami's words, everyone fell silent instantly. They were going a bit too far. However, when they saw that Kamo was targeting the Gojo family, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Gojo Shionyan glanced at Kaname and said with a smile, "Your son is not bad. He has achieved such a great achievement without awakening the red blood manipulation technique." Kaminami's face darkened. This old fellow always brings up things that are not related to the topic. Fortunately, among the younger generation, their Kamo family also awakened a young magician of the red blood technique as they wished. And no one in the Zen and family has awakened the 10 shadows of heaven. Chan Yuanshan's twin daughters are just mediocre in talent. One of them was so ridiculous that he was almost powerless and couldn't even see the curse without the help of the cursed tool. This is undoubtedly a shameful thing for the Zen and family, one of the big 3 sorcerer families in the world of sorcery. Thinking of this, Kamen breathed a sigh of relief. Their luck was not the worst, but as the head of the big 3 sorcerer families, he hid his emotions very well. The Zen Temple Zibrin noticed Kamo's gaze, and he looked at the people below and couldn't help feeling helpless. It is undeniable that their Chanyuan family is gradually distancing themselves from the other 2 families. Zen Temple Zibrin glanced at the Zen Temple fan beside him and felt a lot of pressure. The competition is finally about to begin. Okatsu Yudo said, standing on the side of the platform. Kyoto High School is really unlucky this year, having met Geto Suguru, Yuri Shoko, Gojo Satoru, and Ming, who has made further progress 9 years later. Zen and Jiner glanced at the blonde woman beside him. The competition is about to start. Aren't you going to cheer for your students? As the teacher leading the Kyoto High School team, she should have taken this game very seriously. That wasn't the case with her. This game is meaningless. Jujo Yuki shook his head. Seeing the puzzled looks on Shinji and Okatsu Yudo's faces, Jujo Yuki explained, "Isn't it natural for Ming to win? Cheering for Yudaheim and the others will only bring more pressure to them. It's a bit boring when you put it that way." Shinair touched his chin and said, It doesn't make me feel like cheering for Ming at all. Okatsuyujito looked helpless. Even if we were facing the strongest duo of the younger generation, Naruto would have won as he deserved. Yes, it should be, Shinair said with a smile. It's better not to be too confident. Jujutsu showed the high-tech tablet in his hand to the two of them. Gojo Naruto versus the high school team. It's a gamble. In the underground society's fighting arena, there have long been gambling games specifically held for those who can exploit loopholes and spells. And now, in the black market, the stakes for this game have exceeded 1 billion yen. Among them, the Tokyo High Commissioners Group, one had a support rate of 93%. Not many people support Ming. Chanyuan Shiner looked a little surprised. Okatsuyuto was quite calm. He had guessed the situation long ago. Gojo Naruto is powerful, but it can be seen from the odds of the black market gambling that they are facing the Gojo and Getsu duo, who have been famous for 9 years. The others were not as optimistic about Gojo Naruto as they were. One person challenges 2 technical colleges. This is something many geniuses want to do, but no one can do it. The Jujutsu High School has never lacked geniuses. What is stronger than one monster is a group of monsters. My student also secretly placed a bet. Jujutsu thought. She said this is the closest opportunity for her to financial freedom, and she can't miss it. Things are getting interesting. Chanyuan Shiner narrowed his eyes and said, the weather was unexpectedly good this morning. The sun rose above the clouds, and the soft light spread down along the clouds. Everyone basking in the sun on the teleportation platform felt warm. The game is about to begin. On the Tokyo High School side, the audience cheered and shouted one after another. Gojo Satoru and others gave a simple response. Without. After Ming woke up, I lost to him once in an actual combat duel, Gojo Satoru said seriously, looking at the other 2 teammates. Urizuya was slightly stunned and felt a little surprised. He was silent for a while, then consoled her. It's okay. Look, so many people support us. We will win this time. Gojo Satoru was bored and adjusted the live broadcast of the Cursed Corpse and said, yes, the weather is a good sign. Shoko, yeah, get ready. We have to beat Ming. Okay, I've been wanting to beat him up for a long time. Urizuya said with a smile. Just once. I have to beat Ming at least once. Shoko was also preparing. She pulled out her D*** do and was ready to release it at any time. The barrier of the competition is a special space, which contains many cursed spirits in addition to the contestants. The levels of these cursed spirits are basically 1 or 2, and there are no special levels. The Jujutsu High School does not have the strength to capture and raise special grade cursed spirits. But if it is not handled properly, it will have a significant impact on the outcome of the game. But she also cared about the people at Kyoto Polytechnic. Guys, there shouldn't be any problem with Kyoto High School, right? Shoko looked at Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru. I have communicated with them, Gojo Satoru said indifferently. But I am also prepared for them not to cooperate with us. Woo, do you also feel that there is something wrong with the people in the Kumo family? Asked Geto Suguru. Well, that person seems to care a lot about winning, Gojo Satoru said. Of course, it's mainly because I saw his hostility in 6 eyes. Kyoto Polytechnic was also quietly waiting for the barrier to open with a bit of nervousness on their faces. These people have no gambling spirit at all. Mei said helplessly, the handicap of our high school and Gojo Naruto combined is not even a fraction of that of Tokyo High School. Mei, is it okay if you invest all your family fortune in it? Iori Yudaheim looked at Mei, feeling a little embarrassed. I'm quite nervous, but I've calculated it and there's no problem. Mei licked her plump lips, her heart beating as fast as a stock trader's. Kumo Xianyong glanced at the 2 girls, then continued to close his eyes and rest. No one knew what he was thinking about. It was different from the excitement of Geto Suguru's group and the tension and excitement of Kenshin Kumo's group. Gojo Ming, who was alone, was very quiet. Not many people cheered for him. He stood there quietly, like a peaceful oil painting. Suddenly, he felt several gazes directed at him, and following the line of sight, he discovered that they were Kajika Yuki, Zen and Shinji, and others. Ming, as the boss of our Wanchuo, please don't embarrass us. Chan Yuan Shinner said with a smile. Boss Ming, come on. Okatsu Yudo also said with a smile. Jujutsu Yuki folded his arms and nodded to Gojo Naruto. She said nothing, yet it seemed as if she had said everything. Gojo Ming felt warm in his heart. Okay, let me show you how to win for you. The boy had a nice smile on his face. Feeling that the barrier had been broken, Gojo Ming put away his Zampakudo and looked up at the sky. Is it coming? The next moment, all the contestants heard a voice in their minds. The barrier is opening, and the transmission is ready to begin. After hearing these words, everyone's heart sank, because it means the showdown between geniuses is about to begin. It felt like the scene around me had turned into a rippling ink painting. The others also raised their eyes and looked towards the fluctuation of the barrier. The next moment, their vision began to blur. It was like a brand new picture scroll that filled their vision. Wait until the screen is restored. They were already in a dense forest. Faced with the sudden change in the environment, Gojo Satoru immediately activated Six Eyes. Be alert all around. Soon, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's very quiet around. They were also lucky that the three of them were not separated by teleportation. Otherwise, in this environment, you have to gather teammates first, and the competition will be much more difficult. At that time, they were not sure. The first person they met was their teammate, Gojo Naruto. Very good. The token didn't separate us. Gojo Satoru said, it should be the same at Kyoto Polytechnic. This is indeed good news for us. Xiaoyoja nodded and said, at least it saves us the trouble of looking for Shoko. Yeri Shoko, now that they were in a competition, she was too lazy to pay attention to these two scumbags and asked instead, so what are we going to do now? Looking around, there is nothing but bottomless dense forest, which seems to be covered with a layer of light fog. The wonderful weather just now has long disappeared without a trace. This deep and quiet environment made Shoko feel a little uneasy. I haven't been to a place like this in a long time. Gojo Satoru and the others did not expect that they would appear here. In the past, all exchange meetings were held at the headquarters of the college. But Sekiguchi Kiyoshi immediately refuted this resolution and activated the barrier. There seems to be a flow of cursed energy inside this white mist. Driven by the cursed energy, Gojo Satoru's blue eyes continued to shine brightly. He saw through the threads of cursed energy woven together all around him. The hidden corners covered by the white fog also appeared one by one in Gojo Satoru's mind. If it is curse weaving, then there will be no problem with his 6 eyes. Gojo Satoru's brain started working rapidly as he began to think about his next move. Then let's get started. Jia, you release the cursed spirit to investigate. Shoko, you also understand Nishizuku. Gojo Satoru said thoughtfully. Nishizuku will be able to find Ming's position quickly with the help of Jie's cursed spirit and my 6 eyes from high place. Faced with his younger brother Gojo Naruto's Zampakudo, Gojo Satoru still had some concerns in his heart, but it was soon replaced by excitement. He had already entered the game, and he would be in danger whether he stretched his head or shrank his head, so he naturally overcame the fear in his heart. Besides, this is not the time of Hongxing Palace. Now he is stronger and understands Ming better. The most important thing is that he has Gojo Satoru by his side, and he feels that there is no difficulty that the two of them cannot solve together. Later, Jie and I will test Ming's strength first, and at the same time, we will try our best to increase the output of curse power and let the people from Kyoto High School gather here. It would be great if we could defeat Ming, but he is too abnormal. Even if it is just an exchange match, he will be more restrained, but we can't underestimate him. Gojo Satoru glanced at Gojo Satoru and said, if we lose to Ming again, then we will use the power of Kyoto High School to compete with Ming again. Previously, during pre-match training, Gojo Satoru had already tried out the state blessed by Iori Yudaheim's technique. He felt such a strong sense of power that he couldn't stop. To exaggerate a bit, if he were in space, Gojo Satoru felt that he could blow up a planet with one punch. Xiaoyoja did not object. Don't worry, I'll be ready to pick you up at any time on the Nishizuku. Yeri Shoko said lightly. He is the only genius in the world of sorcery who can output the reverse curse technique. The practical role of Yeri Shoko cannot be underestimated. At the same time, the other party, Kamo Kenshin and his group, were also teleported to the other side of the deep forest. The tall trees, the thick white fog, and the silence is so quiet that you can hear a pin drop reveal a dead and eerie feeling. Not long after, a blackbird landed on Mei Mei's shoulder. This is Mei Mei's technique, blackbird technique. Senior Kamo, there's no sign of anyone else nearby. Mei Mei said lightly. Kamo Xianyong couldn't help but ponder. Yeah, I know.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.